Welcome back to Semifinal 1. This is Adelaide versus Hawthorn at the Adelaide Oval. A massive first versus eighth clash. I'm super excited for this one, boys. Jesse and Druzy, welcome to the show.
Thank you, mate. Good to be back in the stews with my dudes, and certainly good to have Druzy back in the wake of a heartbreaking elimination final that you thought I had forgotten about, but of course I'm going to bring up as the first thing off the top.
Druzy and I were just talking about that, and I'm like, we're not going to worry about that game. It's fine.
I was in the bathroom. I didn't hear it.
You know what the most disappointing part of that was, guys, was how happy you were to see me sad.
Oh, I love how delicate you got after that. You sent me a message. You're like, I can't believe you're happy to see me sad.
Yeah. As I said, from a West Coast fan, but Dylan, I thought we were friends, bro. I thought we were friends.
You thought wrong.
Yeah.
Am I really that bad? Am I that bad of a supporter?
What goes up must come down.
Let's not do this now.
No. Let's do it now.
Yeah, we don't have to unpack it. We can unpack it, but free or out, your vulnerabilities get found out in finals.
What I will say, actually, on a serious note, you do have a great vlog of that game and some really good vision.
Yep.
I'm not even saying that facetiously. It's worth a watch for anyone on the Druzy YouTube channel.
Yeah, I had a really bad angle off the swallow shot, whatever way you want to put it.
Gross.
The footy gods were on Gold Coast side that day because Matt Rao put up a left foot moonball that bounced over Heath Chapman and his opponent and then had some crazy Shane Warne leg spin towards Swallow. It was just meant to be for Gold Coast.
I'd pretty much, with about 5 minutes to go, I'd resign myself to the Dockers winning that game. And it was pretty much, it just really the only thing that hurt you was the fact that you stayed behind for so much of the game, I feel. I think by the end you were I'd resign myself to feeling that you guys were the better team. So,
well, we hit the lead and then went too defensive.
Oh, yeah.
We sent Tracy into our back six. He has gone back and defended that North game, but not in the 6-6-6. Leave him forward.
He completely lost Mac Andrew, didn't he, in that moment?
And that cooked it.
Yeah.
Freo.
Maybe just a quick reflection on Fremantle's season, and then I don't have to hear about it again until February.
Reflection on Fremantle's season.
Yeah, now that the dust has settled and the tears have dried.
We have a lot of room for improvement. I think we've actually weirdly taken a backwards step in terms of our midfield efficiency and our defensive profile. Not to say that our defense hasn't stood up throughout the year, but our profile isn't as good as it once was. I think that's as a result of our midfield not functioning as well. So we almost concede more inside 50s, which puts our backs under more pressure. And we need to put teams to the sword more. Our game plan needs to evolve to be more attacking because in the first 2.5 quarters of that Gold Coast game, we didn't want to take off the inside kick and find players in dangerous areas. We were happy to just be content. So,
it was a bit of a nutshell, wasn't it, that game of your season?
100%.
You've had so many games like that this year.
100%, yeah. And you get found out in finals, Dylan.
Yeah.
But we're looking forward because the Gold Coast Suns are still in the competition, playing in the Q Clash, but we're watching the Crows and Hawks tonight. How do we see this one going?
Such a good question. I was just we were talking off air about how I kind of feel like I'm gravitating towards a Hawks win here, but at the same time, it's first versus eighth.
Can you remember last year when the Hawks were in the semi-final at Port Adelaide and everyone wrote off Port Adelaide?
Yep.
I think that's a great point to make with this game. I have tipped Adelaide partly for that reason because I feel like every single final series we do get seduced a little bit by the team that lost in week one. Now, the advent of a team going out in straight sets has gone up massively since the pre-finals bye has become a thing, which is an interesting thing. So that is a thing. But then the great example you just make is Port Adelaide lost their first final by 14 goals last year, only to beat a red-hot Hawthorn in week 2. And we saw the team that beat them lose their next final. So I think that I'm going to side with the home team here and the team that finished first to beat the team that finished 8th.
Ask this question, though. Heading into the season, we're sitting here right now and we know that Hawthorn finished 8th and we know that the Crows finished 1st. Would you have expected that the Hawks were above Adelaide coming into the season?
Coming into the season, 100%.
Yeah.
I also had West Coast ahead of Richmond and we lost that game by 50 points. So
you don't back yourself in now. Yeah, no, I just feel if you sort of took yourself back a little bit and these two were just in a head-to-head in a one-off final, Hawthorn with that experience of having lost last year, I almost think losing to Port last year is a little bit of a positive in Hawthorn's court, just the fact that they've been there and done it, whereas Adelaide are going to be pretty nervous. I feel like they are going to be nervous at the beginning of this game. And if Hawthorn get off to a good start, they could definitely shock them.
Nervous is a word that I think was a big factor in Adelaide's loss last week against Collingwood. They bottled it. I think Dilthorpe particularly, that moment when he could have just ran into an open goal and kicked it. Like, that is just finals pressure coming out and announcing itself.
There were moments like that, just sort of individual errors, but it was a little bit systematic as well. I feel like every time their midfield got on the ball, they just bombed it. Like, there was no composure. Collingwood was set up. And if you look at what Collingwood brought last year from a defensive intercept point of view, it's not as if Hawthorn are going to be any worse than that.
Yeah.
Like Battle, Barras,
Sicily,
Weddle.
Possibly three of the stronger defenses this year. Hawthorn, Adelaide and Collingwood, teams we've just mentioned there. But yeah, you're right. It will still be a factor in this game. I think Phil Thorpe played kind of high last week, didn't he? I wonder if it's better to play him a little bit closer to goal. Sorry?
Nothing.
Oh, sober. I wonder if Adelaide... I think Adelaide will recalibrate a little bit after a poor week last week. I'll back them in to learn from that first final and get the job done tonight.
Is the blueprint there for Hawthorn to just go, let's just sit Sicily behind the ball, let him do what he does best and intercept all day?
Well, they've got so many options. Like, if it's not Sicily, they've got, like, we said Hardwick, Scrimshaw's in too, right?
Yeah.
They've just got so many guys that can intercept the footy. So if they put pressure on the ball, I feel like they've got one foot in the door.
Yeah.
I think I'm leaning Hawthorn here.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty 50-50 game. Like, when you say first versus eighth, and I repeated it, that is true, but it's also one of the most even from top to bottom top eights that I can remember, such as becoming more common in the modern competition. The evenness of the competition, I think, is very evident this year. And as you say, the experience piece, Hawthorn are relatively experienced now, and there's premiership players in that team, let alone players who played finals last year.
Absolutely.
The last game I was on here streaming was Adelaide Collingwood, and you spoke a lot about how Adelaide are a long tour pack team. Like, they sort of don't transition the ball all that well. Finals football is different to regular season football. Like, that's something that I've realised with Freo. Like, if you can't move the ball that well in finals, you'll get found out. And Hawthorn move the ball so well.
They do.
I think it's probably... Yeah, I don't know. I'm leaning towards Hawthorn just for that reason that Adelaide's style this year has typically relied on Phil Thorpe, Tex and Fogg making a contest, and then Rankin and Keys and whatnot sort of scrambling from there. But I think Hawthorn's style is more finals like.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I'm just thinking about the midfield battle in my head, and you do with Rankin out of the side, there's definitely an X factor. I mean, that's like an obvious thing to say, but you start to look at Adelaide's midfield, and I was going through it, and you're like, okay, there's Dawson. Then you're sort of looking at Saligo and Berry, and they're pretty young players. As much as Saligo has come a long way, just having that extra bit of X factor in an Isaac Rankin really, really helps them. And I feel like not having him brings their midfield back to the pack a little bit. It brings it back to like a Hawthorn. I feel like it's an area Hawthorn can break even, and 100%. Then they have more weapons elsewhere.
Would you say the midfields of tonight's game are mid? It's a bit mid.
Yeah, I agree. That's probably the flaw in both of these teams from a full field point of view. I was just looking over your shoulder there and trying to count the amount of premiership players playing in this game. Yeah, that guy. I reckon Adelaide have one in Alex Neil-Bullen, and Hawthorn have Barras, they have Bruce, and they have Gunston.
Bruce isn't playing.
Can you just rewind for a second? What did you say? Who are these players?
Counting the premiership players on either side, which is not a great way to predict the game, just curiosity, really.
Yeah, okay.
Gunston, Bruce, Barras, and would Sicily and Hardwick have played in 15? No. Probably not. Sicily was around in 16. I just don't know if he was a premiership player.
He wasn't.
He wasn't? Okay.
So, no.
Yeah.
There you go. So where was I going with that is the question. No, I was just curious.
Do I jump in here?
I was just curious. There's still some premiership players in both of these teams.
Hawthorn, me and Dylan, Jesse's backing in the higher ranked Crows.
I'm going to the Crows.
Speaking of midfields and Hawthorn looking for that big key midfield target. Ring, ring. It's Zach Merritt on the phone. What's going on there, boys?
Seamless segue.
That was a great segue. We've got someone in the chat here. Sukhpreet Singh says, come on, boys, let's get to the real topic. We're here for Zach Merritt. How did both of you guys see this one unfolding? Are you surprised? Maybe we should actually kind of reel off a little bit of what happened.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, if you have that in front of you.
Tuesday night, Zach Merritt met with Sam Mitchell and other delegates of the Hawthorn Football Club, reported by Tom Morris on Wednesday. It seems now, from all reports that it's unlikely that Merritt will attend the Essendon Best and Fairest.
That's craziness.
Yeah. So this has fully flipped into he's like exploring his options, which he has done a little bit in the past, but now it does feel like there's a little bit of an air of no coming back from this. And if you listen to Brad Scott's comments, CEO Craig Vozzo, he spoke about it as well. And also I think Mason Redman and Nick Martin also had something to say about it as well. So it's starting to get to, like, it's pretty bristly.
There's a part of me that's like, he's only met with Sam Mitchell. Like, he could be discussing
The weather.
Yeah. Golf.
Yeah. Favorite
Current
movies.
Climatical
Climatical is definitely not a word.
I don't think
Political
that's what's
climate.
I don't think
I'm
that's
trying to
what's
say.
going on here though.
No.
No.
Does it surprise me? If I was Zach Merritt, I'd want to leave, 100%. But if I was Essendon, I'm not letting him leave. I'll let him kick up a sink as much as he wants. And maybe the fans hate the captain next year. Maybe he's not the captain next year. But if you want your football club to get through this rebuild faster, you keep Zach Merritt there.
On whether or not I was surprised, Zach Merritt's name has been come up in 2 to 3 of the last trade periods, I reckon.
Yeah.
But not to this extent, obviously, where I think I don't know whether it's been Merritt driven or the stories have sort of come from the external, but Merritt to join another club to find some success later in his career has been a topic that's popped up. So I wouldn't say I was surprised when I first saw it, but I'm certainly surprised now that it's got to the point where he's actually publicly met with Sam Mitchell, or at least people know about it. And as you say, potentially not going to attend the Best and Fairest, and now we've got players speaking out about it. This does not seem like a particularly controlled situation at the moment when players are speaking, well, presumably to the media about it. I don't know exactly the context of those comments.
Well, it definitely feels like Merritt's camp are leaking information to me to try to get this to look like a situation, which almost trying to make a bigger division between him and the club, so there's no way back. And then they have to seek a trade.
That's the only way he can get out, is if he absolutely just makes a scene out of it.
Exactly, because from Essendon's point of view, like, they obviously are not going to want to trade him. But if it does become untenable, that's the point where they're like, well, if we think this is going to affect the culture of the club and we're trying to rebuild, we're trying to create that. They can't just have him, they can't have their like ex-captain being disgruntled, right?
Yeah. Still got 2 years on that deal as well. So it's like, do you cut it now or do you wait a year and just let it get toxic and then probably get less out of it?
Yeah.
There's just no winning here for Essendon though. They lose their captain, or they get more draft picks and sets them further back in the rebuild. Like, obviously you get draft picks and it helps the rebuild, but having a player of the stature of Merritt, what he means to the club, he's probably a top 10 player in the competition. Like, yeah, you'd rather have that than a couple of draft picks.
Just on the conduct piece, like, I kind of want to go through this a little bit as well. Like, I feel like this is very on brand for Merritt. I've never really seen him as a guy that's a particularly good captain or a leader. I know that in the media in recent years, they've sort of tried to get that out there, that Merritt's like, he's really improved in that space. But he seems like a guy to me that's pretty individual about the way that he plays football. His kind of philosophies on the game even. I remember a couple of years ago, he spoke about how he didn't think, like, he thought AFL lists were too big, that the top players in the competition should get paid more. And I just thought, like, that messaging, certain things that he does like that, can have a knock-on effect to younger players at the club who aren't getting paid. It's not necessarily the conduct that you'd want from a captain. And I feel like this is kind of how he goes about it.
Would he be saying that if he played at like Geelong or Collingwood? Or is it because he's at a club where the best, being him, is so far from the worst that he's like...
Yeah, it's probably a little bit about
I don't think there's a
that.
captain in the AFL that puts the team... He would be a top 3 player for putting the team on the back.
I just think he's a good player.
On field.
I just think he's an incredible player. I don't think he's necessarily a very good captain or leader.
Okay.
Do you not think, though, just to say something for Merritt in this situation, do you not think he's been incredibly loyal to the Essendon Footy Club and backed in? Well, I mean, he was drafted around the time the Asada scandal. I reckon he was drafted in 2013.
Yeah.
And the club has not recovered at all since then, really. Arguably, they're in the strongest position they have been since, and that's just because they're embracing, where they're at as a list. But, I mean, the guy's 30 this year, and there is no hope. With the club signalling their intent to go to the draft, there is no hope this guy's going to have success with this football club. Mm-hmm. Do we really judge him for looking elsewhere? I personally don't understand it.
I don't judge him for looking elsewhere, just in general as a footballer, but he is the captain, and they also did just... renegotiate his contract. Was it 2 years ago? or about
last
could
year,
tell you.
I
I
reckon.
think last year, like they upped his contract to make it longer and more
I
lucrative
think
for
it
him.
was longer the year before, and then last year they changed the finance. I could be wrong there. I think they've renegotiated it a couple of times. Could be wrong.
There's nothing for me. There's nothing wrong with him, and like I think if he was just an Essendon player, that's totally fine. But his communication over the last couple of years has been, I'm all in on this project. I'm the captain of the football club. You know, we're going to get through this. And this doesn't look good. This isn't the right thing to be doing for me in the situation that they're in.
It doesn't look good, but he's not the only player trying to get out of the club right now. I mean, Sam Draper's just nominated Brisbane, which in isolation, these things happen. Jordan Ridley's contracted to 2029, and he's highlighted their, what do you call it, like high performance team and strength and conditioning and injury prevention as part of the issue. Having said that, to be fair, Essendon has kind of like, well, they've just hired someone new and I think made some changes in this space. So maybe they are addressing that feedback, but maybe there's just a little bit more to this story. I can't help but think, I'm not someone who particularly loves Zach Merritt. I mean, he pulled Natanui's hair once and it really annoyed me. But I do think there's always two sides to every story. And I think Merritt will know that the only way he gets to another club is if he causes enough of a stink.
I wonder how much of this is like an emotional reaction to the season finishing, coming down. He played through injury this year. I wonder if like the dust settles and he's like, all right, I am all in on this. I just wanted to sort of assess my options. Yeah, like, exactly. Well said. Jason.
Yeah, I guess as the
Thanks, man.
if that's all it is, I suppose that's a reasonable thing to do. But at the same time, I guess they are in the situation that Essendon are in right now is probably like if he leaves them, he knows that they're in such a bad situation as a football club. Like I don't know how they actually bounce back from that to lose a player like Merritt. I mean, I think that's the other thing to this. Like you mentioned, Ridley's doing it and Draper's doing it. That doesn't matter if they leave for Essendon. Well, not as much anyway.
Yeah.
It's a much smaller thing. Like this is different, and the fact that he's the captain and they are such a young team changes it a lot. And people will bring up, like the Oscar Allen thing, him meeting with Sam Mitchell. Again, a completely different situation.
Yeah.
It's almost the inverse, where I think Allen would have preferred to stay had West Coast been more willing. This is the opposite of that.
Lewis asks, what will the Hawks have to pay for Merritt? Do they have much bargaining power, the Hawks?
I think that's the biggest problem here. Because what can they actually give up?
Well, they've got Carlton's pick this year, which is currently pick 8.
Yeah.
It's not an amazing pick. Merritt is 30 years old. And then they have 2 future firsts that they could trade. So I think they have enough, to be honest. What it does do, though, there is an opportunity cost here. If they pay out the nose, does it make it harder to land someone in 12 months' time? And Zach Butters could be a free agent unless it's a match bid, which could easily be the case. Like Port Adelaide presumably will have more money to spend on Zach Butters than Hawthorn.
Zach Butters is out of contract next year.
Yes, but as a free agent, he'll be restricted free agent, which means that if Hawthorn offer an amount, Port Adelaide can match it and force a trade.
Gotcha.
That will,
with
whether it's in their best interest will depend, though, where Port Adelaide finish.
Yes, and that's the only thing with Hawthorn offering up. You would imagine as an opposition club, looking at Hawthorn's future picks, you'd expect them to be at least amongst the top 8 in the coming seasons.
Oh, 100%.
So you're not banking on that being a high pick.
Yeah.
Again, to throw West Coast into the mix here with pick 2, we talked about this being a thing that could get traded around. Does this become a 3-way trade? Pick 2 gets to Essendon in some way and West Coast trade down. I don't know exactly how that will work, but I think there is a scenario where Essendon could land the top 2 pick, which would make it a little bit tasty for him. I do agree that you'd want to keep Merritt, but if the situation becomes untenable, then maybe not.
If I was Essendon, and I think all Essendon fans would have this, would just freak him. Freak the dude. You're staying. Otherwise, they're in a hole.
But what does that do? Like, as far as that then being your...
Their culture's not great already anyway.
No, I know, but... No, like you're right. I also think like there's a piece in that too, and I'm probably backpedaling, but like Merritt is the captain of the club. So he's like in some part, a small part maybe, responsible for their culture as well. Like that does fall on him to some extent too. And I think that's what I was talking about previously. The other thing I wanted to mention here is from Hawthorn's perspective, like do you think there's any players in the trade that could get involved in this? Do you think they could offer up as opposed to picks?
You don't really see it in the AFL, do you?
Not much anymore.
Not a direct swap, but there could be picks and players. I know that they were sniffing around Henry Hustwaite. Obviously, like we're not talking a straight swap there, but that is a player on Hawthorn's list that immediately comes to mind. Do Gee, would they like Massimo D'Ambrosio? He seems like an Essendon
He's
player
a good
to me.
player.
Yeah. I mean, with Hawthorn in contention,
Cam McKenzie?
yeah, that's probably not a bad shout. Again, I don't think particularly valuable, but
He's already struggling at Hawthorn. Imagine he goes to Essendon and he would just become the most Essendon player ever, I reckon.
He
What does
does
that
look
mean?
very Essendon, doesn't he, Cam McKenzie?
Not like Cam McKenzie could be a great player, but if he just goes to Essendon, he would just go into obscurity.
Yeah.
So I don't think that
Wow.
hypothetical will happen.
What do you think of Essendon?
Shit. What do you think of shit? Essendon. Thank you. That's
I
right.
actually
Oh, boy.
thought they were, before this, I sort of thought they were on the right path. But I feel like this is massively concerning. And you look, if he does walk out the door, you've got Draper going, you've got Ridley going as well. Like, who actually is their leadership? Like, who would be in Essendon's leadership group?
Nick Martin.
Yes,
Yeah, still fairly young, but yes, probably.
he would be. I mean, Parrish would have to,
Langford,
it would be Langford,
Peter Wright.
Peter Wright.
Durham,
Durham.
a younger leader.
A
but-
younger leader. Same with Nick Martin. I'm just thinking about those guys that are like 27 to 32. There's none. Like, Shield has just been delisted.
Yeah. That's
Um,
crazy. I don't think Sam Draper's a loss, to be honest. Like
I don't think so either.
I heard a stat like he hasn't played over 15 games his entire career. He's I think it was Brad Scott saying like this is completely different. Like he has chronic hip and knee issues or something like that.
Yeah, he did say that on 360.
That's crazy.
It was
Like,
a bit of a pot shot.
yeah, 100%. It was like we're not talking about the same player. He's had ACL,
Yeah.
PCL.
No, I
chronic.
only threw his name into that mix just to
Yeah.
say that like there's a bit of an exodus
Yeah.
overall. I suppose that, like Draper would probably say that his injuries are in part to their high performance team. You also saw like, I don't know if you guys caught this, but Stringer and Nick Hind were like getting in the comment
And
section.
Pat Voss.
Oh, Pat Voss did
Pat
too.
Voss chimed in.
Did he really?
Yeah, I can't remember what he said. Oh, he did this emoji. The one where it's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. They'd be absolutely loving it, wouldn't they?
Well, I don't think Stringer really has anything like any horse in the race here because it's like you just weren't a good clubman and like the club let you go because you were not good to the culture. And then he's like, oh yeah, look, now even the captain's leaving Essendon. It was like, no, Essendon want to keep their captain. They didn't want to keep you, mate. But that's neither here nor there. Overall, what is the best course of action here for Essendon deal?
Oh, I mean, the best course of action is they keep Merritt, but I don't know how that looks now that all of this has happened.
I'm thinking though, Essendon's just embarked on this rebuild, or like sort of admitted that they are, and it's probably been going for a couple of years now. Tasmania are right around the corner. Zach Merritt's 30. He's not 26. He's 30. Is this not a good opportunity to potentially... And I'm not saying this is necessarily a great result for them, but now that it's happened, the silver lining is that they get potentially pick 8 or something better if they can get creative and a future first. And I think TL73 says Hustwaite as well. 8 a future first and Hustwaite. It's not a bad result for with the landscape about to become Tasmania-esque and Zach Merritt being on the wrong side of 30.
Husband could be in nothing though. Like,
Yeah,
it's-
ignore him, but 8 and a future first.
Oh, it's
You'd
not
want 3 first.
like
for Merritt,
the problem is like, what do they then
30?
like? How do
I
they
don't think
build
so.
this team? Like, what are they building it around? Because you can't just, as we know, as West Coast and North Melbourne fans, you can't just bring
Yeah.
in gun young players.
No. So much will come down to how they use their picks, but I think there's another way they can transplant in experienced players who actually want to be there. Similar to what West Coast has done now. Like we've just offloaded heaps of senior players and now transplanting or trying to transplant players back in. Whether or not that's going to work, I don't think Essendon is in as dire a list position as that, even without Merritt. They've still got some good young players in their prime, notably Durham and Martin come to mind, and Ridley will probably stay.
Is there any less of a destination club in the AFL than Essendon? I reckon they would rank 18th in destination
I think they
clubs.
actually did this. Like one of the media outlets did it, like Fox or something, and it was actually North. They were
Yeah.
they were last.
Yeah,
I'd almost
Essendon does have that
rather
over
be-
North, I think. With all due respect, I think it's still the case.
Well, it's hard to say as well because like
They're still one of the biggest clubs in the AFL.
Yeah,
That's true.
Their member base is huge,
Yeah.
and like their fans, as much as like they have all of this turmoil going on, their fans are like diehard. The
Yeah.
Bomber fans, like they stuck with them in the drug saga. They defended them. They always defend them.
TL says Durham, Redmond, Caldwell, McGrath, Martin, and Langford with the leadership group. That's a
stepped up.
pretty good group of players there. If we're not talking about trying to win a flag tomorrow, we're talking about trying to nurse this generation into the next. I don't think that's too bad. Like that shits all over what West Coast have for an example of a team you don't want to be.
Give me your A grade, like your sort of leadership group right now, just so I can compare.
West
it.
Coast?
Yeah,
Oh,
just
I fucking don't even know.
Baker. I mean,
don't
you're sort of
even know.
leaders. Like it doesn't have to be a leadership group. But
I don't know who's in the leadership group formally. I reckon Graham's in it.
Baker, Jinby.
Duggan's a captain. We'll ignore Allen. Jinby, I don't think is in the... Jinby and Hoffa,
No, it doesn't have to be the leadership group, though.
okay.
Like, who would...
Spiritual leaders?
Yeah. Like
Okay.
leaders at the club.
Graham and Baker. Duggan. Waterman. I'd pay you that. Hoff and Jinby probably of that young group.
Yep.
Cool. Then you got some veterans like Cripps and Cole who were like somewhat leaders.
Yeah, it's not worse than that, but
Yeah.
then that's not what you're aiming for.
In terms of just the age distribution of that and talent, I think that's actually enough for me to not think, oh God, they're screwed without Merritt.
Yeah.
Honestly.
The only guy there that actually is like a mature player is probably McGrath. He'd be the oldest, wouldn't he? 27, 28.
Ooh.
He stepped up this year as well.
He had a good season.
Langford's older.
Redmond.
Langford is older.
Langford's older.
Yeah, but none of them would be over 30.
No,
That
that's
would be-
right.
That is a young leadership
Exactly,
group.
yeah.
I just I feel it's difficult. And also none of those players I would put in like, we're going to do a list later of A grade players, but I wouldn't put any of those guys in an A grade tier as far as their on-field performance as well. Not that they have to be leaders, but I'm kind of just
I
putting
don't think that's a problem here. If Essendon is able to get access to the draft, now we know that Draper is likely to be banned too, or maybe 50-50, I think it's the call now. So this allows Essendon, hypothetically, I've been more positive than I planned to be for this video, but if they get pick 8, that gives them 3 picks in the top 10 again, which was already the case. Then we had it taken away, and then it's back.
It's interesting.
I don't mind it.
How do you, like throwing into this a little bit, we've got 6.5 minutes until the bounce. When Brad Scott came in, it was like his first draft was November 2022, or his first recruiting period, if you like. That year he recruited Will Setterfield and Sam Wiedemann, 24 years old and 25 years old. Then in 2023, in his second window, he went Dersma, Goldstein, Gresham, Mackay. And that was the same year that he delisted Pat Voss. So when he came into the club, this is a pretty big change now at 2025 of how much they're like turning that list over and going for youth. Like, do you think that comes into it, or is that fine? Do you just go, well, he's had to pivot?
So I'm not sure I understand the question.
I guess strategy-wise, because obviously when he's come in and he's made those trades, he's looking at a different list. He's looking at things differently. He's going, we can probably strike in 1 to 2 years.
Yeah.
Fast forward 2-3 years, 2022, he came in. They're totally going back to the draft.
Yeah, exactly.
And their experienced players are leaving.
I wonder how much of a factor all the injuries this year had on Merritt's decision as well, because I feel like Essendon probably expected to move forward a bit more this year than they did. And now, not having faith in your strength and conditioning department is a big factor in that as well. Like players just not being able to stay on the park. Like, how can you promise a future when you can't even keep your best players on the field?
They just don't seem to develop many players either, which is it's another curse of low performing teams, I know. But like all of these guys that came in here, I don't know if any of those guys are better. Maybe Dersma. You could make an argument he's better
I
than
thought he
him.
was pretty...
He was decent at Port, though.
He was good at Port,
I think he was more iconic at Port. I think he's a decent player still. I don't know if he's gotten... I don't think he's gotten worse, that's for sure.
I think Ben Mackay is somehow worse than he was at North Melbourne.
Yeah.
I feel he had a bigger standing in the game. And then you look at their like young players. It feels like everyone they draft in the top 10, top 15 just doesn't improve like at the same rate as the others, like Sardis and Hobbs.
Perkins, Cox, and Reed. I'll put Reed aside. I think he's gone all right, to be honest. But you're right. That is that's a damning list of first round picks, albeit Kako and Caddy more recently. Yeah, and those look a little bit better.
They look great. So then you go, okay, is Rosa just a better recruiter because he's come in and got? Although I think maybe Caddy was still Dodoro, right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I mean Rosa. Would he be the one pulling the trigger on the actual selections? Like, who's doing their recruiting and their scouting is probably also part of it.
Totally.
Which we can't answer.
Totally.
Have your say in the comments. What would you do if you were Matt Rosa and Brad Scott and Essendon?
Leo says Dersma has gotten better at the Bombers. I do agree.
Yeah,
I think he's a more
so
consistent player.
Yeah.
But also he's like just got a little bit older, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. It's a hard one to really claim. Look, Nick Martin is probably their biggest success story from a recruiting point of view. SSP player.
Yeah.
Like if you... I wouldn't just say that's pure luck.
But I wouldn't say it's pure luck, but I feel like there are certain characters that regardless of where they go, they're kind of anomalies. It's like Harry Sheasel at North Melbourne.
Yeah.
He could have gone anywhere and succeeded. I feel like Nick Martin perhaps is in a similar boat.
Zach Merritt is probably another one of those players.
Zach Merritt definitely is one of those players, for sure. T173 says, development is part of the issue. A better transition coach would help a lot. Recruitment was a bigger issue than development. Dodoro drafted nothing but 184 centimetre mids. Yeah, I've sort of spoken about this before with Dodoro's recruiting. Like, I feel like he was kind of very boom and bust. Like, he'd either get these like that guy's saying, like 180 centimetre mids that were like good footballers, but then you went like, does he really have that like X factor at the top level? Or he'd get these like Nick Cox, super athletic types that didn't really have the footy smarts or the physicality to play. It was kind of like one or the other.
Of the spectrum.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like they just couldn't sort of strike a balance.
Bro, look at the height difference between Cho and Nick Watson. That's crazy. Sorry to cut you off there, Dylan.
No, I was done anyway. We've got 2 minutes until the bounce.
Riley Thilthorpe, grab this game by the scruff of the neck tonight and say, I am one of the best forwards in the competition, please. He had some good moments last week, but levels to go, the boy.
I'm really excited about this game. Can I just say one more thing about Essendon?
Yeah, can.
If you take away the players, like you remove the delistings from their current list, you also remove Ridley, Merritt and Draper. I'm not suggesting they're definitely all going to go. They recruited over 30% of their list, if you remove those players, in 2024, 2025. Like the national draft and the mid-season draft. Over 30% of their list came from that draft.
That's crazy.
It's absolutely mad. Oscar Smart, Reece Unwin, Archie Wicks, Isaac Kako, Archer May, Cale Guerin or Gerine, Liam McMahon, Tom Edwards, Angus Clark, Jackson Pryor, Jaden Ewan, Zach Johnson, Lachlan Blackiston.
Wow. You know, there's a couple of other success stories in there. I mean, I haven't seen much of Reece Unwin, but I saw him kick a sick goal. There's something there. There's Zach Johnson.
Saw him kick a sick goal that was touched on the line.
Oh, yes, it was.
But it was a sick goal.
That was unreal. So, but Angus Clark as well.
Yes.
So, I mean, credits where it's due. Let's be fair. Like, it does seem to have improved over the last couple of seasons. Now, what that's down to, it's hard for me to say on the outside.
I'm going to quickly, before this game starts.
Roberts as well, 2023.
Roberts is looking really good. I really like Newen and Johnson too.
Are they going to be full-time AFL players until they retire?
Newen improved or?
Good one, Jesse.
Thanks, man.
Great.
That was worth saying out loud. I thought so. Yeah.
Who's going to be a career AFL player out of these guys? Oscar Smart.
I don't even know these dudes.
I reckon he's going to get cut this year.
Yeah, I would have thought so.
Reece Unwin. I'm a yes.
I've seen so little, but I've liked what I've seen.
Yeah. I reckon he's going to be a gun high half forward.
He did like that goal just showed like agility and creativeness and dare. You know, it was like one of his first touches, wasn't it? Was it his first game?
It was super early.
Yeah.
It might not have been his first game, but it was like it was early. Like you're doing that at this point.
Yeah,
brilliant.
His skills will make you cry.
Kako.
Yeah, Kako looks great.
Yeah,
agree. Academy pick though, to be fair.
Archer May.
I can picture more of Liam McMahon in my head.
Okay.
To be honest, than Archer May.
Gerine.
I really more followed him. Did he debut? He did. Or didn't?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
I think he's like the only one.
He looked okay in his draft year because I followed him a bit. I thought we might look at him. Yeah. Tom Edwards did some good things before the ACL.
He's a weird one, Tom Edwards, because he kicked a lot of goals, played really well, but like doesn't really look like an AFL player.
No, well, I mean, wasn't he like an English teacher or something like that? And
looked it.
Yeah.
All right.
Burn English teachers.
We'll get back onto this game.
Get your predictions in the chat, boys and girls.
I'm going Hawks. I'm taking the Hawks.
Yeah, I reckon the Hawks. Their midfield sort of just cancel each other out, don't they?
They do. I mean, I would say the best player out of both of the two teams is Jordan Dawson.
I was going to say that.
When was the last time 8th knocked out first in straight sets? We know straight sets hasn't happened since 1983. But when was the last time 8th did it? I reckon probably never, because the finals wouldn't have been a top 8 back then. So if this happens, it'd be the first time in history.
Well, so in the 90s, 8th couldn't knock out first.
Right, okay.
So if 8th beat first, basically what used to happen... or 7th beat second, one of the 5th or 6th teams that lost to 3rd and 4th would go.
Yeah.
So someone had to go, and it was like the next worst qualifier.
Okay. Gotcha.
Here we go.
Here we go. Finals action, baby.
Footy.
We are the sons of the Gold Coast sky.
Oh, come on, man.
Meek and Rob in the ruck. Barry. Warple gets it. Free kick.
Umpires in the spotlight tonight as well after some questionable calls last week. Rayner in particular.
I thought you were painting a Freo lens around that. I thought you were going to talk about the
throw. Did you see that?
I did see the throw.
That was crazy.
Yeah. Oh, Gunston.
Against his former club.
Oh!
His old home. Actually, no. His home ground. When did Adelaide Oval become their home
I
ground?
reckon Gunston played at Adelaide Oval as a Crow.
I don't know. Because it was Amy Stadium.
No, it would have been Amy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Out at Westlake, sorry.
Yeah.
Those
There's a
Hawks
fun
fans
fact you didn't
are
think
on
you
their
needed.
feet. Real watch tonight on where is roaming has in that crowd.
What was that free kick
That's
for? Did
exactly
anyone
what I
catch
was
that?
thinking. I didn't even notice it was a free kick. Just saw
Have
Gunston.
you met roaming has?
I have.
I've not.
He's the goat.
I just want to say there that the person who crumbed that ball after it come off the pack was Lloyd Meek. Who gave it? What's this? What's this?
A big
Goes
part
in.
of his game.
Bang!
That was his own knockdown
Yeah.
as well. Big Lloyd.
Getting involved. He's got to do that against Rob because Rob can't do that.
Yeah, Lloyd's just got to move about the ground tonight. He looks like a genuine. Maybe you can attest to this, Jesse. Bit of Dean Cox about him. How he gets about.
How's Hawthorn with their recruitment just plucking Lloyd Meek from an amateur football team and bringing him to the AFL? I really thought you were going to take the bait there.
I am trying.
No,
not
he came
to
from
still.
Freo.
Bang!
Wow.
We need some volume on this.
Fast
Hawthorn
start.
are partying.
I think it's a bit early.
No, this could.
This is concerning, Jesse.
Yeah,
Wow.
I reckon
So
Adelaide
good.
had to start this game well.
Yeah, 100%.
We'll see. We'll see.
We will.
I don't know if it's party time. Wow, Watson 34 goals is more than I realised this season.
Wiz got the Riz.
It's only been 37 seconds.
I feel like the Hawks have a lot less to lose. Weirdly, I know it's like an elimination final. Like they
Yeah.
have the same amount to
Just
lose.
less pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot less pressure. And Hawthorn have just walked it out of that midfield twice.
It does help that they've done this dance before 12 months ago. La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
I do think a little bit though, Hawthorn, kind of after making the finals last year and that disappointing loss to Port Adelaide, they kind of do I feel like they do need a bit of a run in finals.
Yes. How would you describe the Hawks' style of play? I've missed a lot of Hawthorn football in the back end of this year. So what would you say, Dylan?
I reckon they play
Oh my God, they're
AFL
getting another
football.
clearance.
Bit of a throw, I would have thought.
Yeah, Warple and Newcomb. I feel like they play. Oh, Joel. They play a little bit like prime Barcelona, like Iniesta, Messi.
Move the ball nicely by foot.
Yeah, speed off halfback is
Oh,
been a feature.
Wiz. Oh, Worrell.
They just need to settle.
Not a particularly stoppage-heavy game, although I feel like in this final series, Newcomb and Warple so far have been really good, getting hands on the ball. Meek's a decent ruckman without being great, but they're definitely not built around as a stoppage team.
I reckon Meek's a
Definitely
top
not.
10 ruck in the comp. And I know
Yeah,
there's
It's only
18 of them.
Yeah, he
It's
def-
bottom half still.
But where? Oh, Gunston, smart.
Gunston.
How is that not 15? You're on some questionable.
Could be his final game for
Substances.
Hawthorn.
Where would Lloyd Meek rank in rucks? If we count them, so Gorn,
I think
Grundy, Jackson,
Sherry.
Cherry. Not in no particular order
Yeah.
here. Darcy Cameron.
Matthew Flynn.
He'd be next. After
Sick.
those. Do we say Grundy?
yeah.
Yeah, he'd be
So borderline top 5.
Yeah, I think
TDK?
Oh, TDK.
He's more
Well,
consistent than TDK.
he's playing. Yeah, TDK is a better prospect.
Yeah.
They might have got a free kick
I think
here.
TDK is
Oh,
just
well.
a better player. I think last year
He
he
had
showed.
he actually had a pretty average year though. TDK.
This year he did, and you
Yeah.
could tell as soon as he got offered that contract from St Kilda that his head went west
I also feel so.
or south.
Do we need to have a different conversation with Luke Jackson? Not that Luke Jackson is a better footballer than Lloyd Meek.
Aim on!
Oh,
Wow.
wow. 3 goals before Adelaide's had the chance to pull up their trousers.
They are.
That was a
shell shock.
long-range missile from
That was
Carl Amon.
amazing.
My least favourite person that I met that night at the Electric, I'll have you know. But great left foot.
Definitely.
Over to you, Dylan.
Definitely did play at Adelaide Oval, this player.
Cheers, Jeff.
He knows where the
Subscribe to
goals
True
are there. Worrell's had a mare there. I like that being paid.
Yeah, 100%.
Pressure. Woody says, bruh, what the fuck is happening?
Oh, it's only 3 goals. It's only 3 goals.
It's
Remember
over.
This
earlier in the year?
momentum, though.
Remember earlier in the year, Port got 12 goals in front before Hawthorn scored? That's crazy in hindsight.
Wait, say that again?
Port Adelaide were beating Hawthorn like 77-0.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but they
won.
they won though.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
that wasn't my point.
yeah,
I would
okay.
just mean that's a crazy result when you consider where Port finished and where Hawthorn are right now.
Yeah, I thought you were kind of saying like, and they came back and won.
No.
But like in games like this, like stop this momentum. They have not had the ball in their front half.
Not at all.
Like that's the first time they've halved a stoppage so far.
In an area of the ground, well, like I would have still thought coming into the game, Adelaide would have thought that they could get Hawthorn at stoppage.
Oh, Dawson just
Yeah.
slaps it forward. Laird dives on it. Bit of desperation here from the Crows.
Hawthorn probably are a better chance to upset Geelong in a prelim than Adelaide are.
Oh, for
with all due
sure.
respect to Adelaide.
It's crazy how much one week in football changes things. Like I had Adelaide going to the grand final, and now I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't even have them making a prelim. Hardwick out wide, Impey towards half forward.
I genuinely think we could get a double upset this week. We could get a Hawthorn Goldie.
I was saying to Jesse on the drive here, pound for pound, Gold Coast across the field are probably equal to Brisbane.
Yeah. Yeah, as far as talent, like just pure talent. And I think now that they've actually won a final, they've qualified for final, they've kind of ticked those boxes. They're probably playing with a freedom now.
Their midfield scares me.
It's better than Brisbane's, the midfield.
Oh,
No,
that's a hot take.
That's not controversial.
Yeah.
That is controversial.
That's a calm take. Miller,
Calm.
Rowell.
Miller doesn't play on ball that much. He plays more high half forward now, I reckon.
He does a bit, but like, who do you think is the most regular third mid then?
Would it be like Flanders or
No,
I
Flanders plays
reckon
half
Miller's.
forward.
Davies?
Davies was in there a lot in the
maybe.
previous game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was Miller playing much centre bounce against Freo? I didn't really.
It was
can't
actually more
remember.
Davies in that game.
Yeah, it
But I
was.
think for the season, I reckon Miller would be their third.
Davies doesn't probably have that versatility.
No,
like,
he
he
is-
would just come in
exactly.
as a
He's
midfielder.
in an underdog.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there you go.
Oh.
There's Raul Anderson, who's their third. I wouldn't.
Well,
All right, we'll say Miller
if you say Miller, that's
versus Neil Dunkley.
well, Neil's not playing.
Ashcroft. He's back.
What?
No, he's not.
Oh wait, no, he's not. He's
not.
out.
Yeah.
He's done a calf, hasn't he?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
he's out for the year.
thought he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Don't mind me, boys. Can
No,
you
no,
just
that's-
delete that, producer Vicar?
Also, Neil's like 32 and didn't play as well this year as his
Okay.
usual standard.
So you're
Is he the
looking-
same player anymore? I'm not sure yet.
I mean, you can get a little bit creative here and put in like players like Rayner and Bailey, but probably what it'll be will be Dunkley, Ashcroft, and McCluggage. Again, like I think they're good players, but they don't have as much athleticism as Rowell and Anderson.
So
That's where they're going to struggle.
for the record, before Davies, well, that number's weird. Why is that number so high? I'm just looking at the CBAs. The numbers there are
What's
insanely
Davies only
high.
played 5 games? hasn't he?
Yeah, so
6
that's just
games?
a percentage. He's
Yeah.
ranked 4th.
Yeah, so it's- so it's
when
Miller.
Davies is in the side, it's been Davies, but Miller otherwise.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. And then Humphrey.
And Humphrey and even Will.
Oh, don't say that
Green.
guy's name. Scary. Scary, man.
Yeah, him and Oscar Baker.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want to walk down a dark alley with those
Bailey
guys.
Humphrey is scary.
Yeah.
I'll give you
yeah,
that one.
he
Remember
is.
when I said Zach Bailey was scary? I think Bailey Humphrey's going to give me nightmares for the rest of my life.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mini
You're
Dusty.
very...
Not even
Timid
a mini
man.
Dusty, just a
Just
Dusty.
a Dusty. Yeah, exactly.
Dusty to the throne. Heir to the Dusty.
So when Neil is not in the side, Ashcroft, McCluggage and Dunkley and Ashcroft, the 3.
But yeah, they can roll Bailey or Rayner.
Yeah, Bailey doesn't... Oh, Bailey has been getting more time in the last month by the looks of this.
Humphrey.
And Rayner a little bit. Nah, Zach Bailey.
Zach Bailey.
Oh,
There's quite a
okay.
few Humphreys in the league. Oh, Bailey's in the league, isn't there? That's
Far
not the
out.
first time we got
It's like the
confused
most
with
popular
Bailey.
footy name.
Yeah, true.
What is Bailey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 2 Bailey Williamses in the league.
Yeah, it's just
Bailey
a real.
Dale.
It's a
Yeah.
bit of a like in America, it's like Chad.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a Chad.
Chad.
Yeah.
Bailey.
yeah. Baz. Bailey McCabe.
Yeah.
Like the stream, guys. Put a
Yeah.
like on the stream.
And
Subscribe.
subscribe
hop
to
in the
True Footy.
chat.
What's your preferred grand final matchup? And what's your least preferred grand final matchup?
It's got to have Gold Coast in it.
Least.
No, I reckon most.
Yeah,
That's
I think
fun.
that'd be cool. Them losing a grand final would be great.
I would say the most fun grand final right now would be Hawthorn and Gold Coast. It's not going to happen, but that's fun.
Yeah, that is the funnest. Yes.
Would that be 7th versus 8th?
Yes. Yeah, well,
That'd be so sick.
yeah, that'd be stupid.
Yeah, like getting past Geelong.
Yeah.
That'd be the sort of toxic thing I'd love.
Yeah.
Like watching a friend sad.
I think the most boring for me would be, like it probably would be a cool grand final, but I think Collingwood Geelong would be the most vanilla.
Yeah, anything Geelong.
I mean, Collingwood, Brisbane, Geelong are the last 3 premiers. So any combination of those teams is going to be boring.
None of that. Geelong and Brisbane would be good, I reckon.
Yeah, they just play good games, don't they?
Yeah.
Collingwood and Geelong could be a real thriller, though.
I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because I'm a Freo man and I've always liked Lockie Neal, but without him in that Brisbane side, I don't really care about him as much. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Over to you, Dylan.
I'm just a bit, I mean...
Adelaide, Collingwood, or Adelaide, Gold Coast. That'd probably be my preferred.
Adelaide, Gold Coast. Okay.
Because I'm happy either way. I've never seen either of these teams win a premiership in my football supporting life.
I'm getting to the point now with Brisbane that I'm a bit bored of them.
Yeah.
And I've loved their come up, but now I'm just a bit like Neil wants to, or doesn't want to, but Neil's being like targeted by West Coast and it's...
Do you know why I'm getting a little bit sick of Brisbane? I thought this year, like I tipped them to finish top of the ladder. And I was like, this is the season where they need to be like a great side.
Yeah.
And they've actually kind of pissed me off that they haven't been, that they've been inconsistent. And I'm
They
like,
finished higher on the ladder,
That's true.
but haven't played as menacing football.
No,
Yeah.
but that like last year was their year where they
Phil Thorpe.
Great mark. Bit of separation on Barras there. Last year was their sort of plucky year and they finally broke that barrier of actually winning the premiership. And then I feel like they had to this year, they had to be a little bit more trustworthy and consolidate. And I know that they have had injuries and stuff, but they should have enough talent to win a lot of the games that they didn't win. Like that loss to Sydney on the run home was dodgy.
Yeah.
I don't know. They just like, I think I would have backed them a bit more if they had been a bit more consistent this season.
Have they got worse every year since they lost to Collingwood?
No, because when they won the flag, that was the best version of them.
I thought they were better the year. I thought they played better football.
Oh.
I thought that when they won the flag was the best version of them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I think they were electric
They
at times
almost
in 24.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought they almost got like done by GWS. Like, to be fair,
Beating
they
Geelong at the
dominated.
MCG in the way they did was insane.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. That Collingwood Brisbane grand final was the best grand final I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was great. Are you mostly judging it on that? The fact that
maybe
that
it
was just such
like
a
the
good game.
satisfying Maybe they were the most satisfying in 2023.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to think of Brisbane's run that year though to the grand final.
23?
Yeah. Who'd they have?
I feel like they beat Collingwood a couple of times before that. Oh, in the finals?
Yeah.
Collingwood beat GWS in the prelim.
Yeah, and Brisbane beat Carlton. And Brisbane must have won week
of
1
course.
against...
GWS?
No, I don't think so. Who finished in the top 4?
Oh, Collingwood beat GWS in the prelim, didn't they?
Yeah,
By
yeah.
a point. Oh, you already said that.
Yeah.
So who did GWS beat to get into that position? Testing. I was living in England.
Completely
this year.
can't remember.
Yeah.
I remember it well. I was well and truly up in its guts, but I couldn't think of it. I couldn't think of the word. GWS beat in the semi-final. Port. They slaughtered Port Adelaide.
At Adelaide.
Yeah,
right?
they
That's
beat them by
right.
like 71 points or something. Was that...
Oh,
Was that
Hardwick
week 2?
from downtown.
Hardwick and
He's
boy
not
is
kicked-
he.
Oh!
Poster. Roe Wright just said, let's not forget what happened the last time Crom played Hawthorn. What does he mean by
Did Hawthorn get an early lead? No, Adelaide got an early lead and Hawthorn kicked it back. Well, no, it was the other way around. Adelaide beat them, and Hawthorn were at 1 point way in front.
Jesse, let's just use the internet. Like
No.
adults.
Let's go analog, baby. I reckon Hawthorn got away in front and Adelaide won.
I'm going to use the score worm.
Yeah, what's the quarter time score? 5-3 to 1-1.
Yes.
Great call, Rogie. Great call.
Rogi's always there for us with stuff like
Yeah,
that.
he's good. The chat in general is very helpful.
Yeah,
We come up with some half-baked ideas. They really ram it home for us.
That's actually incredible. So in the second quarter of that game, the Crows kicked 6 goals, 6 to hit the lead.
And then Hawthorn, I think, got the lead back in the third.
Yep.
It was a good game.
Connor McDonald.
That's right. That was one of those like inexplicable, like all the scoring was happening at one end, but kind of for no reason.
Yeah, that's right. Like 85% of the goals or something like that.
Yeah. But there wasn't like a wind or...
No.
He's Lewis.
Lewis just burned Connor McDonald.
No.
Just absolutely burned him. And he's been everywhere early, Connor McDonald. That's a bit of a selfish football play there. That's, I want to kick the ball.
Yep.
Should have given that overlap. Honoured it.
They're on here too, the Crows. Do you reckon that's a big loss for the Hawks? We didn't talk about it much off the top.
Oh, Dawson. Did the hard
stood
part.
his ground against Barras.
Yeah.
Gets his own ground ball.
I'll tell you what.
No way.
No. That would have been a sick finals goal.
How big of a... I was just going to say, how big is the... Oh, gee, that's bad.
Yeah, that looked like a player like not quite at finals pace.
Yep. Is he a big... Like, the downgrade, I suppose, from Cal Shadir? Is that going to be a factor here?
I don't think it's much of a downgrade because I feel like both of their best has probably been equal.
They're different though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Was Cowshed just more of a...
More run and jump at the ball.
Yeah.
A bit more athletic, where Lewis is a bit more like...
Brutish.
Brutish, yeah, exactly.
High?
Oh, what happened there? No.
Finals atmosphere, players not knowing when the whistle's blown.
What's the best grand final you've ever watched, John?
I reckon that Brisbane Collingwood one would be up there, but
Really?
I think the most memorable for me was probably that draw.
Interesting.
St Kilda versus Collingwood. I thought that was an incredible grand final. Like the Goddard mark.
Yeah.
Lenny Hayes kicking that goal from outside 50 when like you didn't really think he had that in his legs.
No.
And I just, I guess I say for whatever reason. The reason is because it was a draw, so that is particularly memorable. But I just thought the game was great as well. It was like underdog up against a bit of a powerhouse in Collingwood at the time.
True. The only reason that doesn't come to mind for me is because I feel like an important element of grand finals being elite, if you want to call it that, is a moment that wins the game. And that game didn't have one. It had moments.
Like that Goddard
Inherently
was the
couldn't.
biggest.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But so that's for me. Like I think I'm biased. I think 2006 is the greatest grand final ever. But
That does sound biased.
it
when you
is
say
biased.
like that.
But I can't like separate and go, okay, putting aside bias here. No, my
Yep.
answer is the same either way.
I was going to say as my next, I was going to say the 05, 06 as a neutral. I thought they were right up there. And you know what's funny about this conversation? I'd say all three of those grand finals were sort of dictated by defensive coaches. That
Yeah.
kept the scoring low, which kept the
Yeah.
game good.
So 05 though, I actually think was a bit of a stinker, but it has a memory.
You would say this.
No,
though, like
I don't
this-
think so. I think it's fair. To highlight my point, there were 10 more goals in the 06 grand final than there were in 5.
Right.
Keys, bang.
But 05, it was still good, but it wasn't high quality. It was close.
Yeah.
What was the moment in 06?
It probably didn't have like a Leo Barry moment, that's for sure. But it was, I mean, the winning goal was Chick smothering handball to Hunter, kicks the goal. But that wasn't the last goal of the game. Malcheski kicked the last goal of the game.
How much did you win that one by?
1 point. So
point.
what I think also elevates that game is the rivalry.
Yeah.
Obviously reversing the previous result, but also the qualifying final was the same score in reverse. And the qualifying final in 05 was 4 points, the opposite team winning.
That was a great
So,
rivalry.
yeah,
a couple
I
of years.
think for me, I think the argument for that being up there is rock solid. But another one that to throw a non-Eagles one, I really like 2012. Wow, Hawthorn lost to Sydney and Malcheski.
that was a great grand final.
Malcheski kicked the exact, almost identical goal actually to the last one in
Yeah.
06.
Yeah, that was
I
incredible.
played footy on the front lawn that whole grand final. I was like 11. And me and my mate just went and had
I
a
used to
kick.
do that when I was a little kid.
I did that in 04 when Port beat Brisbane.
Oh, yeah.
I kept just running back to check the score.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I used to do
yeah.
that too. Just kicking the ball around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have any grand final memories prior to... Well, 2011, I remember watching Collingwood and Geelong.
Well,
2000.
you were watching 2018 highlights before we came here.
Yeah, I was cooking dinner and Jesse just chucks on West Coast versus Collingwood 2018 highlights.
No way.
Let me cling to
That was a
it.
good game.
Oh,
That was a
yeah.
good game as well.
It was our last
I think
highlight.
honourable mention to the Dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That
was-
was
that
probably
was-
my favourite.
I don't know
actually.
if as for a
Other than
grand
the
final,
Collingwood
but like
one.
the narrative and the excitement of
Yeah.
that game.
That was
and,
fun.
And it had moments as well, like Boyd.
Whack. We'll be live streaming the grand final this year.
We
We
will.
will.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Liam Picken in that game.
I'll be here,
Liam
regardless of whether I'm invited. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jesse's favourite commentary moment of all time. Liam Picken. Liam Picken.
Yeah.
Oh, Liam Picken.
Oh, that's got to be high.
I said this to Drew. We had this conversation like in 2020 on a night out, I reckon. And I was saying like how Bruce sometimes like doesn't actually commentate well, but his energy's good.
Yeah.
And if you go back to one of Liam Picken's goals in 2016, like it's like in the last quarter or something like that, and he kicks a goal and Bruce is just like, Liam Picken. Oh, Liam Picken. It's like, really? That's all that came to mind?
Boyd's kicked a goal from inside the centre square.
Also,
just sneakily here, I'll just add in this that the Crows are really getting back into this game.
And Sicily's losing his head. He just shoved Lloyd Meek away. Kick it, Peatling.
He's got it. He has got it.
up.
We have a game at Adelaide
look
Oval.
who shot their load early. 37
James
seconds in, and you were
Peatling.
like, Adelaide are done. But
I told
Adelaide
you
are
that
done.
in confidence.
Never said that.
Oh, look who shot their load early. Just on commentary pieces. Best and worst. I cringe. Like
go to
I
the
think the
bathroom.
commentary of like big moments is really important. Right?
Sorry, can I just add before we move on from that goal that James Peatling is a little eel. He's a little slippery, shoey-esque eel. He just
Well, I'm starting to like him already. Tell me more.
get out of it.
Commentary in big moments is important. Like when West Coast won, Bruce McAvaney again is commentating, and he's like, "They got a brand new stadium, a big one, and they're gonna put a big flag up there." What is that? What is that?
Bruce is in his own world, isn't
Oh
he?
yeah, but I love Comedy in 2012 when Malcheski kicked that goal. He kicks the sealer to make it 10 points, and there's 10 seconds to go. And he goes, Malcheski, Sydney are premiers. Like, that was a cool moment of
Yeah.
commentary. I think those things are important.
Did Committee ever miss?
Probably not. He was probably
He was
one of the
the
goats. Yeah. He's one of the goats.
Hated the commentary for 2023, an amazing side bottom goal late, and all JB could manage was
Yeah, right. See, that stays with fans when it's your team, because I don't even remember that. But I remember, like, those moments in 18. It'll never piss me off more than the only grand final ever when the siren goes and the camera goes to the losing coach was 2018. It went to Buckley.
Really?
Yeah, it always goes to the winning coach, and it went to Buckley. These little things stay with you because they're important.
Yeah, especially as like a smaller club. My favourite commentary moment, not from a grand final, was Kelly Underwood commentating on
Who's a smaller club?
Freo.
Nah.
Interstate clubs.
Yeah.
Wrong word.
Nah, fair
Wrong
enough.
words, bro. You trying to say Freo are a small club?
They're
What are you trying to say?
mid-sized. 12th biggest?
Highest attendance per as a percentage of the fans this year, Freo.
Yeah, but that's because your stadium can fit all of your members. So, like, every other fans... Well, West Coast is capped at 60%.
I would like to see. I'm going to get back to that Kelly Underwood commentary bit, but I would like to see what 102,000 members. They're obviously not full paying members. Like that could be like a $5 membership sticker pack.
Yeah.
And I'm like Simon Garlick spoke about it last year. He's like, there's clubs out there that inflate their membership numbers, and we're not one of them. So
Yeah.
I'll take 62,000. Anyway, my favourite commentary moment was when we played Adelaide at the Adelaide Oval, and Frederick kicked a goal, and she goes, "Frederick's kicked it," and then it stops.
Really?
Yeah, and then goes, "The left foot arrow is straight." That's a bar. Kelly Underwood is my favourite commentator in the current day.
I feel bad for her. I don't.
She's great.
I don't join in the pylon.
No, I'm not joining in the pylon.
No,
I think she's really good.
I know. I was half agreeing with you because I can't tell if you're being serious, but I will say generally I don't join in on the anti-Kelly stuff.
Yeah. Nah, she's a nice girl.
Weird. Famous commentary moments.
Famous
is that
commentary
something that sticks
moments.
with your mind? Like I called out while you're in the bathroom, I said, like, when West Coast won the flag, McAvaney was like, they got a brand new stadium, a big one, and they're going to put a big flag up there.
Road
I thought
rider.
that was the stupidest thing ever.
It's actually so funny when you actually break down Bruce McAvaney's
Yeah.
comment. He just sort of says things in that gravelly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
Anything stand out for you?
not off the top of my head.
Road
to be
Rider
honest.
said, "The stadium holds its breath." And the western suburbs are up.
Oh, great call. And the western suburbs are up. That is a great line.
What was that one?
When the Bulldogs won.
2016.
I'm not sure which goal it was. Sorry, what did he say?
Yeah,
It was one of the last quarter goals. That's a great call.
That's beautiful.
Oh, Stadium holds its breath. Another one, this is so dumb, but I'm only saying it because I've never forgotten it. When Nick Nat kicked the goal after Siren to beat North. And he goes, Natanui. And then he just goes, Eagles win. And I don't know, there was something so amazing about the way he said it. It stayed with me
if
for
there's
12
like
years.
the right amount of like pause and then intonation, it just hits when like the crowd goes up. Like that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're
I
not
loved
able
it.
to tell the story of the game. You're not there to just get excited when something happens. Like, is it Martin Tyler, the
Premier League one?
commentator?
Yeah.
Like, when he commentated, there was a game in I think it was the 2018 World Cup. And it was when, I think it was like Portugal versus Spain, and Spain won like 4-3, and Ronaldo hit that. Oh, it might have been Portugal.
That free kick.
Yeah.
That sick free kick. It was in the group stage, yeah.
Yeah, early on in the World Cup.
Yeah, I remember
and he
that.
like just built it up throughout the whole lead up to the free kick, and then he scored, and it was just like actual art.
Soccer commentary is like amazing.
Yeah.
Just because the goals are so big.
And there's only two of them as well. Like, so it almost like the chemistry works better. Like, do you reckon Hutto, Waitley, Lyon, and Dunstall are all just like on the same wavelength and just bros? I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, they don't
football's
really
on.
have like like a special comments, do they? As such.
Yeah, I don't know how it
Yeah, I'm trying to
how
work.
they divvy it up. It's almost like they've got two play-by-play. They've got Waitley and Hutto, and then Dunstall and Gaz for special comments, I suppose.
Yeah.
Do you need 4 commentators?
It's a lot.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah. You can
Struggle enough with you two dickheads. Hey,
get in each other's way.
hey, we have fun here. Hey.
I'm getting a bit worried about Hawthorn Drews.
I actually haven't watched much of this game. It happens on the live stream. You get lost talking about Kelly Underwood commentary.
Yeah, Rogue's just thrown in the came up behind him like a librarian. I feel like I've heard that
classic.
one.
Yeah, it's
I've heard it too much because it's so cliche.
That was out of bounds.
Unpopular
That was out of
opinion here. Like
bounds.
I'm not a, like everybody got really, really excited. Oh my God, he's got Weddle.
Was it
Who's
Connor
that?
McDonald? He's been burned a couple times. Gunston.
Yeah, it was McDonald.
No, I was going to slide.
Yeah, unpopular opinion. I'm not like a massive fan of Matt Hill.
Yeah, neither.
He was so hyped.
Yeah, I'm not massive on him at all.
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't say that, like, he's neutral for me. I wouldn't say he's a bad commentator. But
No.
everyone, like, is like, oh, he's whatever.
Yeah, hasn't really like
No one's done it since Dennis. No one has done it as good.
Dennis Cometti.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great. I feel like Anthony Hudson's decent.
I don't mind Hutto. He uses the same phrasing a lot, though. Like,
Yeah.
he got down, he got up again. He always says that, and then
Yeah,
someone kicked
okay.
the goal, and it's like, now I always... Yeah. Well, like, fair play. It's probably the craft, but that's footy
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, I feel like he's decent. I'm trying to think of other ones now off the top of my head.
Newcomb is having a busy quarter. He's just got 2 possessions from that stoppage. Inside 50 kick. Chol rises.
Free kick. That has to be a free.
Sam Butler playing finals footy. Come a long way from the leg break, Sammy Butler. Get back, play AFL.
Bowls a bit
Yeah.
of off
Playing
spin
finals.
these days. That's a cricket joke.
Who has
These
got the
guys get
most
it.
disposals? so
I've
far?
been engrossed in the commentators chat. I've been thinking of other things to say.
Watson, drop punt.
Oh,
no way.
No way!
Please think of our producer's ears. She's
Oh,
wearing
Sorry,
headphones.
Nick.
That
What
was
a moment, though.
that was that's his second too.
That was as soon as he kicked it, you could tell that was a goal.
Absolute bunning snag.
Wow. Normally I have to pay $3.50 for those.
I thought you got him for free.
I don't know.
That's worth
Clip that.
more than 6. I know this sounds crazy, but that is worth more than 6 points. That goal.
It's exactly 6.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Like so opportunistic. Like,
The momentum of it, I think.
can you imagine the
momentum of it.
XG on that thing?
Yeah.
Dude.
I don't know what that is. I'm just playing it cool.
Well, you know what it actually is? Expected goal. Like,
Is that...
Yeah.
Is that...
Expected goals.
that a
it's a
thing?
soccer thing.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's come from soccer, but
Okay,
they
yeah.
use it in AFL now.
Yeah.
Basically,
I've never heard it
That
called
would be like a
XG.
0.08.
It'd be real low XG.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure. Yeah.
So, like, from where Michael Frederick was when he missed that in the first quarter, that would be like 0.98 XG.
That's low
Yeah.
XG, but Nick Watson is a current G.
Yes.
That's good.
Thanks, man.
Newcomb's getting busy.
Newcomb
yeah.
is the top disposal getter. You're right, Druzy. Well done. That's his 12th touch.
Sean Cox, speaking of elite commentary, just a high-pitched squeal. That's Druzy's brother. For anyone
Oh,
unaware.
bang, Joel.
Joel.
Yeah, really had a we had a moment there, didn't I?
You should commentate grand finals.
Man.
I was thinking in the bathroom that...
What's with you and these like shower and bathroom thoughts?
well, actually, having shower thoughts is a real thing because the hot water like clears the air and you actually get more oxygen. You have better ideas in the shower. That's a real thing.
Do you think as well you can, like, with the water hitting, like, obviously hitting your back and your head,
And
you sort of get,
cascading down the
yeah, you
cheeks.
sort of get a bit of clarity. It's almost like a bit of meditation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, you guys.
Another
Leave
great
that
commentary
there.
moment for me, and obviously it's going to be an Eagles moment, was when Harley kicked goal of the year last year.
Yeah, what they say.
Oh, you have to probably watch it
Was
to
it the
appreciate it.
Petrarca?
I don't think Petrarca was in that one. I don't know. He just grabs out of the center, runs, and it's tricky to rock a rhyme is still playing. I've watched it that many times. But he runs to 50 and the commentator's just like, unbelievable.
I hate that kick
That
that Josh
sucks.
Ward just did.
Yeah.
I hate that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm distracted by the game.
Someone, how dare you? No, that was all I had to say. I thought that was an epic moment in a 4-year period where there's been like 2 of those.
Yes.
The commentary moment that is iconic for Freo is, I was talking about it before, but he got down, he got up again. Oh, so wrong, so right. I reckon that's pretty shit.
Oh, when you beat us in the Derby?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's like
I hate
that
that thing
had-
they do with Sarong's.
Sarong,
The Sarong so right. I
right.
hate that.
That
It's-
had Chumbawamba theme to it.
what?
He got down, got up again.
Ooh.
What's Chumbawamba?
Oh,
I got knocked down,
Yeah.
but I got up again.
See, that would have been better.
Would it? If you
Yeah.
just sang that?
He
Worrell,
got knocked
Worrell.
down, but he got up
Crom.
again.
Crom. Filthorpe.
And put the Eagles in the ground.
Probably spilled what he should have taken.
Oh, Sicily.
Bit like my milk this morning.
We actually, it's really specific. We got compared on one of our recent videos. They said, "Oh, it looks like Josh Ward and Connor Nash." Did you see that?
Yeah, dude. That is hilarious.
I've been getting Connor Nash for a while. I don't know if I see it, but
is actually-
I'll take it. Josh Ward and Connor Nash.
Impy.
Oh,
Oh, he scuffed that. I'll tell you what, though, boys. The Hawthorn talent that has been developing over the years is shining through here. I know Nick Watson's only been there for a couple, but Connor McDonald right now, one of the better games I've seen him play this year.
Honestly, though, like if you look at how Hawthorn have built this list, it's not through the draft. Like it obviously is on some level, but it's not like they've had tons of top 10
no,
picks.
definitely not. I think Watson's top 5 and Will Day is pick 11.
Well, I was going to say the other two. Will Day is even 13, I think, maybe.
Sure.
But the other two I was going to throw in is like Mackenzie and Ward, probably.
Yeah. No, they're not getting much out of those guys
No.
in comparison to the guys actually leading the charge. Man on screen, Newcomb was a mid-season draftee.
Mid-season, pick one. Yeah.
Lots of late trades. Sicily himself
Sicily
was a
was
late pick.
Yeah.
D'Ambrosio was a cheap trade. Chol, relatively cheap, I think, a future
Where was
second.
Weddle?
Oh, live trade up to 15 or 18.
Yeah.
So first rounder, but not
But
top
not
5.
super high.
Or not
Just
even top 10.
good value, like out of all of those guys, really.
Yeah. Connor Nash, another example.
Sean
Probably
says
SSP
you
or
have
something.
every right to be amazed. That was a cool part, but he got down, he got up
That
again.
was the same one, wasn't
Gets
it? Yeah.
reused. Like
Yeah.
I was saying that Hutto always says, he got down, he got up again. He always
Yeah,
uses
right.
that.
Yeah.
And then like Sarong's right. I don't know. But great moment.
His voice break at 13 is
Yeah.
iconic as well.
I
Yeah.
was going to drop that before because you were saying
Yeah.
Will Day pick 13.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Nice.
What do we think of that first quarter, boys?
I was distracted by the commentary
was gonna
chat.
say, we
that
could
was
almost-
that was a great conversation.
Did we
But
discuss some A
it
grades?
ebbed and flowed. And Adelaide had the response. I think they'll breathe a sigh of relief. It's 8 points right now. Adelaide, like Hawthorn have had their fast start, and to only sit 8 points adrift, I think Adelaide will back themselves in here.
Definitely.
I'm
I feel like
I'm not
once,
saying they'll win, but
once they got a foothold in that game, they
Yeah.
started to look pretty dangerous.
yeah,
I do think the midfield battle is a little bit of a concern. I'm just having a look at the raw numbers here. So clearance is 13-7 in favour of the Hawks.
Hawks. Yeah, Newcomb probably
Yeah,
winning
like,
most of those.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Centre clearance is a 7-0.
Wow.
Yeah. Newcomb going. Brrr.
Yeah. So all of the damage that the Crows have done
Must
getting
be
back
gold.
into that game has been moving the ball from the back half.
Yeah. True.
Very interesting. But yeah, they're going to have to. I think they're going to have to even that ledger a little bit. They can't
Definitely.
let Hawthorn continue to do that.
Yeah. What's contested ball?
Contested ball is 25-35.
Wow,
in
that's a
favour
battering. Plus 10 in one quarter is not good.
Yeah.
They have to rectify that.
to the Hawks, and slightly higher in uncontested possession as well. The Hawks. So. Yeah, I did think towards like later on in that quarter, Hawthorn were winning a few stoppages and just sort of kicking it deep into their forward 50 and getting sort of chopped off. But we'll see. Marks 25-29, 3 inside 50 to the Hawks. So definitely they've had the edge. You sticking with the Crows?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm more confident, but it's probably a little bit early for me to change my tip is all. That was a pretty compelling first quarter from Hawthorn. It's definitely shaken my confidence. Not that I was that confident. I mean, it was always going to be a bit of a 52-48 prediction for me.
Yeah.
But I think Adelaide will be pleased that Hawthorn threw everything in that quarter and they're only 8 points adrift, and there's a lot of upside for Adelaide here.
Do we want to talk A-graders or do we want to leave that till half-time?
Half-time?
Wait
Yeah.
till half-time.
I don't really know.
We're probably going to run out of time. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
We'll get stuck into it, and then we'll sort of
Yeah.
get chopped off.
Yeah. Let's go halftime, I'd say.
Let's do
For that-
halftime.
for that reason.
We do have a super chat, do we?
We do.
$2.99, ZDT 53. They
Thank
were
you,
0-6. They're in
It says
That was obviously Hawthorn last year.
they were 0-6 in the first 8. I
I
assume.
think
No,
is
when
that a
they made-
commentary moment?
They made the
They
finals
were
last year
0-6.
when they were 0-6. That was Hawthorn, right?
Yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
So I just don't remember what game that's from. When did they make the 8? Like how late?
Oh, what do you mean?
I think it's a commentary moment from when Hawthorn qualified for finals despite being 0-6. That's the way I interpret it. I just don't know what
They were
game
0
that
and
was.
6. They're in the 8.
Jesse, thoughts on Will Schofield comment about West Coast celebrating Freo's loss to Gold Coast?
Is it a comment, or did you just
That was a comment from
you
Lewis.
had that prepared?
Yeah.
You
Lewis
absolutely had
said
that
it,
prepared.
dude. No, 'cause my thoughts on it has swung because I saw the video in more clarity and it was just like a couple of plonkers. Like, it wasn't actually like. If I had have seen like Harley Reid or an Eagles player like actually celebrate, I would have held.
I think it's funny. I could not give a shit less about this story.
Yeah.
Look, if Schofield says why are you laughing? You suck. Fair, we do. That's valid. But what are we meant to support Fremantle?
No.
Give me a break.
No.
For the record, I never saw the extended footage. I just saw the snippet. I saw Sandy Brock. Sandy Brock also played for Gold Coast last year. So, there's that. Anything that pisses Fremantle off at this scale, I don't really care. I'm not saying openly do it, but some dude or woman just recorded that at the Best and Fairest and put it on social media. I could give a shit about this story.
Sure, there was a lot to celebrate that night, and that was one of the moments.
I actually caught something from that. It was like they posted that Jinby came. I think did Jinby come second or third in the Best and Fairest?
Second, yeah.
And it was like the way that they worded it. I don't know if you caught that. This is not a good story now because I can't remember what they did, but it was like the way they actually worded where he came. It was like
Gross.
He came second,
I need
which
to
is
bring
one
this up
after
now.
one.
Yeah. Continue. Back to you,
Stop
Druzy.
sooking, Druzy. Freo fans weren't going for. I'm not even sooking. I literally said I'm not sooking. I sound like I'm sooking. God damn it. Yeah, my stance on it is fan warfare, 100% hammer and tongs. And if the players want to go at it, let them. But it just makes me dislike them more. But it's not clear who it was, so I no longer have a stance on it.
Sorry, guys. I wasn't talking about Jinby. So he got runner-up. It was Harley Reid, third most outstanding player.
Yeah, that's just the way they've always phrased it for some reason.
Right.
It's first. I think maybe it was first runner-up, second runner-up, which is weird.
Third most outstanding.
Yeah. Oh, you
Interesting.
just think it's funny because we had such a shit year? Or just the phrasing is weird in general?
I just think the phrasing is weird to use the adjective outstanding and then also be third most.
Yeah.
Because it sort of deducts from...
Yeah, but
sure.
it's outstanding stop. I was the 8th most outstanding.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
just
Outstanding is meant to
point.
be an impactful word.
Oh, well, they're talking about top 5 out of 46. So
Yes.
I don't think that's too bad.
Yeah,
To
okay.
each their own. I don't really,
I mean,
yeah.
I don't care that much.
Yeah.
I just thought it was... I was just trying to make a joke.
Yeah.
Sorry, just picked it apart.
When Jinby's second in your BNF, you are in trouble.
Jinbu was very good this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me about the rest of your list.
Well, yeah, he was the
On
second
to the
best.
second quarter of the football here, guys. Had to get that one in.
Yeah, you know what? Until you pointed out the best and fairest results, I didn't know he had a bad year.
Oh, didn't you?
No.
Let me tell you.
yeah.
You only won one game. No, God.
Yeah, we didn't lose last week.
You also didn't
So
play
shut
last
up.
week.
That was the joke.
Funny guy. We have fun here. We're friends.
Free kick to Scrimshaw on Taylor Walker. He's struggling.
I'm going to make a conscious effort to watch the game this quarter.
I have no intention.
Scrim.
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 Oh, Swans v Bombers. Sorry, Swans were 0-6 in 2017. That's right. And the Swans, well, they played an elimination final. The
Is
markings
that
are
what
up the
the
zone. Yeah, that's what the
CDC
commentary was.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, similar. Sydney did it also, having played in a grand final the year before.
Oh, Weddle.
Word.
Would you go to a VFL game, Dylan? Or are you under 18s or bust?
No.
Ew.
Would I go to a VFL game? Like, absolutely not.
You wouldn't?
No, of course I would.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went to VFL games last year.
The prelims on tomorrow. Box Hill versus the Western Bulldogs in Footscray.
Yeah, okay.
I'm looking for some friends to go with.
Oh, you want to go? Yeah, okay.
You don't have to answer
Suddenly,
it now.
I have plans.
I'm like, oh, it's actually a thing.
Come on, get my
Don't know
cousin's bar mitzvah.
Look at that mark by Joel. This is a great game. Do I want to go?
Marbior. Worrell's,
He's a bit of a factor, isn't he?
Worrell's
Mario?
really taking a stinking to his game since he didn't make the All-Australian squad already.
Yeah,
G'day,
He's-
Graz.
he struggled.
Grazzle dazzle.
Yeah. I'm good, mate. How are you? Oh, Lewis.
All right, Lewis. Funny.
Yeah, it was there.
Do you know Rochelle's a sub?
True.
He's come back from injury, no?
Yes.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
hasn't played in 10 weeks.
Yeah. Well, it's probably one of those ones where he's line ball. So in a do or die final, it's a decent little compromise there.
I'm going to throw some numbers at you guys here and tell me if...
That's weird. We hang out too much. We both said 7 and then ducked.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you say 7?
Yeah.
I thought I went through the 7. You were like, oh.
No, I went 7.
Oh,
That's
clip
so
that.
weird.
I'll write
Clip
this
that.
Chol goal
Yeah.
if he kicks it, and he does
He does not.
Is this a concern for Adelaide? Zach Taylor, 1 disposal. Luke Pedler, 1 disposal. Brody Smith, 1 disposal.
I couldn't actually tell you a single thing about Brody Smith, eh?
Really?
He's had a like
It's
300 game
remember-
career.
15 years?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Remember I sent into the group chat last week? I was like, I heard he's like a elite Frisbee YouTuber.
Oh,
You didn't get
yeah.
the reference? And
No.
Brody Smith's a Frisbee YouTuber?
Yeah.
Like,
Had
what
a
position does he play and what does he do for the
He's,
Crows?
He's a halfback flanker.
Yeah. Drafted as an inside mid, moved, transitioned into halfback. I actually remember his highlights package as a junior. I was like, holy shit, this guy's Judd. I was
Zach
like,
Taylor?
I was
forward
15
pocket?
at the time. I was like, this guy's the next Judd. He had an explosive first step.
Yeah, well, no, he was quick off the mark. He was one of
Yeah.
those like sort of exciting, dashing defenders.
Yeah. I still remember it in my mind's eye. He's playing for SA? No, he's Victorian, Brody Smith. Maybe it was against SA. And he was at high school writing an English paper. And SA. And I don't know, he just stops and props and like sprints around someone. Yeah, it was Judd-like.
Yeah, right. What draft was that?
Zach Taylor, a forward
2010.
pocket.
Yeah.
Small forward, yeah.
Small forward, half forward.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tackle Sicily.
Tough role.
Oh, he got a kick away.
Did well.
Must be a emphasis
They're
on
playing like prime
fighting through the
Barcelona.
tackle. Yeah. Dawson, that is
that's
a
a
wet fart of
real-
a kick.
Yeah.
That's a shocker.
He'd fit in well.
He's
at our
lucky there.
address.
Do you know what's funny there? That
Lots.
do you think like that? There's any world where that could be deliberate out of bounds?
No.
Do you reckon if that just went out, they would pay it?
No.
No,
potentially,
I don't think so. Because the
because
player
they're
was
going
there.
forward.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
anytime.
Yeah, fair.
I don't think there's enough in it for Dawson to deliberately put the ball out of bounds. Because
No.
you could just go for goal and it could go out of
Or
bounds.
he could have kicked
You're
it to
so
his
right.
mate. I think he got caught in two minds there. I wonder what like
Yeah, it was a nothing kick.
the most forward of play deliberate that has been paid.
It's a good question, isn't it? You sort of expect it to come more in a
Defensively,
defensive
yeah.
manner. Yeah.
Do you think they'll bring in that rule of like last touch?
They
next year?
are. They almost certainly are.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
The only thing is that I've looked into this a little bit more after we brought it into our episode, Jesse, and like apparently in the SANFL, it's like we read that it's only 2 free kicks per game more, and it's because you've actually still got to physically handball or kick the ball out for it to be paid.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get them for like contest stuff. So if you kick the ball like up the contest and the ball just goes out of hands and all of that sort of stuff, it's not going to happen. Even if you're like caressing the ball over the line potentially, that's not necessarily going to be a free kick. It's meant to be a disposal.
You probably also don't skirt the boundary line as much with your ball movement, right? Like you probably there's an incentive to play corridor footy a little bit more.
Well, is there though?
A little bit more.
Because if you miss the target and goes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's still the same risks of playing corridor footy in that you open yourself up defensively. But I remember somebody in the comments saying that in the SANFL they do play a little bit more up the guts.
Yeah, interesting.
And then there'd be more deliberate like fumbles over the line, I reckon, as well. You know what I mean? That would come into question more if you don't try to keep the ball in.
Definitely.
It's like
Definitely.
They're already pretty hot on that.
The more I actually start to think about it, I'm not 100%
well
sure
done.
I sort
How's
of,
that coming? Don't say it.
Does Druzy watch the footy with a blindfold on?
Told you that in confidence.
I don't think first touch out of bounds is going to provide as much clarity as you think.
Great kick, Massive.
Yeah, I agree. I'm sort of leaning that way as well. The more that I think about it, I haven't watched enough like SANFL football to see exactly how it works.
It's a good result though. You don't want to change the game so dramatically like
I
that.
don't want that to come in.
Yeah, okay.
Like, I don't think the game's broken. Like, that is a big rule change.
I don't think the game's broken either.
Like, that's what I mean. Don't fix it. Like,
Well, that's the only thing, Drew. I don't know if it is as big a rule change as you think. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. I think like it's going to have it be about 2 more free kicks per game.
would you want to see it come in there?
No, but not because like it probably does give a little bit more clarity. I think there's who's on the ground?
Sicily.
Oh, great mark, Weddle.
Was that like an umpire?
Yeah. Yeah, it would have been the bench umpire.
Yeah, okay.
Sicily is up to his neck in it.
Big Russell. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I sort of like on some level like the spontaneity of the deliberate out of bounds call, like the jeopardy where the ball's gone out and you're like, are they going to pay it? Are they going to pay it?
Yeah, that's gone.
That's gone.
Good. It's the worst.
Yeah, it is annoying, actually.
It's annoying when it happens to your team. But
Yeah.
Oh,
Weddle.
that did not look good off the boot. He's
got it.
paid it. Yeah, he's paid
He's
it.
paid it a 6-pointer.
give him.
No, it just didn't look good off that angle.
That's actually worth more than 6 points. He's paid it.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I want to know why Leo asked if I watch footy with a blindfold on.
Probably because when you said you didn't know 15-year player Brodie Smith.
No, like, I knew him, but like, I don't know what he offers to this Crows team. It's like,
I feel they wouldn't have expected that he'd be playing in this game.
is Matt Crouch still in this Adelaide Crows?
No.
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 Is he on the list?
Yeah.
Well, no, but he's actually retired.
Oh, did he retire?
Just this
Oh,
year.
yeah, right.
He started the season.
Brad
Yeah.
Crouch was the one that went to St Kilda.
Yeah. Matt.
No. Wait, Matt Crouch. Has he retired? I've
like
missed that.
like as of the last month,
Yeah, okay.
he's announced his
It's
retirement.
funny that I probably mentioned it on this stream.
Yeah, potentially.
Because we did go through retirements. I just, yeah, kind of remember this now. Yeah, former Australia. Yeah, right.
Another
There's been a
set
lot
of
of
clearance.
news. A lot of news.
Good mark by Miller. He's
I
having a
know
good
there's been
game,
a lot of
actually.
news this week. Boy, oh boy.
Oh, true. In general, there's been a lot of, yeah.
What's
A
gone
lot of
mad?
stuff in the world.
Do you think Adelaide is still a running defender short to be
Running
like
defender.
a really good team, like a distributor, like a really high end one? Because their main 2 guys are probably, I mean, Worrell probably is that, but he's also a bit of a key.
Runners, like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
and ball use kind of distributed.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of
probably.
speed coming out of the back. Like Miller has had a good year. I think he's good, but I don't know if like Laird's.
they don't have much pace, do they? They're lacking a Jordan Clark.
Yeah, that type, like a really high end one.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, all their backs are just like big, bustling.
Yeah, like Michelini's a bit of a like more lockdown.
Yeah.
smaller type.
Keys. No.
Did very well.
Oh, I don't think
That would have
going
been goal of the year.
I don't think that was going in.
Can you win goal of the year in finals?
No,
You can't. Can you?
Remember Jeremy Cameron kicked that one last year?
Oh yeah, that's right.
That was silly. That should.
Was that in the qualifying final against Paul?
Yeah.
Look at this. This is
Weddle is
prime
such a
Man
freak.
City.
We've got the same football boots, me and Weddle.
We've changed Premier League teams or football teams.
Look at him keep going. He just
Yeah, I
runs
know.
like a horse. He's a stallion.
You can't like.
Ward.
My co-host sends the ball inside 50.
Oh, poor by Gunston.
Oh.
Wow.
Keane just made Gunson look like a wet paper bag.
Far out.
That's
It's actually funny when you see a player like
Evan with
Gunston.
the tiki-taka to D'Ambrosio.
Oh, Nash.
The other
Just pops
guy
it
who runs
up.
the show.
That's a beautiful.
Lewis. Oh, Cashadier would have got to that.
That's a fair point. I really thought he should have got to that.
I'm going to say something, and I hope I don't regret it. But I
love
think
you too.
Mitch Lewis is like he's not good enough.
Yeah.
It's not at the level. Well, he had a bad injury, didn't he, that he came back from.
Yeah.
So, be like Neil Erasmus. Give him some time and he'll become a star.
Yes.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
That was a big opportunity squandered. Can they get a 6-pointer here or something worth more?
Holding the ball.
Yeah. One of those super goals.
Now, that's a rule
Nah.
that I would be in favour of.
Super goal.
9
a-
point from outside the arc.
50.
I don't like that.
I reckon that's hot.
I reckon that's cool.
Stupid.
Why is it stupid, Jesse?
Because it's too much of a
Use your
change.
words.
It's too much of a change.
Why is it?
I like the traditional
What do you reckon?
scoring
Like
system.
offensive methods would just change to just have more shots from outside 50.
I don't know if that would necessarily be
No,
the case.
Take layups, but you'd back yourself to take the 3 if you're open, or the 9.
Yeah, I get that. I just don't rate it.
And then I suppose you've got to add another box to the graphic. And
Yeah,
people
that's
can't
too
be bothered
hard.
doing that.
Yeah.
They kicked 1 goal, 7-3.
Yeah,
I
that's
can't be
true.
bothered doing the math.
Be interesting
That-
to see
yeah,
how many
that is
like
annoying.
games the result would be reversed if you had super goals.
Yeah, I reckon Fred would have won last week.
The only thing I would say negative about it, I think it would be a cool rule.
We would have lost to 2018. Actually, continue.
Really?
Yeah, Degoe kicked like 3 or 2 goals outside 50. Hoskin Elliott, I think, kicked another one. They kicked a lot of goals outside
Yeah,
50 in that
wow.
grand final. Yeah,
That's actually interesting. It would add a weird complexity to the game when you were like trying to explain it to people as well. Like, oh, why is that? You know,
Ginnivan bounces beautifully for him. Oh, great smother
well,
from Laird.
it's the basketball parallel, so it's probably easy to explain that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that difficult, is it? But, like, I don't know. I think one thing that's really great about soccer is its simplicity. It's like the most
Yeah.
simple game.
Except for the offside rule.
Offside
which
rule's a
people-
little bit tricky, but
yeah.
it's also not that difficult.
Yeah, once you get it, it makes
last
sense.
defender,
Yeah.
you can't be ahead of them when the ball's played. Like, that's it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Like, I feel like sometimes you can overcomplicate.
Oh,
But-
yeah.
Aussie rules it's a bit of a clusterfuck of a game. Like, so it's always going to be complicated. It's not
Yeah.
like
Yeah, it's got to be the most difficult sport to understand if you've never watched the sport before AFL.
it have to
Just
be up there.
umpiring and
It's because so much of it is subjective as well.
yeah.
That's ultimately really what it is. Other than that,
I
it's
do
simple.
think, like, you know, when I think I was listening to the Tradies podcast the other day, like with
McClure and
McClure and Cleary. And they were talking about the new. I think that same thing you just brought up, Druzy, about the last touch rule and how
What was that kick?
they were sort of also arguing that they don't want as much change to the
Yeah.
rules and that, you know, there's too much change at the moment. I do think that people forget, though, that like Australian football has always kind of been in flux. Like there's never been like a fixed set of rules that we've played for like a really extended period of time, which are like the rules. Like it kind of changes every year to some extent, or at least over like a 5 to 10 year period.
But like, if we go back far enough, like, was it that different from a rules point of view from like the 60s to the 80s?
From the 60s to the 80s.
Yeah, like it's more in a modern context. We like things like holding the ball has gotten tighter every year since.
Yeah.
Like 2005, I reckon you'd be
But
amazed the amount of holding the balls that don't get paid.
Would you say the game is as unrecognizable now? Like the difference between the game now versus say 2000 versus 90 and the 70s, you know what I mean? Like would it be the gap be bigger? Do you
I think the gap's bigger now. Yeah.
in the rules.
Yeah.
So
and
give
the
me-
way that they're adjudicated. So holding the ball, deliberate out of bounds, the rush behind rule, the stand rule, 666. That's all post 2000.
Yeah.
Are you a fan of stand? Are we against it? I don't mind it, to be honest.
Yeah.
The players and
I
past
think we're
players
just used
hate
to it.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a bad thing.
It makes the ball like it keeps the ball in like transition more. Like it's
Here we go.
it gets it out of contest, I suppose what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And I feel like it sort of eliminates confusion in like the protected area as well a bit. Like that's where the mark is. So like if players move around on the mark. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I do
don't
think
understand.
sometimes they can go too far from like a targeting watchability. Like I was saying before with those grand finals that we brought up, like I didn't mind the Ross line ball, St Kilda, Dower, frontal press kind of football that was like low scoring. I don't really think that scoring needs to be high for the game to be good. I do think ball movement is like big in how it looks though.
Here's your moment, Mitchie.
Not great.
Murray, that's his name. Is he the least number 9 looking number 9 you've ever seen? I feel like number 9's such like a powerful number to have.
He's
on
a good
your back.
player, though.
It's a mid, isn't it, usually?
Yeah, it's like a Cripps
David
or
Neitz. He was number 9.
Yeah. Fair.
Opposite.
But you're right.
Neitz.
I would associate it with midfielders.
More of an offensive player, maybe.
Cousins,
Yeah.
Nat Nui, Reed.
Cousins, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just named all of ours. I like
Yeah,
it.
and they're
Who
all
are Fremantle's number 9s?
Jackson.
Was Matthew Carr number 9 or am I making that up?
Oh, that's a question.
Yeah.
I
Is
don't
Lachie
have the
Neale number
answer
9?
to.
No. Was he? Now?
Now he is.
Oh, I
yeah.
was going to say, Freo was like
27.
in 27, was he? Was he really?
Mm.
Huh.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that.
Pretty sure.
Wooden Spoon Data says 9-pointers would require other rule changes to not just become a 3-fest like B-ball.
Yeah,
Would
fair.
it? Do you think players would just roost it from 50 all the
It's
time?
so much harder to kick a goal from 50 than it is to hit a 3, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
It's a good point. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it would then you would want to have those, but you kind of do it. I was going to say like you'd want to have those kickers like with a lot of penetration, but you want them anyway, don't you?
Yeah.
It's like
I mean,
knock
to be fair, he's done a whole video on it, Woody. So, like, so I didn't mean to dismiss what you're saying.
I'll have to
I need to
watch
watch
the video.
Yeah, to have an
but
opinion.
I don't think
Yeah.
it would. Oh,
that's
that was a fair
high.
bump.
Really?
It's hard to
That
tell.
looked high.
Oh, it was on the ball.
That was high.
Oh, God, it's
It's
all
hard
going
to
on
tell
here.
whether it was high. I felt like it was just obscured at the critical moment there.
Let's have a look. Let's have a look. It's high.
No.
Yeah, he got
No,
him in
he's
the
thrown
face.
the head back. He's thrown the head back.
Nah, he got him in the
That was
face.
high.
Like I think the
I need to see it one more time. I didn't see the hand in the face.
it wasn't like that much impact, but it was like
I thought his head started to go back before the contact was made.
maybe.
Probably not
He
because he
was
was ducking.
bracing for it.
Yeah, I just mean because he was bracing for it.
You know who's having
Yeah.
a good game here? Again, speaking of the young talent, Josh Ward. Josh Ward?
Has he?
Yeah.
Mm. I've seen him turn it over
Yeah, I
a
was
couple
going
of
to say, I
times.
remember a couple of up and unders.
I just remember last year in that Port final, Hawthorn just had one too many players out there that probably shouldn't have been there. Like Ward looked a bit out of his depth. McGuinness played. And now, like,
Good tackle.
yeah, he's in and amongst it.
He's had
Young side
four
Hawthorn.
clearances.
That's pretty good.
How many touches has he had?
He's had 12.
Oh, that's what you'd expect on his best day. So to be doing that in the final.
Yeah, he's getting his hands on the footy. I haven't really noticed him doing too much.
No, not from the like damage point of view.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, no one's going to replace Will Day, but
No.
he's doing good as
Or will
his-
they?
I just got cramp in my car.
Would you say the replacement for Will Day in the context of Hawthorn season is Josh Weddle though?
Yeah. The most X Factor
Yeah.
player. Is he the best utility in the game, Josh Weddle? Because when you think utility, you think back that can swing forward or vice versa. But he can play any position.
Yeah, like he's totally projecting it. That like funny that Dan Curtin just got the footy because like he came to mind as well.
You'd take Weddle over Curtin, wouldn't you?
I would take Weddle over
Oh.
Curtin. They're out here. Goal.
Bang.
Goal.
That's a good
Goal.
kick. No.
missed it.
Not.
Hungry.
That's the worst feeling when like your crowd's celebrating a shot that misses. Have you ever
Oh.
experienced that when you go to the footy and like
Yeah, back when I was playing in the AFL.
Yeah, all those home crowds.
the Frederick one, for example, last week, like everyone just assumed that it went in. Everyone jumped up. It was like, yeah. It's like,
yeah,
no,
that-
you
yeah.
hit the post.
Yeah.
You can't miss goals like that
Oh,
in finals.
you can.
Oh,
You can.
gee.
Oh, there's your boy. There's
was
your
that
boy.
Worrell that dropped that mark? That was pretty poor.
There's 14 up for my boy Ward. Ginnivan out wide. They are out. Is that Connor McDonald or
Oh.
Sam Butler? It's Sam Butler. How does he use the footy?
Oh, future West Coast Eagle. And past
This is
West Coast Eagle.
2002 Inter Milan.
2006.
2002 Inter Milan. Who was in that team?
Ronaldo.
That was AC Milan, wasn't it?
No.
No,
Oh,
he
yeah,
was
what
Inter.
Milan are you talking about?
He played for both, actually, Ronaldo. Brazilian Ronaldo.
Did he
Yeah.
play for both Inter and AC?
Yeah, pretty
I
sure.
didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure.
I thought
Maybe
AC
not.
Milan had like Beckham and
he play-
Ibrahimovic.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Did Ronaldo play for Barca and Real Madrid as well? Am I making
Oh, he
things
definitely
up?
played
just
for
played
No.
Real Madrid, yeah.
No, the only player that I know of that's played for both of those, like a big player, is Figo.
Yeah.
Who am I Googling? Ronaldo. R7.
Tasteful nudes.
Here we go.
Leo says Adelaide just can't move the ball. It's ridiculous. Good point. I know he's not a needle mover much, but they could be interested in Short. That's an interesting call.
Jaden Short?
Yeah.
Can you repeat that to me?
He said that Adelaide can't move the ball. It's ridiculous. I know he's not a needle mover much, but they could be interested in Short. I think that's...
Yeah,
old
I
is
mean,
Short now?
he's a good kick, isn't he? I think like Richmond fans tend to... He's a bit of a beating boy. Is that what you say?
Whipping boy.
Whipping boy.
Beaten boy.
A beating boy.
That's me.
Like one of those guys that, like, I don't know, maybe he's seen as a little bit, stays away from the contest a bit. Oh, that's a push in the back, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks... Oh, I thought his
no.
hands got in the back there, yeah. Oh,
Rob's kicking action
There's
is
a questionable drop punt.
far out.
But it's hit the target.
Butchered it last week. He was a player that crumbled a bit. Riley O'Brien, like just in front
He
of
had
goal,
a
had
couple of
zero
shots, didn't he?
confidence.
Yep.
Zero confidence.
Yep, he played for both Inter Milan and AC Milan. So 97 to 2002, he was at Inter. 68 appearances, 49 goals. And then 07 to 08 was at AC Milan.
As if he just transferred from Inter to AC. That's
Into my ass.
He went
I
to
don't believe
Real.
it.
He went to Real Madrid in between though.
oh.
So then he came back.
okay.
Yeah.
Jesse, this is your channel. Oh god. Who are you backing in the Q clash tomorrow?
Gold Coast.
Just had a heart attack moment. It looked for a second like our stream had stopped. But we're good.
Oh.
We're good. I think we're all right. It was just my
Gold
phone.
Coast defensively. When I say strong defense, I don't mean like solid, like physically like strong.
Dense.
Like muscles produce large amounts of force strong. Mac Andrew. Sam Collins made Jai Amos look like an Oz kicker. And Euland was just intercepting whatever. Weddle has just taken a one-handed mark and got tackled. That's got to be 50.
Yeah.
Oh, he's
why have
played
they called
again.
play? Yeah, why have they
So
called
he's
that
marked
play
the
on?
ball, had no opportunity to get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand what's happened
Brody
there.
Smith.
Let's
Have
have
they
a
called
look.
that play on?
Oh, he does try to take on the tackle.
Yeah, he does run a bit, doesn't he?
Oh, well,
It's a bit stiff.
did they pay the mark?
Well, that's the question.
Yeah.
Did he try to play on?
Because
Maybe
if
the
they pay
umpire's
the
right.
mark, it doesn't make any sense. If they call like touched or something, then he's holding the ball. Tim Stewart says, what delay do you have you set on? 250, 249, 248, 247. Hope that helps.
Dylan Moore.
Oh, that's a goal.
Bang!
That's a needle to the heart. Not a dagger, just a little needle. Just ow.
Just a little shot to the heart.
Not a Bon Jovi man myself.
Can I, like, this hasn't happened yet, obviously. Still a lot of football to play here. If Adelaide lose this game, how disappointing is it for their club, their fans?
I think they'll get over it pretty quickly, to be honest.
No, you
I
go
think-
out in straight sets after finishing top of the ladder. You're fuming.
Nah, not when you've come from bottom
15th.
four.
Also-
I think, honestly, like, I work with a Crows fan, so I'm extrapolating what one fan's saying, but I'm going to assume there's a few people that think the same way. I think they're just kind of happy to be there at this point. Sure, they had dreams of, making it to the grand final, but I think when it's all said and done, you watch these finals play out, I think they'll feel like their best footy's ahead of them. It's like they're a team that's been maybe in the window for a while and at the other end of it and then go out in straight sets. I think that's a completely different conversation.
or Ginnivan to
Ginnivan saying, I'm in
McElhaney.
your head. When games like this are the worst, like from an Adelaide perspective, Sam Butler on the ball.
Wow.
Silver service.
Brody Smith is having too much of an impact in this game.
What a kick! Oh,
Toby.
God, he got some hops there.
Yeah.
When
Oh, great
oh,
hands.
there's so much going on. I
Bill
can't
Thorpe.
speak.
Thorpe.
Keys.
Oh, unlocks the door.
Oh, what did your employees say when you told them that your keys are in the pocket the whole time.
Oh,
Jesse,
I don't want to bring that up.
What? No, go on.
It's terrible.
Oh, all right, maybe
Okay.
you won't. Tell
I
me
had the
after.
whole store
Oh, go on.
of 70 odd employees looking for my car keys that I found out later were strapped to my body. I got an Uber home.
And Jesse said, I've lost my keys. I had my house keys, everything on them. And I said, have you checked your pocket? And he was like, oh, good one. Where were they?
Yeah.
In one of like 9 pockets.
Yeah, I have like 9 pockets, and this particular one was like up, and where the key sat was like right on my hip bone. So like when you go and check all your cargo pants pocket, I don't wear cargo pants, but you check all your pockets.
Cargo shorts.
I couldn't feel them. Nah, they're just normal shorts. But there's an apron as well.
Yep.
He works in the kitchen.
I'm a
at
chef.
Bunnings.
Yeah. We have a filet mignon for table 7.
So they're in your pocket.
They were in my pocket, my jumper pocket. Yeah, it was so embarrassing going back to work. I'm glad. Thanks for bringing that up.
What did they say?
Most people just thought I was a dickhead.
What was the search happening there? So like everybody starts like, looking under shelves.
Yeah,
and,
I had
like-
this one bloke. He's like a Italian guy in his 40s. So nice. He spent like half a day looking.
Fogarty.
Fogarty.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
man.
Fogarty. He'd want to forget that one.
He needs some Windex for those that windshield.
So they thought you were a dickhead, and then you told them that
yeah,
you
and then
lost
that
your
story
keys.
happened, and it only exacerbated.
Oh, God. So the football's on. This is what I was trying to say before, Dylan.
Yep.
When you are like, the pressure's on you, home game, first v 8th.
When were you in
And-
that position?
Let me speak, bro.
You're talking about the Crows.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
being in that position, your crowd gets anxious and the players start to
Yes.
feel it. Like this, for me, right now, feels like an uphill battle. Like
That
obviously
would
they've
be
got to
my
come from
only
behind, but look, they're butchering the ball. They're nervous. Everything feels hard for them.
Yeah.
Whereas Hawthorn, it's just happening. Ginnivan saying, I'm in your head, I'm in your head. The free kick's been given, but they're just playing happy Hawthorn football at the moment.
You're dead right. Can I just say, what you just described is every Eagles home game. Like, the crowd is so hopeful, but we are expecting an Eagles mistake every time we have the ball.
Yep.
And it gets to the point where the crowd becomes against, not consciously, but when they groan every time we get the ball. It has an
Again, to
effect,
use
so
a
you're
soccer
dead
reference here, but it's a little bit like when you've got a dodgy goalkeeper.
Okay.
And then every time they're on the ball, like, you know, if they're bad with their
You can
feet
just
or
hear the
something, like
crowd.
everyone's just nervous.
Oh, nah. Well done. Great effort.
Was Watson again though? He's so dangerous. What though? Like the thing for Adelaide, I sort of agree with you, Jesse, in the sense that like I don't think Adelaide need to strike right now. It's not like we've got to get this before we run out of time or anything like that. There's other years for it to happen, but I guess like what would they change? Like what would they look to in the off season? And
Distributors off half back for a start.
And midfielders.
And
Yeah.
midfielders, yeah.
Yeah.
They're all front half punch, the Crows, aren't
is
they?
there a danger they would just go like, oh, we didn't have Rankin, Rochelle wasn't fit, and that's sort of our X factor, and then they wouldn't do anything about it?
I think there's a lot to be said for the experience piece as to why this is happening.
Yeah.
Look at Brisbane. Brisbane went out in straight sets the year before they made the grand final. So the year before they made the grand final, and then they lost the grand final and then won a premiership. So I don't think there's alarm bells here. I think before this final series, we knew they needed midfielders in particular. They did also spend a top 4 pick on Sid Draper last year. So it's not as though they've got nothing in the chamber.
Nothing coming around, yeah.
Don't know what they'll do this year from a draft point of view.
I feel like you don't want to... Like, I don't know if Brisbane... I know Brisbane had some poor finals record stuff happening, but didn't they, like one of their early seasons where they were up, they made a prelim?
Yeah, they got
Yeah, they made a prelim from the
against the
get-go.
Dog. Oh, that
Yeah.
was, oh, did they?
No, sorry, they went
21,
out.
they
They went
made
out
a
in straight
prelim.
sets in 2019, the first year they made finals.
First year. Okay.
Yeah, because GWS knocked him out. Brent Daniels.
Oh, that's
with a late
right. Did
goal.
we stream that game?
Maybe.
I feel like that was
I don't
the
know.
time when our love
No,
blossomed.
I hadn't met you,
Oh.
so
They made a prelim in 21 and they lost to the Dogs. Is that right?
yeah,
And
I
Bailey
streamed
Smith.
that game.
Did the old...
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
I
yeah.
streamed that game on my own. I remember because I got raided
You got what?
by the cops.
What?
Nah, stream raided.
By who?
Lara Croft.
Oh,
That fella that I don't want to even say his name.
Oh, right. Easy.
Fuck, that's a blast from the past. I'm gonna tinkle if you guys want to.
go Tinkle.
You know.
But yeah, I
Say
guess like you walk in, like Adelaide walking back into the 2026 season, say they qualify for finals again, you're a little bit traumatized.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, to say like, oh, they weren't expecting much, their best footy's ahead of them. Like, no, you want that good finals experience. Like, even Hawthorn losing last year to Port Adelaide, it was a good experience because they were up to their necks in it. They won a final the week before and they had a lot of belief. So they've got that experience. Like, if your only finals experience is we lost at home to Collingwood and bottled under the pressure and then we didn't show up the next week, like, that doesn't do much for your belief. Even if you did make finals, especially when you showed the ability to beat those teams earlier in the season. They beat the Pies and they beat the Hawks and then, almost went backwards.
I'm trying to kind of work in my head what they could actually do to improve quickly, because you don't, like, as much as I say, they need distributors and stuff like that, it's not like there's tons of just like good distributors growing on trees that they're going to be able to pull from other clubs. If you're getting one, did someone mention Jaden Short?
Yeah.
I feel like he's a decent player, but he's not.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's not. Is he going to move the needle?
He'll get pretty obscure pretty quick. Just a side question that I've got for your draft, man. Where is Jacob Farrow's range?
He's close to top 10.
Yeah.
I reckon 10 to 15.
Okay.
At the moment.
On Freo to take him.
Yeah. Will you guys?
Toby Wan, Fred Rodriguez, just give us them.
You've got those NGAs. Where does your pick come in? Your first pick?
11.
11. Yeah, Farrow's a very Hayden Young type operator.
Love that.
Very similar.
Put him on halfback or a wing.
They drafted Oscar Ryan in the second round of 2023. He's a halfback, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
I haven't followed anything.
He's not a very good kick though.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
Forget I said that.
He's got pace.
Yes, please.
You're right though. You're right. He looks a bit like Robert Pattinson from Twilight. Yeah. Sign me up. Is it time for the A-graders list?
Yes, I was going to say, earlier in the year, Sam McClure released a list of A-graders. Now, we're doing it a little bit differently. We haven't narrowed it down to a certain amount. However, we're going to go through every club and discuss who are their A-graders, starting at the bottom, and then we'll make it here. So, Jesse, why don't you bring in your star-studded West Coast team?
Do we have any time? Do we have the time to go through West Coast A-graders? Like, I don't think we have 45 minutes.
No, you're right. On to Richmond, who are the next team on the ladder.
Can I just say, I went through and did this, but I'm still slightly scared that I've forgotten somebody.
Oh,
I sort of did it off the top of my head. And you come through and then someone will put someone in the chat.
The comments will be great for this because they are going to fill us in.
Yeah.
Exactly. I've done my best.
We should clarify, what are we talking about when we say A-graders? We're talking top tier of caliber for their position in the competition.
Yep.
It's wildly arbitrary. And I'm pretty sure there wasn't a lot of thought in Sam McClure's list. There's a little bit more thought in ours, I'd like to think.
I feel like looking at McClure's list, he got a lot of shit for it, obviously. It felt very legacy, his list. Like a lot of players that I would say either were A-graders or...
Yeah, like Tex in there.
But then it gets to Jeremy McGovern and he's like, yeah, but before his All-Australian year this year, he was injured.
Yeah.
I haven't let that go.
Back take. All right, so West Coast, let's be real, right now don't have any A-graders, but Harley Reid has the quality to be.
Yeah. No, I agree. If we're talking about players in their prime right now, the closest we had, McGovern retired. Waterman had one A-grade season and then got injured. I'm prepared to say probably not A-grade by these standards. It's hard to say Liam Bagger's not, but he's not, is he? But it's also he's so damn good, but he's not an A-grader.
He's not an A-grader.
When you compare to the best players of that position in the competition.
I feel Jake Waterman is in the same boat though. He's a great maybe is going too strong. He's a very, very good footballer. I would put Nick Larkey in the same category as well.
Yeah.
Not an A-grader.
But I think 12 months ago, I would have both of them as A-graders.
Really?
But for me, what comes into it is the length of time you've performed at that level.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a little bit arbitrary because I'm probably not consistent, but I think if Waterman and Larkey, let's stay with Waterman. If Waterman had done that 3 years in a row, been All-Australian in one of the worst teams, I think that is worthy of A-grade status. But he's not there now.
I guess just to clarify that too, the metrics that we're going by, I sort of went with this consistency, ceiling, recent form shown in 2025, because I feel like if you've missed this season, you kind of can't be considered. And then I also put finals record. I'm not saying you would base it on finals record because not everyone's played finals, but I think it's a consideration.
Yeah. Right, so
It
West
can
Coast?
elevate you. I would say you can elevate you.
elevate you.
But you wouldn't hold it against Zach Merritt, for instance.
You
In my
might.
opinion. Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're going for the bottom up. We'll move to Richmond. We conclude West Coast have very few players in their prime, to be honest. What about Richmond? I think Vlostrand is the one that you could say is in this conversation.
I don't think they have any.
Like their best players, like Tom Lynch on paper, Taranto, Hopper, all had good seasons. None of them A grade for their position, I wouldn't say.
Nope.
But Vlostrand is close.
I reckon Vlosson's like a very solid B+. When I think A graders, I think like players that I'm going to tell my grandkids about. You know what I mean? I don't think Nick Vlosson is. He's a great player, really consistent. He's just a good footballer. I don't think he's exceptionally good. So I'm not going to put anyone from Richmond.
I don't know
in
if like for A graders, I would necessarily go as far as saying they're players you'd want to tell your grandkids about.
No.
Like that's maybe a little bit too strong. But I
okay.
also do agree with you that Vlosten isn't quite an A grader.
echelon.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. It's also, I mean, was this his career best season? I've never heard Vlostrand talked about as much as this season. Was it his career best year?
Yeah, it was definitely up there. I mean, I think he has been incredibly consistent across his career, but like, I don't know if
I agree with that.
you could ever say that he was even like their best defender
No.
through a lot of their successful period as
No.
well. And I think that comes into it. I think you have to be a real defining player in your team as well.
Yeah, and considering the strength of players in that position as well, I don't know. But Leo's saying he is an A grader. 2020 was his best season. I'm outvoted 2-1 here. I was probably leaning yes, but can be talked out of it.
So I had him written down, but I had him in italics, which was like very close, but not passing the grade for me. Albeit 2025 was an incredible season by him.
Yeah.
Not an A grader
Any at
for
North
me.
still? Any A graders at North?
I've also got Tristan Sherry in a
Italics, okay.
Italic. So I think he needs to be mentioned. And the reason that I
Yeah.
would mention Tristan Sherry in an A grade context is the fact that I think North Melbourne's entire game plan is built around him. So even though we're a really poor team, I think how important he is to that team needs to be considered, but I still didn't have him.
I've got none for North.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with you. Worth a mention, italics, probably can't put him in there. However, what I will say is it's per position. So if a player is one of the best rucks in the competition, it's probably he's got a better chance of being an A grader than say a comparatively better midfielder might rank lower in his position, because as far as I'm concerned, it comes down to the competition and who's better, if that makes sense. And Jerry is up there with some of the best rucks in the Jerry, yeah. Seinfeld, yeah. What's the deal with all this airplane food? All right, let's move to Essendon. Should we talk about players? Who do you think at North could be an A grader?
Okay, yeah, that's a good.
I think Sheasel and Wardlaw come to mind for me. Is there anyone else you'd add, or do you even agree with those?
I think you could throw Colby McKercher into that list.
As a halfbacker, or is he going to be a midfielder?
No, he'd have to redefine as a mid forward
Sure.
type player. I suppose he could get in as a halfback flanker. Also a bit of a winger as well.
Yeah.
He's got some attributes. I don't think he's anywhere near that yet though. And the only other one I would potentially throw is maybe a Paul Curtis.
I was going to say Curtis. I don't know. I just feel like the competition for that position is
role.
also strong,
Yeah.
but I get it.
Yeah.
What about Richmond? I said that, I mean, with their young talent, they're so far back that it's too early to tell, but I think Lawler and Taj Houghton could be A grade. Any disagreement with that?
No, that's true. They've got no mature players that I think would fit into the A grade category. Richmond.
No.
The only one that you could say for position is like maybe Seth Campbell goes to that level, but I don't think he would fit that A grade.
I don't know if he's A grade.
Yeah, I agree. And none of their midfielders. So yeah, it'd only be like the Houghton, maybe Smiley, but we haven't even seen him exposed to AFL level.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Sam Lawler.
And there's some of those tools that's just so hard to project, right? Like Jonty Fall, is he?
I think Trainer could be an A grader at some point in his career.
Yeah, maybe.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Essendon only got Zach Merritt for me, and he could be a Hawthorn A grader next season. Durham could get there.
Are we all first of all? Are we all Zach Merritt? Because I've got him as a clear
I think he counts.
player.
Like I don't know. Did he have as good a season this year? I'm not sure, but I think for the longevity as this tier of player, I think He's got some shelf life. Well, he's got some. He can fall back on that.
I think if I was solely basing this Merritt pick on 2025, I don't think he actually would make it.
No,
but you are putting the career into. I think he's been at such a high level for so long.
Yeah,
and I think you mentioned it before, Drew. You said like he's the difference between him and the next best player at that club. There's probably no bigger gap in the comp.
Is he going to win like his 6th or 7th BNF? Not even be there for it this year. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh God, I didn't think about that.
And the winner is not in attendance.
Can Caddy be an A grader?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, for sure.
I think if we're talking young talent, Caddy and Kako come to mind. I don't know if like Nick Martin, where does he sit in that? Does he have the potential to be there? Still relatively young, probably at the start of his prime, I would have thought.
I don't know if Nick Martin's ball use is good enough for me to consider him an A grader.
I was thinking the same thing, to be honest. Yeah.
Ball use is what lets him down?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
What makes him a good player then? I thought his ball use was...
His athleticism. I think like his run...
his production is very consistent too.
Very good production and like just creates overloads. I think like he's just a handful and he's pretty good around goal.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yeah, started his career as a forward.
Yeah. I found him as a difficult player when he played half-back last year for large periods. I think that's where the ball use... He found it a little bit difficult to like connect with the midfield coming out of defence. I think he's definitely better as like a forward half player, winger or high forward type.
We got Melbourne Football Club.
Gross.
Any particular...
I mean, I felt like this was one of the easiest clubs to do A graders.
Gorn and Cos.
Yeah.
Gorn and Cos, yeah. I feel like Petrarca and Oliver have passed that.
Oliver by a long shot. Petrarca less so, but I didn't have him as a current A grader. In fairness to him, like he's been through a lot.
Yeah, up until that injury.
Yeah. Literally that season he was still probably an A grader. Oh, you can make the argument. He probably still is one, and we give him some leeway. Like no one's doubting from his talent point of view.
I'm arguing this one. He's not an A grader right now.
Yeah, he's...
You can't make it all about legacy. I feel like his last 2 years...
But it wasn't that long ago. Like Oliver, legacy, A grade, or at least his prime. Petrarca's not as far removed.
No, but I don't think he's been an A grader at any point this season.
No,
and he got injured halfway through.
But he was one of the better players in the comp, I reckon, when he got injured.
Yeah, he was.
I've changed my mind because I didn't have him. I've talked myself into it. I actually think Petrarca is one.
What does everybody think?
Oh, that's
This
tough.
is an exclusive group.
I think I think Petrarca is one of the best players in the competition up until that injury.
Yeah,
So-
I agree with that, but he hasn't shown the ability to get back to that yet. Whereas even Merritt, even though he didn't have a good year or as good of a year as he has in the past, he's still performed at a pretty high level.
Yeah.
Petrarca's really not done all that much.
I will say that I do kind of doubt that he will get back there, if I'm honest.
I hope to see him. He was my favourite player to watch for a period.
Yeah, he's sick.
Gorn and Cozzy for me, Harvey Langford, Trent Rivers, Caleb Windsor, Xavier Lindsay, all young talent.
Here's a good question for that group of players at Melbourne who could be potentially A grade in the future. Who's the best of those?
Harvey Langford.
Caleb Windsor.
Ooh.
I think, specifically why my brain went there, I think he has the highest potential. I think Harvey Langford athletically is more limited. If Caleb Windsor develops a well-rounded midfield game, watch out, he is the best.
Yeah, you're spot on there.
Yeah.
Who would you compare Langford to, like when he was coming through the draft? Because I watched him play once. I was just like, "There's the Bond. That's him." Obviously, he's not, but
No, he's not as good as the Bond. I think he is like he's really good foot skills for somebody with that level of physicality. I think.
Yeah.
So he's like, I'd say he plays like a Tom Green-esque midfielder.
Okay.
But he's got better ball use.
Yeah, he's a good ball user.
Yeah.
Good overhead too.
Good overhead, very good overhead.
Yeah.
Really
Can kick
talented
goals.
stoppage player, and then can kick goals as well from those stoppages. So I feel like he's got a few more weapons than a Tom Green.
Yeah.
And that's his point of difference.
The pace is what might hold him back.
Yes.
Especially as the game evolves and athletes get better around him. Whereas I don't think that will be the case for Windsor, but Windsor probably still is less well-rounded, if that makes sense.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally.
on to Port Adelaide. Butters, yes.
Yeah, Butters is still an A grader. And I would put Connor Rosie as still an A grader.
Really?
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't. I only had Butters.
But how old is Rosie? 25? 25. 2 recent All-Australians and had some injuries this year. I don't know how much footy he actually missed. Moved into a different role and probably didn't stand out as much. But for me, still an A grader.
Is there not a gap between Butters and Rosie though in terms of ability?
Yeah, but Butters is one of the best players in the comp.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can still be behind Butters and an A grader, in my opinion.
See, I would take Horn Francis over Rosie.
But he's nowhere near an A grader on like proven ability. Like we're not talking
He's
about
showing glimpses.
Yeah, like even probably more than glimpses, but not quite A grade. In my opinion,
What's,
I feel
what's
like A grade.
Rosie done as far as like when we talk about sort of like, I don't know, defining like moments or anything like that to sort of, you know, get Port over the line. I know he's their captain now, but I don't know. Like I find him a bit of a frustration. Like he's a little bit of a lightweight player. Connor Rosie,
genuine lightweight.
Like physicality.
To be 25 and a dual Australian midfielder, that's a very good resume.
It's a very good resume.
Yeah, he moved into a different role
agree
this
with
year,
that.
and I don't know if it's like I don't know. I think there's enough of a
He's a very good
resume
player.
there to this point, and I still thought he had a pretty good year. He just was in a different position. And Horn Francis absolutely has the scope to be much better than Connor Rosie.
Yeah.
But we can't call Horn Francis
Can
an
I just
A-grader.
say while I'm arguing this, like it makes it sound like I'm calling Connor Rosie out here, but we are talking about like this sort of like exclusive A grade club. We're not
Yeah.
talking about players that are just very good.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I think Horn Francis has the ability to be a better player, but his level is lower than Rosie right now.
Yes, exactly. Which is what we're just
Level of output or
I
consistency.
I think the
And
thing with
output,
Horn
yeah.
Francis, like he can just win the ball, and that burst that he has and that strength that he has, like he can make bigger plays in bigger moments than Rosie can
yeah.
with his attributes.
Yeah, all right. Rosie, 2-time All-Australian. You've got to put him in
Yeah.
at this age.
St Kilda's an interesting one. I reckon they've got
That's
a
soft,
bunch.
I reckon.
No, I think their only one is Nazaya. I think that's their only A grader, head and shoulders like above the rest.
I'm agreeing with you a lot tonight, Druzy.
Should be
'Cause I'm
Cal
the same.
Wilkie. Cal Wilkie's an A-grade key position defender.
I had him.
He is.
I actually didn't have him in italics, so he is here.
I think Cal Wilkie's an All-Australian. Sorry, A-grade key defender. Over the last 2 years in particular, but I think he's been in the mix. And I think we have him in our mid-season All-Australian. I think we did.
He was All-Australian as well, wasn't
Yeah,
he?
I think he had
Last
a
year.
quieter.
Was he
Yeah,
this
yeah,
year?
he was.
No, he was All-Australian this year.
Was he?
No, last year.
Last
He wasn't
year.
All-Australian this year?
No.
No.
Oh, it was Andrews and...
Taylor.
Taylor. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, and Battle was the
Battle,
other.
yes. The third
Oh,
12, yeah.
okay.
Yeah, which hurt St Kilda fans a lot.
I would just say Nazaya for me from St Kilda.
I'm going to go 3. I think Jack Sinclair is an A-grader. Again, probably more focusing on the body of work over a period of
Yeah.
time. He's been consistently one of the best players of his position. And this is the weird thing for St Kilda. When we did our mid-season All-Australian, maybe it was just me, but I reckon he had the case for like 3 or 4 Saints. But individually, I think their best players are strong per position.
I agree with you. My only rebuttal to this is like if Jack Sinclair is your best player, which he was for a time, I think with the Saints before Nasaya. If he's your best player, is that good enough as a best player to be like the leader of the team? I don't know if he is. Like I don't know if there's like enough weaponry in Jack Sinclair overall.
Are we talking about grading him as an A-grader, or are we just talking about St Kilda's list?
I'm using St Kilda's list to sort of juxtapose.
If
Yeah.
Sinclair is, Bailey Dale is. And I don't think Bailey Dale is either.
100% Bailey Dale's an A-grader.
Yeah,
He's a defensive liability, Brev. He's not a good defender. He's a good distributor. And other than that, he gets exposed.
We'll get to Bailey Dale.
We'll get to
We'll
Bailey
get mixed
I don't
up.
know.
I think both are
I
A-graders.
think the gate is open. It's an exclusive party, and the door has been left open.
Woody's just written Jack McRae.
I think this is the first halfbacks we've mentioned, to be fair.
No, but like, someone also mentioned like if Rosie is an A grader, so is Petrarca, which is a very good point.
Yeah, well, I have both probably as A-grade.
Yeah, we'll return to this after the game.
We are back. I like this A-graders list though.
Yeah. We'll go 3/4 time, maybe.
Berry on Warple, Newcomb on Saligo,
Rochelle subbed on.
Ward on Dawson. He's in the game. Rochelle, they need him. They need some creativity. Dawson gets the clearance, gets it out to Rob, not the guy that you want kicking inside 50.
He's absolutely shinned it.
Oh my god.
That's the most.
That's a momentum killing.
Far out.
He's
got
got
him!
tackle.
Oh, well done, Warple.
Brought the pressure, sort of made up for it.
Adelaide-
Ward.
I feel like Adelaide needed a quick strike there.
Amon has so much time.
Yeah, this is bad for the Crows. He's got Gunston. How much better is Gunston when he has a little bit of separation?
Yeah.
Like he's not liking Keane on his ass.
Rory O'Brien
Rory O'Brien.
run yourself the fuck off the field.
Look at this.
I don't even
Terrible
support.
ball
I don't
dodge.
even support
And
Adelaide,
it comes
but
off his shin.
I am angry for you, Adelaide fans. That's pathetic.
The ball spun in the air as he dropped it and it hit him on the shin.
Is your phone still working, Rory O'Brien? Yeah? Will you accidentally
Are you
get a...
meaning to call him Rory?
His name's Riley.
Yeah, who's Rory O'Brien?
Rory Laird, Riley O'Brien.
Yeah,
maybe
they had a lot of Rorys.
Yeah.
They did. Sorry,
Gunson.
Riley O'Brien.
Bang.
Yeah, Rory's
That-
fine.
Is your phone working? Do you remember that time he accidentally tweeted shit, like trash talk on Nick Nat Nui? Do you remember this?
Nah.
COVID season.
yeah,
He
vaguely
I was away,
remember
he
it.
accidentally, and he probably was telling the truth, but it's suspicious. He accidentally tweeted his notes, which said, Nick Nat's fat and slow, he's lazy, you can run rings around him. And he posted it on Twitter. And apparently he claimed, my phone broke and I posted it. And then Nick Nat absolutely killed him in that game.
Wow.
So it was very funny. And then at the end of the game, Nick Nat gave him a phone. I think it was like Telstra saw it as an opportunity to be a
actually so
gimmick.
good. I mean, Riley O'Brien calling anyone slow is a bit rude.
Yeah, he's like, he's a fat and lazy rock. You can run rings around him.
It's like exactly what Riley.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he just like says that about other people so that it puts him in a like.
That's actually what he said, which I actually do kind of think it's possible. And then he showed his phone and it was munted. But it's a weird thing.
Threw it at the wall.
Yeah.
It's broken. That is a massively demoralising moment for the Crows to come out the front of
Wow.
a stoppage and then have a goal kicked on you within a minute of the second half.
Yeah.
Could we just get like 2 notches of volume if that's possible?
They call
For
it
sure.
coach killer. That was a fan killer moment.
Yep.
Thilthorpe,
Oh,
bang.
So that holding
That's a
the
great
ball
one.
on Warper was really, really stiff.
I don't know. He came around the
Did
back. Yeah, he had like 3 strides
Yeah,
before he got tackled.
Maybe I didn't see that one that well.
Tim, it's 18-18, 18-17, 18-16, 18-15 for anyone trying to sync up.
Are you guys Millera or Malera?
Miller.
I go with whatever the player says, which I think it's... I say Wanganeen Malera, and I say Wayne Millera.
Miller, yeah, I think I do too.
But to be fair, do
Thilthorpe.
you remember...
Goal.
Nice.
It's a goal or it's a mark? It's a goal.
Here's a goal.
Harley Bennell, or Harley Bennell, and Jamie Bennell were cousins. And Jamie Bennell I actually went to school with, and he went by Bennell. And Harley Bennell went by Harley Bennell, but they're first cousins. So like both
Who's
families.
wrong?
Yeah, well, neither of them, but both families just like chose different pronunciations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
wow.
I don't like that side of the family. We'll go as Bennell. You go as Bennell.
So I presume Wanganeen Millera and Wayne Millera. Fuck, I don't even know what I say anymore.
Malera.
Wanganeen Millera.
Millera?
I'd probably say Millera. Yeah.
Get in the comments. Let
Yeah.
us know.
Yeah.
He comes.
How do you say it? I say it as Miller.
He comes from a He comes from a long line of hat makers.
This is some really good content.
Yeah,
No.
milliner.
What?
Milliner is somebody who made hats back in the day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a little
Some,
Leave that
factoid
there.
for you, gentlemen.
and we're down to 13
My dad
people on the
loved that
stream.
joke. He absolutely loved it.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. We called Schoenmaker the cobbler
Cobbler.
because cobblers make shoes.
Shoemaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that one. Good stuff.
Millera, not Millera for me. I can't entertain this conversation.
Yeah,
anymore.
it's probably not that subjective. Like it's probably just like one pronunciation.
Yeah, I'm losing brain cells.
Do you reckon Ben Keys is like the messiest good player you've ever
Yeah,
seen?
Yeah.
whereas Unco. Alex Pearce is in that same conversation.
Okay, yeah.
Quinton Lynch type.
We were
Yes.
talking on the drive over here, like who is the least looking footballer?
like aesthetic.
Yeah, who is the
Tom
least?
Edwards is a great
Oh,
shout.
are you talking about off field now? Or
No,
the
just
way
like what they look like. You'd never think that's an AFL footballer.
Like for me, Lockie Weller is like a part-time footballer, full-time surfer.
Lockie Weller.
At least he looks athletic.
Because he
Yeah.
missed a lot of footy as well, and then he came back. So it's almost
You mean
like,
Gold Coast?
Yeah.
Lockie
Yeah.
Weller.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that surfy look. I mean, a lot of footballers look like that, though, don't they?
I don't know. Yeah. Jesse said Isaiah Dudley.
100%.
What about him?
It's just his build. Like you look at him, he's just like
Like
not
players that
shaped like a
don't look
footballer.
like footballers that are footballers, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Jared Grant was probably the iconic one.
Yep.
Oh, Gunston.
Gunson, bang.
Gunny.
Aging like a fine wine.
Did you get that reference, Jesse? Gunny.
Nice.
show.
Well done. That's good. God, I did not get that.
I did. Vicar enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Oh, Riley O'Brien kind of fits that.
I think you got to exclude rucks because they're just like
They're just
Yeah.
freaks.
Ogerman.
Ogerman. It's not a thing.
I'm gonna make that a word.
Ogerman.
Did you see there was an Australian dude that made a country in like last week? There's like a bit of land between.
An Australian
I
man.
feel like that's
oh,
not
mate,
the first time that's happened. I feel like there was another Australian who did it like in the 80s or something.
There's like land between like Serbia and Bosnia or
Oh.
something like that.
Okay.
Just like there's like a little river that runs through it,
Right.
and it's like the size of Vatican City. And this Australian dude's gone over there. It's like, yep,
Yeah,
this
right.
isn't claimed. I've made a country.
There was an Australian. I could be getting my facts wrong here. I'm sure there's an Australian dude that did like make his own country in Australia and had his own currency, and it was like Steve Bucks. I could have that wrong, but
How do you do
I
that?
feel like that's happened before.
I'm gonna search this up. It's
Yeah.
actually interesting.
Nashi. Oh,
Come on, Crows, lift.
yeah, we need some goals from Crows now.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen for him.
It's not looking good, is it?
Nah, Hawthorn's pressure has also been immense all night.
It has.
Adelaide haven't controlled the footy at all.
That was good from Worrell. Found the
Oh,
gap.
I took him on.
Butler's been good, man.
Yeah.
He's been really good in this
Future
game.
West Coast Eagle.
Oh, Hardwick with a get that one up, yeah. Oh, and it's gonna work. See, sometimes it's your day. Sometimes
Sometimes
it
it's
is
your will day.
Yeah.
And boy, isn't he?
Or
You guys are
won't
rubbing
they?
off on me.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, that was some of your worst work, John.
20-year-old Daniel Jackson is the self-declared leader of the Free Republic of Verdis, a tiny strip of uninhabited forest along the Danube River that had previously gone unclaimed between Serbia and Croatia.
Of all the unexpected talking points on this podcast, that might be the most surprising.
Connor McDonald, is that a good game?
And did he have a farm? He did not. It's been a long day. I've been up since 5:30.
Been a long day. 5:30.
It's been a long will.
day.
Ah, come on.
Luke Pedler has had one disposal.
From a long family of cyclists.
Yeah, I get that one.
Worrell.
Oh,
That was good. Speaking of Tour de France.
Riley
this is
O'Brien
just-
is having an absolute stinker.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
and he did last week.
Yeah.
This is just a wet fart fest for the Adelaide Crows right now.
This is not good. Oh, gee, that could have been
a free kick.
Yeah.
Just a wet
Weddle is so good.
phrase.
I'm actually keen to do Hawthorn
Why
in the A graders
specify
list.
West? Yes, me too. I actually think they're harder, like one of the hardest ones.
They are.
Yeah.
What's that?
Finding A graders for Hawthorn. We'll get into it, but I actually reckon it's not easy.
It's not.
Jack Sinclair isn't an A grader. He's just not.
I think it's close.
I think he is.
No, but if you're an A grader, I reckon you announce yourself. You're like, I am one of the best in the competition.
I'm Jack Sinclair.
He's just
Is that how you meet? That's a meaningless phrase.
He's not
You
quite.
can really announce yourself.
It's not. This
like
is,
it should be screaming off the page. Like, I am elite.
Jack's here.
yeah.
It doesn't mean it's just meaningless phrases.
The criteria is meaningless.
Yeah, but that's particularly meaningless. Does he scream off the page? Does he announce himself?
Stupid.
He's got a certain je ne sais quoi.
If Jack Sinclair's an A grader, Jordan Clark's an A grader.
Yeah, Jordan Clark is an A grader.
No, but he hasn't done it for long enough, so he's not.
Oh, we'll get to it.
Oh, they're out.
Oh, this is Barca.
Bloody Barcelona. I was about
This
to say
is
it.
Barca. Watson.
Oh,
What's
Keeps
off?
the Crows slightly. Noted Jack Sinclair
Leaves
needs
the
more
door
jazz
ajar.
hands. Yeah. Perhaps keys will be part of the solution. Wait, the door's already open, so it doesn't make any sense. Maybe they wanted to lock it behind them.
I don't know if there's ever been this many true footy jokes on the footy from the flat
Yeah,
yet.
I'm in some of my worst form tonight. Needed a
Woody says
pre-stream
this
nap.
is so close to being a game. This is so close to being a stream.
Yeah. I think you meant game, as in one more goal and it's
Yeah.
over. Yeah.
I
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks. I thought you
Subscribe.
interpreted it the other way. Good.
Yeah.
There's your rising
Soligo.
star.
Yes.
Oh, what a pick up from Pedler for his second touch.
He cycles into the 50. That's a good kick. It's actually a good kick.
I love
Wow.
how you just say what's it called? Like deadpan now.
Nonchalant.
That was a great kick as it just gets intercepted.
It was a good
okay-
kick. It was just
an
the
okay
defensive.
kick.
Well, I just think considering it was a little bit off balance.
It wasn't an A grade kick.
maybe
It was a
not.
Jack Sinclair if it was a kick.
I thought it was a good kick.
Yeah,
to be
but
honest. Like
you
the
were wrong.
vision.
Jack Sinclair isn't an A grader.
Yes.
And that wasn't a good kick because it didn't hit the target.
I don't think it's that simple.
That Sharon is looking a bit flat.
It's very flat.
Oh.
Do you want me to pump it up and bring it next stream? We'll go for a little kick.
Yeah, I've actually got a pump.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I just haven't pumped it up for some reason.
Pump it louder.
They just deflate. They naturally deflate.
That's gravity.
It's not
Is
great.
that- yeah, I was going to say that's not crap. Sick dog.
That's gravity for you.
Oh, Keane had to mark that.
He's keen to win, isn't he?
Oh, they're getting worse.
Joel.
I got nothing.
Oh, Chol just gets the kick away and well spoiled.
That was a good kick.
Yeah, it was.
I'm being facetious.
I know. It's cute.
I'm being Felicia.
I'm being fergalicious.
There's actually a comment here. This is an interesting one from Riffs, a common contributor. If Eagles split both picks and take Cumming, Marsh, Farrow, Jevon and Barker, would this be a better haul than Richmond's? I love how
That's
fans
5.
of like shit teams down the bottom, like this starts to become like a thing. It's like a competition for, it's like
Yeah.
the players don't even matter anymore. It's like, was the haul better though?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the bounty.
Oh, hang on. This is a good comment from Rogue Riot. He should have been more keen to mark that.
Oh, that's game. The Hawks are into a prelim, just
give
about.
Give it these ones.
Dylan, we were right, dude. Put it there.
Nice. That's your first out of 5, bro.
Yeah, feels great. It's actually better than... No, it's not.
Can we go back to that
Nah,
haul
fair call.
just for a second?
Yes.
I thought Adelaide would win.
Whose is better, Richmond's or West Coast?
I don't think we can really assess it for a long time, to be honest.
10, 11
You're
years?
the man who follows the draft. Like, how do these talents compare? I mean, these specifically
Yeah.
those 5 players. It's a tricky one.
Yeah, I mean, Richmond took a lot more tools, didn't they?
Exactly. It's a little bit apples and oranges, and
It
that
is.
draft was considered stronger.
Yeah,
But-
I mean, you would have to say Richmond still, but yeah, who knows?
They've-
Good analysis.
Yeah, I mean, none of those players are Sam Lawler, to be fair.
Nah. No. Maybe not
or-
even Taj Houghton.
Yeah. But that's assuming those 5 players get taken.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good 5, but you want to see some AFL footy out of
Yeah,
them
is it
first.
worth getting rid of that? Like, if there's such a unclear expectation on this draft class, would you be better to fling off one and get 2 or 3? Probably get 2, wouldn't you? If it was
Flip it into next year, you mean?
flip it into next year.
Is
No,
that what you meant?
he's asking if that's what you mean.
I'm saying could you say to Essendon, we'll give you a pick 2 if you get that for Oscar Allen or whatever, and give us 2 of what have they got?
I have a
Yeah.
funny feeling this is going to be a video discussion later.
Yeah, true.
Mm.
Maybe
Or we can
save
do it now.
Yeah.
No, we can save it.
I don't mind.
I just noticed, by the way, that Thilthorpe went into the ruck. They got Riley O'Brien off the ground. And
Yeah.
Thilthorpe just got manhandled by Chol for that last goal.
Cholsky.
Here they go again. Let's see who... There's a lot of fire in this ruck contest.
Far out.
Look at the Hawthorn fans on their feet. Bro.
Oh, he's got it.
He pushed him into
Did
that.
well, to be
Far
fair.
out.
That's a decent effort.
That's like the skill of Thilthorpe there. He still lost the physical battle.
Had his body in the right position. Oh,
There is
wow.
absolutely no way Adelaide win this game. Hawthorn have been all over him.
Yeah, I agree. Let's have a look at some of the numbers that back that up.
Not at any point of this game have Adelaide been in control.
38 inside 50s to 26. Goal efficiency, 23% to 15 in favour of the Hawks. 9 goals from 38 inside 50s is pretty good. Clearances, 25 to 20. 9 to 4 centre clearances.
I'm loving this rock battle right now. Chol is just throwing Thilthorpe around. Oh, Ward,
that
what
was
a pick
clean.
up.
Yeah.
That was good. Gunston.
Gunny.
Oh, too good.
Oh, Watto in the
It just
air.
happened to be Nick Watson.
Yeah,
but it was a good kick.
I wish the audio guy just had like the Mario jump sound effect every time Nick Watson goes for a mark. Over to you, Dylan.
I can't believe Adelaide's season is over.
Yeah, I suppose it's not a huge shock. I mean, the comparison would be like Brisbane in 19 when they shot up to second from bottom 4.
Yeah.
Very close parallels. They lost to Richmond and then GWS.
That's the thing too. It's not like, even though we're talking about no team since the 80s or whatever has finished top and got knocked out in straight sets.
No team has also jumped as high as they did in one season.
No, and it was it was an incredibly tight top 4 race, top 8 race, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like there were times if Adelaide dropped one more game, where would they have ended up? 4th?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
Well, percentage was insanely good, so maybe
It was
third.
actually, yeah.
Rochelle on the ball. Finds a target.
Fogarty.
Where's
Good
he
kick.
been all night? To be fair, the ball hasn't really been down their end much, has it?
No.
They would have finished second.
Yeah, okay.
Not a
maybe
great
a bad
point.
example. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right though. I think it's just in subjective quality between 1st and 8th. Like these guys played in a ripping game not long ago.
Yeah.
It's not that big a gap.
We were talking when you went for a tinkle, Jesse, about Crows going out in straight sets. It's not the end of the world because their best footy's ahead of them type thing. But how much of a psychological effect does this have if they lose? Fogarty's just kicked one to bring it back within 4.5 goals or so. The belief that finals performances give a club, I think, are pretty valuable as well, right? So we mentioned last year Hawthorn won a final against the Dogs, took a lot of belief into that against Port Adelaide, took them to the wire. So if they just fold out in straight sets in the nature that they may, what would you make of that?
I don't think it's a big deal. I think there's been lots of teams that have gone out in straight sets.
But in the nature that they could, I know they've just kicked a goal, crumbled last week under the pressure, beaten convincingly, and
I guess what Drewsy's saying,
and
they
home
don't
games as well.
They don't have a defining performance to put it on. Whereas, say Hawthorn, who jumped up the ladder last year, they had a finals win, and they could have beaten Port Adelaide.
And
in
look
that
at what
second
that's
game.
done for them now. They're up for this. They've had 2 away games on the road.
There's a
and
lot
they're
more
playing
of
their
finals
best footy.
experience in that team, though. I don't think it's the end of the world that Adelaide go out in straight sets. Again, I go back to the Brisbane example. Brisbane went out in straight sets twice before they won the premiership. 22 and 19. And
They did it twice, did they?
Yeah, and they got annihilated in a home prelim at the Gabba in 2020. As far as final scoring goes, I think it's a little bit overplayed. I don't think Adelaide.
Yeah.
I think Adelaide will be aware, okay, we got bested, but
You could
they'll be
make
better
the
for
argument too about, honestly, Richmond, because Richmond were qualifying for finals and stuffing it up before their premierships too.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the season before or anything, but there were a lot of there was a lot of flailing.
Yeah. Yeah, they got knocked out in 3 elimination finals in a row.
Yeah, that's right.
Who does the winner of this play?
Geelong.
Yeah.
That's a
Hawthorn
big
versus
game.
Geelong's
game, yeah.
massive.
Imagine Hawthorn make the grand final from 8th.
Are we gonna stream? I suppose we'll see where the matchups land. But Friday or Saturday next week.
I actually have to stream Friday.
What are you doing? Have you got
Yeah.
plans Saturday night?
I've not Saturday night. I've got to do something though on Saturday.
I was going to say we should try and possibly get tickets to one of the prelims because they're both at the G.
That's not a bad idea.
Stream one, go to one.
Stream one, go to one. Does that work for you guys?
Yeah.
Sorry to be
it's
sorry to be organising this on the stream.
This is your house, mate. So
In the
what you
middle
guys
of
offer
the
us is
street.
outstanding. So yeah, your schedule is more important. But no.
That is not okay.
Which is likely to be the Friday night? Would
I
it
don't
be,
know. I don't actually know that.
It would be this, wouldn't it? It'd be Hawthorn and Geelong.
Friday.
Because, wouldn't it be a disadvantage for the team that plays Saturday to play? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, got ya.
Yeah,
so it'd be
it would-
Collingwood
yeah.
versus
You're right, you're right.
Brisbane
It'd be
or
Geelong
Gold
v
Coast.
Hawthorn Friday night.
Well,
That's a good result.
That's a good game. Yeah.
And then the other one will be Collingwood v Brisbane, most likely. So that would be the game we potentially go to. Or Gold Coast.
It'd be
Great
very hard to
tackle.
get tickets, but if we're all on it,
Yeah.
it'd be hot.
Yeah.
I've been to the footy in been to Freo, but I haven't been to the G.
I thought you had
In
been
a
to the
while.
footy. I'm like, didn't you just go to the game?
No, I've raised that from my memory.
I haven't been to the G in 7 years.
Is that true?
Mm.
Wow.
18 grand
Footy.
final. Not going back
I
there
have to
until the
rub
Eagles
it
play in
in
a grand
now.
final.
Are you an Eagles fan?
I've been to 3 Eagles grand finals, but the only other game I went to at the MCG was actually a Freo game.
Who'd they play?
Collingwood.
Did they win?
No.
Of course they did.
I think it was close, though. It was 07.
God, I could not even tell you what happened in that fixture. All right, the Crows have actually got a bit of a run on. Similar to Freo last week, third quarter, they're just throwing caution to the wind.
Far out. What a poor skill error from an experienced player there.
Was that
They-
Laird?
It was Neil Bullen, I thought.
They don't.
Oh, there's Laird.
Oh, there's Laird. The man you just...
Oh,
landed.
fumbles.
Identified.
Yeah. How dare you?
They actually just don't use the ball well enough, the Crows.
No, not in this game.
That's been their thing this year. They've just been a long tour contest team, and your weaknesses
They're
get
getting
found
diced
out in
up, to be
finals.
honest.
Yeah.
You come up against a team that can move the ball by foot, and it becomes a battle of skill.
Keeney.
Ooh.
Gee, they've unearthed some players this season, though, haven't they?
They
the
have,
Crows?
yeah.
Keane, Worrell, Saligo. The signings.
Curtin, yeah.
Curtin. Even Murray, to some extent, I think has gone to another level.
Thilthorpe? Did he have a big year last year?
No,
No.
but he kind of did.
He teased, I think.
He played
Gave us a preview.
what he did. He played 7 games at the end of the season in a row,
okay.
and they were really high quality games.
Yeah.
But he didn't put the whole season together, so he didn't have that goal tally of like a key position forward.
Yeah.
But it was kind of obvious, I feel, that he was going to break
I
out
remember
this
you
year.
saying, like, at the start of the year, like, there's no way that Riley Thilthorpe doesn't have a 50-goal season. I was like, he hasn't played ever. Like, he's hardly ever strung, like, a season together.
Yeah, he just looks so good in that
Yeah.
little patch. It was like if he gets injured, obviously that's going to rule him out, and he's not going to do it. But yeah, it was just It even felt like I did a breakout performance video, and I didn't even include him because I felt like it was too much of a low hanging fruit.
Yeah. Yeah. Gunston just kicked his fourth
Wow.
and just got high-fived in the face. Well, 34-point margin.
I don't think Adelaide... Oh, how many times have... I think Hawthorn have won the last 3 finals between these two sides. One was 07, when Buddy kicked the goal after the siren. That was before Buddy Franklin was a household name. Kicked the goal after the
Oh,
siren.
I remember that.
Yeah, elimination final.
5 versus
Marvel.
8.
Yeah. I reckon they played in 15 and 12, I reckon, maybe.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, that's right. They showed the graphic before.
Yeah. I reckon a 15 semi-final.
Who got subbed off? Was it Weddle?
Oh,
I don't know.
good question. Lewis.
Mitch Lewis. Fair play.
Yeah. That was
Excuse me.
obvious when you think about it, wasn't it?
69 goals for the season, Jack
I think
Gunston.
my
That's
bladder is calling me
crazy.
from the bathroom.
That's Meek has just absolutely annihilated Riley O'Brien.
Yeah.
He'll never get over this.
Riley O'Brien has absolutely obliterated Riley O'Brien tonight.
He has to when he's had the football. That's 2 weeks in a row too for him.
Should have gone harder for Draper.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good call.
Although I don't know if Draper will... I don't know. But, like, yeah. Shows the importance of a ruck.
The Crows as well, like they just have nothing coming through in the ruck stocks. There's not even like a
No.
young project ruckman that they have. There's been a couple of nice like South Australian ruckmen in the last few drafts. Like there was Taylor Goad, they missed him, went to North. Alex Dodson last year.
Mm-hmm.
So they have had a couple of opportunities to get local talent and just haven't been able to do it, which is I
Is
don't
there
know.
any they could target this year?
In the draft. No, there is. Yeah, I think like someone like a Louis Emmett, who's probably sitting in that kind of like late first round, early second. They
Yep.
could get him. He's Victorian though. Who was that South Australian ruckman actually? Sam Ainsworth. He's decent. I don't know if he's like he was good in the champs, but like I don't know if he's actually an AFL type.
Yeah.
I think they'll like clearly with where their list's at though, like they're not going to be able to bring in a 19, 20-year-old ruckman to actually play.
Yeah, that's true.
So like they're going to have to go after someone if they want to replace.
God, rucks are the hardest position. They've got to be the hardest position to develop, like, and draft.
They're such a weird, they're a weird one.
The only good ruck that I can remember coming out of the draft really is Jackson. Like, he was just like,
Yeah.
obviously all rucks have to come out of the draft. But
I know
like,
what you mean.
higher
You mean
level,
like taking it as a
he
top.
is going to be a great ruckman at AFL level.
Yeah.
That's on the ball. Bit of belief here from the Crows.
They're coming. You'd find it hard to think that they could double their score and
Yeah.
more though.
Oh my God, he bellied it. It's a goal, but he bellied a snap and it went through. He's lifted since you potted him, Pedler.
Tim
He's
Stewart's
really gone up a gear.
He has. He hasn't had much of the footy.
That's good.
That was a nice pickup.
Nose-butting the shit out of the mic.
I hope that was on camera.
I'm sure Vicar had it covered. Yeah. Look, he's holding the ball. I love this. He's like, yeah, I don't want to lose the ball. Let go. Let go.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good tackle. Was that, what do they call that? Cowboying or something?
Yeah.
Cowboy tackle?
Yeah.
I don't know if we made that up.
Nah, that's what Collingwood were doing against Fremantle.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Oh, cowboy tackles is like, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, I see.
Yeah, if you don't make the noise, it doesn't count.
Rogue Wright says one of Geelong and Hawthorn will be in the grand final, and that makes me sick.
That's very true. Wow.
Well, it'll be Geelong, won't it?
Most likely. But we said before the game, I think Hawthorn was always more likely to upset Geelong at the G than Adelaide were.
How did they go head-to-head earlier in the year? Was that the game? That was the game when Nash knocked out Brian Myers.
I think Geelong won by a few goals.
Oh, that's when Bailey Smith threw the ball into...
What round was that?
That was early. I reckon that would have been round
Easter Monday,
2 or
like
3.
round. I reckon 4 or 5 because Easter Monday.
I'm going to go 3.
Could
He's
be.
gone with 3. No.
I'm going to go
4.
5.
4 was gather round, so it'd be 5.
Oh, that's Anzac. Maybe it was round 6.
Christ.
Yeah, because Easter Thursday.
7 points. The Cats won.
Oh, it was closer than I thought. Yeah.
Let's have a look at
right.
Let's have a look at the worm.
Man, Hawthorn in a grand final would be wild.
Just hit myself with the microphone.
Oh, you both did that. It's my turn next.
Do it.
Someone's put in the comments Moyle, presumably talking about the replacement for
He doesn't
Riley
want to leave
O'Brien.
Gold Coast for some reason.
That's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, because he's not getting in over Witts in the next... Like, Witts is only just 30, right? Like, he's not super old.
I think he's 94. No, Witts might be 92. I think he might be older than me.
Cruiser was great, but
I
got
could be
injured too
wrong.
often. That's a good call from Leo.
I feel like Witts is a year older than me.
Yeah. I mean, you couldn't call Cruiser a success, but it wasn't... I agree. It wasn't necessarily purely footballing ability. There has been other successful rucks, like Natanui.
That was a bit of a diabolical draft, though, 07.
Oh, Nick Nat. He was one. We're talking about
Yeah.
Oh, Butler.
over.
By Crom.
It's over. Don't know why I did that.
What did you do?
weird.
I did this.
I went like that.
Oh, he was playing... yeah, those are the bye-bye castanets.
The what?
Castanets, you know, those little...
What's a castanet?
It's a little instrument. But
Lewis has made a good point. The Hawks gave up a massive lead, similar time last game.
Was it this late? Oh, last game.
Like to the
GWS.
Giants. I mean, I think the Giants caught them about now, didn't they?
Yeah,
And then they actually steadied. So
Yeah.
but reasonable point by Lewis.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not happening.
God, what a performance from Hawthorn, man. Like, every single player has had a good game.
Yeah.
Maybe except Mitch Lewis, but that's neither here nor there. Like, Gunston, Butler, Wiz, Chol, Moore.
Nick Watson's been
McDonald.
incredible in this game.
Yeah. Even, like, Ward, Butler, like, players that, probably questioned if they could get into this Hawthorn side for a long time have looked really impressive tonight. Their backs haven't really had to do much. to be
Barris
honest.
with the express pace.
Yeah, I was going to say explosive. Talk to me about Adelaide.
Why?
Who has played well for Adelaide?
Fuck
Dawson,
knows.
and that's it.
Has Dawson even played that
I didn't
well?
even notice Dawson that much.
No. He's won a couple of clearances, but
Laird?
I mean,
He's got
he's
good
had
numbers.
22 touches. He's been shit outside.
Keane?
Has he? I didn't think he was that bad.
Like,
Yeah, maybe Keane.
We're clutching at straws, aren't we?
Yeah.
I mean, Keane's on Gunston right now. I'm not sure if they've been directly matched up. I feel like Gunston's just got too much space on him.
Yeah. He's an awkward mismatch for a
Is
key position
missed.
defender.
Yeah. Ain't nothing but heartbreak.
Nothing but a heartbreak. Tell me why.
Even if the
That's
Hawks,
it. Number 5.
Actually, I'll give you a good player for the Crows, Wayne Miller. I think he's been their best player.
Fair.
Even if the Hawks fell off a cliff, I'm not convinced the Crows can do what GWS did last week.
Nah.
Yeah.
GWS were very good at that this year.
Yeah, they can score really quickly.
Yeah.
Really
It's
quickly.
kind of not quite unique, but
It's their
somewhat
modus operandi.
Yeah.
I would have rather had a loss like this last week, just like put me out of my misery early.
I liked it the way it was, honestly. Bill Thorpe. Oh,
No way.
That's a great goal. That's a
Bit of
great
Sam
goal.
Darcy about that.
Yeah, there was. Yeah.
Quality.
Opposite foot, just like that kick was way more powerful than it looked like it was going to be.
The beast.
Just a powerful guy.
Hold
Far
the
out.
phone.
So skillful.
5 goals required to level the scores. They get one more.
They are cooked. They are cooked, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about this performance? Like, it's a little bit of a tricky one to read. Like, they've never really been in the game, have they?
No.
Nah.
Well, they came back from that 3-goal deficit early on, and then
Yeah. They sort of steadied there.
ball use. Like, look at this. It's like a spoil off the back to
Yeah.
Thorpe, who
Yeah.
swings a left leg through it. Like,
Hawthorn's pressure has been pretty relentless, though. They haven't
they've
given him an
we must
inch.
move quickly.
So I would ask the question: how far can Hawthorn go?
Not to the grand final.
Really?
I think Geelong.
They've only got one more game now.
Yeah, so they can make a prelim. There you go.
No, I think they could beat
I think
Geelong.
they could beat Geelong.
Yeah, I think they could beat Geelong. But I won't predict it. But that is probably a bad sign because I'm 1 from 5.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm going to go early and predict them to win that. But like, I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty favourable matchup for them, getting the Cats.
Yeah.
Albeit, like, you could see Hawthorn beating the Pies too.
Gary Smith, your namesake. Is
My
this,
namesake.
Is this a friend of yours?
I don't know. I don't know who that is. That's my dad. Gunston is killing Adelaide. He says, "Damn right."
G'day,
he is."
Gary.
G'day, Gaz.
He really is killing him.
He's smashing him. Meek is killing O'Brien.
Nothing meek
whoa,
about that.
whoa.
He's crying.
How good of a player
terrible
is
kick.
Blake Hardwick?
Yeah. 100th game in a row, I think they announced before this game.
He's just so good.
32 seconds left in the quarter. Can't wait to go through some A graders again after establishing that Nazai Wanganeen Miller is the only A grader at St Kilda.
I'm actually going to go to the bathroom before we get into that.
Disagree.
All right, I'll take Wilkie. I'm not taking Sinclair.
I disagree on both, but this 19 seconds, can they force anything out of this 19 seconds?
Oh, he's
It's a
absolutely
bad throw,
throwing
and
that.
it's given away any opportunity. 24 scoring shots to 14 in this particular do-or-die clash.
All right. So St Kilda, Nazai Wanganeen Miller. No one
I
else.
think we
On
should
to the next.
We should wait for Dill. Perhaps.
Okay.
Will the prelim final be played at Geelong? No, I believe it's going to be the MCG.
Yeah, both MCG
I don't think they'd
prelims.
miss the opportunity to go Cats Hawks at the MCG, honestly. Max says, guess who's 0-5 in finals tipping? Hawthorn saved me last week. Otherwise, I would be the same. Now
I was on
vote
4
for
and now
Hawthorn.
I'm 1-5. Not that I
Nice.
tip, but I
Yeah.
yes.
Both teams are completely different from round 6. I'd argue the Cats are a better team and should comfortably win while singing Jewel of the Fates, says Tim Stewart. Oh, you have a keen ear, my friend.
I feel like Hawthorn have. What do Hawthorn have? They're a bit more. Are they more dynamic? I don't know. Look at like Ginnivan, Watson, Moore, but then the Cats have like Myers.
I think both sides have improved since round 5.
Yeah, definitely. All right, back to the A graders. On to Carlton.
Is that where we're up to?
Yes.
This one's pretty easy, I think,
Yeah.
for me, Carlton. I have gone with one A grader.
Just
Yeah.
one.
Actually,
You've
no,
gotta
I need to
have
talk one of them
3.
out. I need to talk one of them out. So the obvious one that's a definite is Wiedering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my first lock.
And then the 2-time Brownlow medalist, obviously in there.
That's the most debatable one for me.
Patrick Cripps.
Oh, fuck off.
Patrick Cripps is not an A grader right now.
See, the difference with Cripps is the age piece, but I guess we did say the same thing.
boys.
Merritt is the same age. So, no, I probably would say Cripps is an A grader personally.
I don't think the performance was there.
Not this year.
What world are we living in if Patrick Cripps is not an A grader?
But it's
What world are we living in?
it's not about like it's not about legacy. Legacy is like factored in.
He was the
but
Brownlow medalist last year. He was the best player in the competition.
Oh, that was only
year.
last year. That was only last year.
But he shouldn't. He
He
shouldn't
was
have
not
won
the best
that.
player in the competition last
Yes,
year.
no.
He's never. He's
No,
no.
he
Hang on.
wasn't.
I agree. He's an A grader, but he's never been the best player in the competition.
This is not up for debate. Patrick Cripps is one of the better players of the last 6 years.
Yeah, well, no,
Maybe.
that's true, but like
Yeah.
we are
This year,
This
not-
this has a strong recency bias to it. This game,
Yeah.
because we are talking about the A grade, the current A grade.
It does get a little bit more intense as well when they're old. However, I did say that Merritt's still in because of his legacy. That's probably true of Cripps as well. I actually forgot that Cripps won the Brownlow last year. He's an A grader.
Without a doubt.
But he wasn't the best player in the comp.
I
No
didn't
way.
even have to like. He's not even in
He-
italics. Like that's been the.
He has... I'm talking last year, but he was putting Galton on his back and just like dragging them to wins. He's one of the most influential players to any club in the comp.
So-
similar vein to
So
Zach
what I
Merritt.
would argue here, right? He plays a very specific role, and most teams have like one of that type of player in their, not necessarily one in their entire team, but one like main guy that does it well, which is like first possession.
Yeah.
He plays that role. There are better players in the competition that do that exact thing. So at what point do you start kicking players out? I would have, without spoiling the A graders list, I would
Yeah.
have players like Matt Rao, Caleb Sarong, Tom Green.
Were they better than him last year, though?
Were they better than him last
No,
year?
no.
I don't think they were.
I think there's an argument that Sarong was. I don't think Rao was as consistent over the entire season last year, but
No.
I'm placing a strong 2025 lens on that.
Well, you said that Merritt was an A grader. So how do you compare Cripps and Merritt in quality?
Oh, that's like right. That's just the now piece, the 2025 piece. I think Merritt's played at a higher level in 2025. I don't even think Cripps was the best midfielder at Carlton. I think
Last
Hewitt,
year?
Yeah,
this
Hewitt.
year.
Hewitt
this
was.
Hewitt had a
Yeah,
better
yeah.
season than him. Like I don't even think it's that debatable.
No, I agree that Hewitt was better this year. I don't think Cripps had the best year this year, but I think that
He's an
if we're being
A-grader.
consistent, he has to be an A grader, in my opinion.
So you guys are drawing a massive like time piece here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in the same way that Merritt wasn't at his best this year, neither was Cripps, but Cripps has
Merritt
won
was
2
much better.
Brownlows.
Merritt was much better than Cripps this year, though.
Was he?
Yeah. Yeah. He
Even
was.
still, I think the body of work for Cripps over a period of time puts him there.
Okay.
So I had Wiedering and Cripps. You obviously omitted Cripps. We can have
baffled
different
me.
ones.
I can't believe that one's up for debate. I see what you're saying in terms of like, the role, but he is just like a superhero. You watching him in person, you can't tackle him. Don't know if there's a stronger midfielder in the competition. Yes, all of Carlton struggled this year. Their whole team was shit.
I think there's a decent parallel here with Fife, where I feel like Cripps' footy has relied so much on his body being right, and that was very true of Fife, where Fife at his best was the best player in the competition, but there were many years through that patch where he wouldn't have been considered an A grader because of the way he was playing, but then came back, and then when his body was right, he won another Brownlow medal. I think there's some parallels there.
Okay. I think that like mostly this is kind of leaning into we have a different take on probably how we've done it.
Yeah.
Because I've done it more around like you had to be at that top level in 25, where you guys are bringing in the legacy.
Yeah, I'm probably also thinking of it like, what if you were making like FIFA ratings? Cripps would still be very high.
He
for
would
me.
still be like 90.
Yeah.
Going into this season, he would have been like 92.
But the
ratings.
age does work against him. That was also true of Merritt. I'm going to conclude personally A grade.
And
you
Kerno.
did.
Two-
Yeah, Kerno's the same.
Kerno's
for me.
gotta be
Has
an
to
A grade.
A
Two
grade.
two plays one, so I lose.
No. We don't have to decide. Like, there's
Oh,
not
okay.
one
We
unanimous
just
one.
have- okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay. I have put Charlie Kerno. I found him one of the more difficult ones because I don't think he had an A grade season in 2025.
Agreed. Yeah.
So he's in that sense, he's a little bit more in the Cripps. The only thing is like Cripps is obviously not improving, whereas Kernow's still in that like kind of prime of his career. So he could bounce back next year, where I don't see Cripps like bouncing back.
2-time Coleman medal winner.
Yeah.
One of the most sort of X factor key forwards there is in the game.
Can I bring up though, like with Kerno, why I found it difficult? Like he's played in a couple of final series now, and he's had really poor performances in finals. Now I'm not like solely holding that against him, but I think it's a factor.
It's worth mentioning. Worth mentioning.
Did have a down year this year.
Yeah.
I think his capability, though, is insane. Like when he's on.
I agree.
He's not your stock standard mark and kick kind of key forward. He kicks goals he hurts you in different ways.
Is he a top 5 key position forward in the competition right now?
The top what?
Top 5 key position forward right now.
See, like if we're doing like power rankings, probably not. But
that matters though, right? Where they sit in their position.
I would probably give him a higher FIFA rating than Thilthorpe.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But that's the
because
legacy
in
piece.
the same way, like the FIFA rating lags a little bit behind performance. Like you got to earn that FIFA rating. Right?
Yeah.
I wonder how much of this is relatable for people who never played FIFA.
Name 5 key forwards you would take over Charlie Curnow.
Sam Darcy,
Yep.
Riley Thilthorpe,
Yep.
Jeremy Cameron. Give me some more names because I can't.
Patrick Voss, Josh Tracy.
A couple of Hogan won the Coleman medal last year. I know you're not huge on him.
No, I am huge on. I love Hogan.
Ben
Oh,
King.
do you? Oh,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
I'm remembering that. Ben King, you're not huge on.
I would say, to be honest, Curnow comes in at probably at 5 for me.
I think Curnow is better than Hogan.
Yeah, 100%.
Well,
Without a doubt. Jack Gunston.
There's also the body of
nah,
performance there.
Curnow is better than Georgiades. People are putting. I would still take Curnow over Georgiades.
Yeah.
And obviously for the purposes of what we're doing here, for sure. I think he's about 5.
Okay.
Would you take Curnow above any of the guys I said? Just Hogan.
Darcy, no.
Yeah, but
Thilthorpe, no. And then I'd probably on
Put him-
Jez. Yeah, I'd probably have him at 4. Who did you have at 4? Jesse Hogan.
Hogan and then.
No, I'd have.
Curnow.
I'd have.
Hogan won the Coleman last year.
he
Curnow's
did.
won 2, bro.
I feel like he's a little bit.
He's more one-dimensional.
Yeah, I think that's
sure.
the phrase I'm looking for. He's a bit more one-dimensional than Curnow. So I'm going to say Weeder and Curnow Cripps. I think that's fair,
Yeah.
personally. But agree to disagree.
Okay.
Sydney Swan. Oh, sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say I was Wiedering and Curnow very close.
Okay. Sydney Swans.
So would you only have one? Sorry, Dylan. Who would
Yeah, just Wiedering.
Wow.
Yeah, see, I'm prepared to look a little bit further back
That's
than
fair.
just simply this season. Sydney Swans. Isaac Heaney, lock.
I had 2 locks. I thought 2 were very easy.
Yeah.
And just
Heaney and Golden.
yep,
Yeah.
correct.
Nick Blakey's an A-grade halfback.
Yeah. Was he?
Yeah, we all
Yeah,
have
he-
different criteria for this, don't we?
Yeah.
I think in terms of ability, he's top echelon. And he's a recent All-Australian.
Yeah, I don't mind having Blakey in there.
I don't mind having Blakey in there either.
He's not competing with your Gouldens and your Heaney's. Like, in my opinion, we're going per position, right? I also think Chad Warner is probably like A-, but
Yeah.
probably still A-grade.
Yeah.
If
He's
displayed-
clearly not as good as Goulden and Heaney.
he
Clearly
will,
not as good.
Yeah, he.
But those guys, I would argue, might be A+. Heaney and Goulden on their day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly Heaney.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's at the.
He needs a
gem.
different level of player, isn't
Yeah.
he? Just how he can win games, like seize the moments. Like I think there's a few players like that. I don't know.
think
Like
Warner definitely is, but this season didn't have that much of a good year, and last year really broke out, so it's tough. But I would still put Chad Warner in that
yeah,
basket.
hasn't had the like he doesn't have the luxury of like a Cripps or a Merritt where he's had like season
Yeah.
after season after season because he's so young.
Give it 3-4 years though. When he's playing
Yeah.
for Freo in a few years, he'll definitely be an A-grader.
There's 2 more debatable Sydney Swans for me.
Grundy.
Grundy is one of them because he's probably one of the best rucks on form in the competition. And his career has been up and down, but he was also a very good ruckman at Collingwood and probably the number 2 ruck in the comp. And Tom Papley, when you compare against other half forwards of the competition, is not that far off the top echelon.
Yeah, not far, but not.
Yeah, I still think if you went down through small forwards, if you
Yeah.
started to rank small forwards, he'd be too far down that list for me to put him as an A-grader.
Yeah.
I think Grundy's a more interesting
Would you
conversation.
prefer Dylan Moore or Papley?
I think
Dylan
they're
Moore.
different.
Yeah, quite different.
But I would prefer Dylan Moore.
What? So we're talking like deep forward
I'd
pockets.
prefer
Moore's more high.
I'd
Yeah.
prefer Papley as a centre bounce presence and a deep small forward, like because he's better closer to goal. But I think Moore's a better like connector.
Oh, it's just that.
Rochelle,
Oh, beautiful. Woo! He's celebrating like he has no idea what the score is.
yeah, he actually is. He's like, this is my fucking career,
Yeah,
man.
it's the last quarter of his season.
There's still time, says Hutto.
Yeah.
Perhaps, like, would you... Yeah.
Grundy could be A grade.
I wouldn't have Grundy or Papley.
Where does Grundy sit in the ruck?
Yeah,
Because
so
this rucks are easy because it just...
Yeah, there's not many of them.
Yeah.
Therefore, there's less A graders, but also who's better than Grundy outside of Gawn right now?
Can I make a suggestion here? I don't think you could have any more than 3 rucks in the competition as
Yeah,
A graders
that's
because
fair.
it's just going to... You're just
Agreed.
giving out
So I would
participation.
have, Gawn obviously, and then probably Cherry and
Do you think-
Darcy Cameron and Luke Jackson ahead of Grundy.
Really?
Obviously, this Grundy had like 3 years of doing fuck all.
Yes, true.
True. Okay, I suppose when you look, I was thinking this year he was the second best ruck. But you're
Yeah.
right, there was some stank around.
There was a stinky period there.
I mean, he
Yeah,
basically had a season
gross.
off when he went to Melbourne.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, all right. I'm prepared to say Grundy's not an
and
A grader.
Papley, I wouldn't say is a top 3 small forward in the competition. So I wouldn't.
No, but you wouldn't. You would include more small forwards than rucks because there's more. of them.
Watto?
Oh, missed.
All right, I still wouldn't have Papley in.
Fair.
No.
So we're all happy.
I
with
didn't have Papley in. for the record.
Blakey. You happy with Blakey, Dill?
I am. I actually didn't have him in, but I think he is.
I think he's
I
an A
think he
grade
is.
halfback flanker.
Warner?
I had Warner in.
I had Warner.
I didn't. So I had Goulden, Heaney, Blakey
Yeah.
for the purpose.
God. Warner's stiff, but he's in mine.
Western Bulldogs. Bond? Debatable?
Is he an A grader?
I think he's been the best player in the comp for the last 5 years, or at least
Maybe 10.
on aggregate. He is.
Maybe 10. He's the easiest A grade choice I've ever made.
Yeah. He was born A grade.
Sam
He
Darcy,
was.
I have to put in there just for the amount of X factor he has.
Oh, Sam Darcy's definitely an A grader.
Yeah, I mean, he's been an A grader for like 16 games, though.
Yeah.
Or
But
18.
those
It's-
16 games.
It's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you're switch kicking on your opposite foot as a key forward, you're crazy level of
Drews,
skill.
I've said this so many times, but do you remember that game we
I remember the game,
we
the
streamed?
Freo Bulldogs game
Fuck,
at
he was
Optus.
so good.
And then Alex Pearce kept him goalless. He's not an A grader. Nah.
The ceiling's too high.
Yeah, 100%.
The ceiling is actually too high.
He's in a warehouse.
Yeah. He probably is an A grade talent, yeah. And to be fair, if you go on like FIFA rating, you probably still put him pretty high.
I've also put Ed Richards in this list.
Ed
Yeah.
Richards for me.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also think Bailey Dale's an A grader.
No, because he is a defensive liability, Brev.
Yeah, but
so's
so are a
Blake-
lot of
so's
those
Blakey.
distributing halfback flankers.
Like
it's
who?
not like Bashar Hooley was like...
Blakey's a shit defender.
Yeah, none of them are like...
I don't think
that
Blakey's
particular
shit.
role... is
You're not really asked
not
to
that
defend.
defensive. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. I mean, like obviously a tactic of the opposition coach can be to like exploit those guys
Jordan Clark defense.
because he does. He actually does.
I have Jordan Clark in there.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I sort of agree with Jesse though. Like you're not really judging those guys on being super defensively astute. I feel overall.
I think if you're a defender, you should be able to defend if you're going to be considered A grade.
Not really though. If your job is to attack,
Yeah.
even though you're a defender on paper, it's just on paper, isn't
Well,
it?
I mean, just
who are
about
the-
every team
Who are
has
the
one of
best
those.
two-way halfbacks in the AFL over the last little bit? Who can do it both? Like, who can do
Jordan
both?
Clark is. You're right. He's good defensively.
Yeah.
I guess like you could throw sort of a different role, but like you could throw like a Vlosten into that.
Yeah. In recent memory, like who comes to mind?
See, I don't think Zorko defends.
Nah.
Doesn't he?
Nah.
All right. I wouldn't have Dale on mine. I don't think.
I think he's a
What do
Monty.
people think in the comments about Dale? I'm interested. I think he was like he had a pretty incredible season
Yeah.
in 25, and
He had like 50 or 49 possessions.
he had a
as well,
49er.
which wasn't out of the blue.
He actually, I don't know if you remember back to when we did the All Australian. He actually he intercepts well. So like I agree with your piece there, Juicy, that he doesn't defend, but he does win the ball back, which I think is a
Liability.
factor. Liability.
I wanted to show some love for Tom Liberatore. I don't think we'll conclude that he's an A grader, but gee, he's been consistently like B+ for his entire career. He's been nudging it.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But I don't think you can.
He's not. He's not in the top echelon. Not if we're not if the bar is like Bonton Pelly, Jordan Dawson,
For his
and Nick Dacos,
best
right?
stat of contested ball wins, he would be. But
Yeah.
overall, probably hasn't got the physical profile.
Yeah, it's sort of for me it's a bit the Cripps discussion in the same way, like consistency over a long period of time. Cripps is would be considered a little bit more high end in that same type of player, but I feel like it's just consistency. Who's next?
We've got the Hawthorn Footy Club.
Yeah, Hawthorn.
Hawthorn.
So I would have Day, even though he hasn't been able to string much footy together. I'd also have Weddle, to be honest.
So I've got
Weddle's borderline.
I've got both of those guys in italics because I don't think you can include them.
Yeah.
I don't think Weddle's played consistently enough for he hasn't put that package of a season together.
Yeah, and what position is he?
Yeah, that's.
I mean, right now he's playing key forward. He's just taking a couple of shots on goal.
He's a freak.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
I suppose you could pull me up there and say why was Sam Darcy in?
Yeah, the ceiling criteria.
Weddle,
Day. Yeah, Weddle and Day are both right up there.
I do feel like. So when was Day's best season? 2023. That was when he played 20 plus games.
Yeah, he won a best and fairest.
Yeah. And that was his breakout year.
Yeah.
And then he was injured heavily last year.
Yeah.
And then he was injured most of this year as well. How many games did he play this year?
Did he not play much of Hawthorn's great season?
Last year.
Yeah.
Not
I'm struggling
all
to
of it.
remember.
Not all. He was out from... He might have played 15 games or something.
Yeah.
But he didn't play I can sort of bring that up. Hawks have
Boy
kicked
from
another goal.
Ballarat's kicked 2.
Is that Butler?
Yep.
Well... I mean, if Will Day played 20 plus games... He's just automatically an A grader.
Yeah,
every time he plays football, he has big games.
Yeah.
All right, I might concede on Weddle, but he will be.
I don't think we're actually arguing there, though.
Yeah.
We know the same thing. It's just can you actually put that player who hasn't strung the consistency together?
So is there any other A graders?
I think it's really difficult. I think at times, Gunston's been A grade this season, but over the stretch, probably you wouldn't have said he was A grade going into this year. Battle, likewise.
I struggled to put players like that in my A grade basket.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it basket because they're just honest, good tradesmen. When I think
Gunston,
A
you
grade,
mean?
they're just, they're good at what they do, but I'm thinking your Sam Darcy's, Bonds.
It depends how you compare him because Gunston,
Phil
compared to other Gunston-like third talls, is probably, this year he's clearly the best. But against the top key forwards of the competition, depends which basket you put him in.
Do you know what the problem with Gunston is? If I was saying to you guys right now, pick the best forwards in the competition, I don't think you and then you're getting that player for a season and putting them into your team. I don't know if you actually have him as one of the first picks still.
Yeah, probably we just.
But would we say this if he was 27 and not 33?
Oh yeah, different conversation.
34.
Yeah,
I feel like subconsciously that comes into it.
That is true. I feel like he's bucking a trend a little bit, the type of player that he is and how well he's doing. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. He's not a contested marking player. He's a lead-up separation guy.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of those. It's kind of weird how well he's done, but I think he's a bit of a result of Hawthorn's game style. They've decided to bypass those big forwards a lot.
Yeah.
And he's been which fair play to him. He still had a great season. I don't think he's an A grader though.
You know what? I actually think we got Eli Louth saying Sicily. I actually probably do think he is. I don't know. I know he has struggled since Hawthorn transformed their backline.
Yeah.
But since when he's been given the opportunity in that normal role and the body of work up until that point, he was an All-Australian very recently.
Yeah.
I think he probably is an All.
Yeah.
I think he is an A grader actually.
Bit of a
I just couldn't
season for him.
Based on the criteria that I did, I couldn't put him in on 25.
No. Not on 25, no.
Just on the recency form, which that's kind of how I've done it, I guess.
Yeah, but I think caliber of player, I think he is an A grader.
No, he definitely is.
Yeah.
He
So I
definitely
will
is.
say Sicily might be the only one I'm actually willing to lock in here.
Really?
Yeah.
Dylan Moore?
Dylan Moore last year.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he's 19 and a goal a game this year.
Yeah, probably not.
I love him. I just don't know if he's got the body of work to be considered an A grader. But also, depends how narrowly you look at his position, because if you look at high half forwards in particular, he is very, very highly ranked.
There's not really anyone clearly better.
Yeah.
He's sort of in that grind Myers.
You just feel like Hawthorn is comprised of these players who play their role to a T.
Totally.
Don't stand out as A grade.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then you look at Carlton and St Kilda, we debated over 3. each team.
Yeah.
And they're inferior teams.
What about Newcomb?
Well, I was just
Clearly
about
not
to
an
say he's on
A-grader.
the screen.
Clearly not an A-grader.
You know
in my
what though?
opinion.
Like I reckon I don't think he is.
I think he's a B+.
He's been one of the best on ground tonight.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, therefore,
and his
A-grade then, yeah.
John Newcomb's finals record is becoming a conversation where you would have to have him as an A-grader.
Who's that, sorry?
Newcomb's finals record. He's been
Fair.
like their best player and just about the best on ground in like four out of their 4 finals that they've played.
He is a good player. He's a good
just kicked a
player.
massive
but
goal.
probably more in the Liberatoria basket for me.
He's got a bit more
Yes.
about him than I thought. He's pretty explosive, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He's more dynamic than you think,
Yeah.
I would say.
I
wouldn't-
wouldn't the Hawthorn fans just going off.
Rogie says Newcomb isn't an A-grader, way too many better mids. Yeah, again,
Yeah, fair play.
the
fair play.
standard of that competition is much higher.
I've actually got a newfound respect of Jai Newcomb after tonight. He's been unreal.
Yeah, it could be the best game, like considering the context.
Did
The
you see him
context.
last week?
No, I was at the pub
No.
before the
He
Freo
dominated
game.
that game as well.
True. Yeah.
But like, I'm not actually making this argument, but I'm just saying his finals record,
Yeah.
I think, would come into this at some point.
That's valid. Valid.
GWS?
I've got the Gold Coast Suns
You got
next.
the Gold Coast Suns. Okay. I think this
Anderson
is-
and Rao.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yep.
Ben
Sweet.
King is close. Now on actual like talent and ability, maybe you'd go Phil Thorpe amongst others, right? Just comparing like apples with apples there. But the goal kicking record of this guy in a team that has been mostly shithouse is actually quite outstanding. Now he like when he's been fit and hasn't done ACL, he's kicking like 50 goal seasons at Gold Coast who never finish higher than 12th. And then this year kicked 69 goals, which probably wins you the Coleman more than half the time.
Do you know like my problem with Ben King, to make it really simple? It's like I watch football, I have eyes, and he's just not that good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
He didn't really make much of an impact
okay.
last week. Like, he didn't
Like
kick a
he
goal.
spits out goals. He churns out goals like they're going out of fashion, but he doesn't like.
He's just straight run, high jump, kick
Yeah,
ball.
long
goal.
arms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, we can agree on Rowland Anderson and no one else.
I believe so. I mean, the only other players like King's a fair shout
I
to
think
bring up.
King's close,
Or
but I won't debate it too
Mac
hard.
Andrew could get there.
McAndrew could get
Potentially,
there as a
potentially,
potential
yeah.
player. I
So
think
could Bailey Humphrey.
like Ben Long had a really good year, but I don't think he's A
would have
grade.
been.
Nah, you'd have to narrow that positional
Yes.
comparison quite a
Newcomb
lot
with
to
an
get Ben Long.
intercept mark back with the flight there.
How far away would Collins be for you guys?
The most solid B ever.
B plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
B plus. Yeah. You know what hurts him? Just the physical limitations. But then again, like I suppose his output is pretty damn good
What
over a period
physical
of time.
Yeah.
limitations?
I
Just
think he's quite
speed.
short, isn't he? Maybe it's an illusion.
Who?
Maybe he just looked short. Collins. I thought he was like 192.
A little bit
Oh, really?
slow, but
Maybe he's
Yeah,
not.
I
I
thought
could-
he was bigger than that.
I could have made that up.
very powerful and strong.
Yeah, yeah. Great mustache when he's rocking it as well.
Don't know why Ross Lyon ever delisted him.
Yeah, that has not paid off in
Like,
hindsight.
he was a good
Oh,
player for
Oh,
us.
Weddle's
With
just.
some B grade speed there.
Oh, that is so B.
Oh, he's an amazing athlete.
Oh,
missed
He's
that.
missed it, yeah. Wow, this is now 46 points. This is actually a belting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Crom. This is not good for Crom.
We have got the Fremantle Dockers next.
Brayshaw, Sarong, Young.
I think Sarong to start is an A grader.
Yep. Brayshaw's best two-way midfielder in the comp.
Yeah, but against other midfielders in the comp, like we won't separate
Yeah.
them.
My issue with Brayshaw there. Sorry to cut you off, Jesse.
Nah, that's all right. I'm glad.
No, my issue with Brayshaw is that like the thing that he's really good at, which Druzy is 100% correct. He probably
Yeah.
is the best two-way runner. But are you giving sort of defensive intercept mids a spot as an A grader based on that quality? It's great for a team, but it's that similar conversation to like Hawthorn where you've got all these really good role players. He plays like a specific role,
Yeah,
but does that get him in as an A grader?
I think so. I think he's the best, like one of the best defensive mids in the comp.
You know why I went Sarong over Brayshaw? I actually like Brayshaw more than I like Sarong. But
I sort of do. too.
Brayshaw has fluctuated more than Sarong. Sarong's won 3 All-Australian jumpers already.
Yeah,
That's pretty wild.
It is wild.
And he is a first possession clearance mid in the mould of Lockie Neal.
He's the best at that now.
Yeah.
in the comp.
So Sarong, I'm happy with that. Brayshaw, I actually think can be better, but probably just the fact that he's gone up and down a little bit more is why I went Sarong.
I also
Because
went Sarong.
I'd like, not to write the guy off, I actually like Brayshaw, but which Brayshaw we get next year? I'm not convinced it's necessarily going to be the same
Do you
one.
think he's been inconsistent?
I think that his worst is still pretty good. But
Yeah.
he's oscillated between being genuine top-end quality to being just behind that.
Not real.
But as
Yeah.
like if you compare
He's also
Brayshaw,
older.
other like transitional mids in the comp, that you like thrive in that space, like Noah Anderson, Ed Richards, these types of players. Does Brayshaw use the ball as well as them?
He's not like a kick like
Not
Young,
as well as those
but he
guys,
finds
yeah.
himself in space and
Yeah.
delivers the ball inside 50 very effectively.
I agree.
So he's not
I
like
agree
a sexy Hayden Young or Carl Amon type kick. Who's the best right-footed kick? I'm trying to think of like a right footer.
I mean, Zach Merritt's very good. Or is he
He's a
left?
He's
left-footer.
lefty, yeah. Yeah.
Why do left-footers? Why are they just the best kicks?
I mean, there's definitely something aesthetic about left footers that
Who's
I feel.
the best right-footed kick in the AFL?
Oh, there's tons. There's tons. Isn't Nasiah?
Yeah,
A
right
yeah,
foot?
yeah. Oh, yeah, easy.
Or Bailey?
That's
All right, Bailey Dale.
But he's probably the best kick
Yeah.
in the league too, as well.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. Brayshaw's not a bad kick, and Sarong is a very good kick as well.
What? Sorry,
Sarong is a good kick.
Oh, here we
You
go.
don't watch.
he's not a good kick.
Nah, I wouldn't say he's a good kick.
He is.
Like you can say that he's effective or whatever, but you can't like.
No,
I don't
okay.
think either Brayshaw or Sarong. You say their kicking is a part of their game.
It's
that
not a
stands
feature.
out.
Yeah.
Sarong, a lot of his kicks come from clearances, so it's just like Sarong
Yeah.
bomb slamming on the boot. But when he's uncontested, he is a fucking great kick
I think he can sniff out
on both feet as well.
I think he can kick out like sniff out a goal.
No,
but
he
I-
finds targets.
Anyway, this is not relevant because we all said Sarong was
So
A
Hayden
grade,
Young?
right?
Yeah,
I see Hayden Young. I put in the Will Day bracket.
Yeah, same.
I think he is.
He
Yeah.
is. He definitely is.
Yeah. I'm trying to be consistent, which is the tough thing because I think I actually moved away from Will Day in the last.
Plus, you just want Hayden Young to do it for a bit longer, and then you go, yep. You're
Yeah,
right.
but then at the
Yeah.
same time, you're like, who's the player you want out of
Do you have
Fremantle?
Murphy
Probably
Reid?
Hayden Young,
Do
right?
you have
by
Murphy
that
Reid
logic-
written on your sheet for A grade?
No, it's for in the next bracket. It's
Oh.
which players could be A grade. I think Josh Tracy and Murphy Reid could be A grade.
Yep.
But Bolton is a tough one. I
No,
don't know.
he's too up and down.
He didn't have an A grade season, but I think over the course of his career,
He's just
He's
freak
close.
factor.
Yeah.
He's in an A grader just based on consistency, but moments, yes.
yeah.
But he's
I suppose
an
when you
A-grader.
compare him to like the best, Rankin and Pickett, he's a fair way off in terms of like how consistent
Yeah.
those guys are.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep.
But worth a
He would-
mention
I think
because I think
Bolton-
he's at times he's been A grade.
I feel like Bolton's the kind of player that becomes A grade from like Freo getting into finals and him having big moments in finals because he's that
Yeah.
type of player. Like that's where he's going to make his mark on this team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Luke Jackson.
Luke
any
Jackson is a
thoughts?
lock to be an A grader. I don't know if he has the body of work yet to be an A grade ruck, considering as well that's a smaller sample size.
Fair.
But then again, if you reframe it as like a ruck who also kicks goals, he probably does that more than anyone.
Yeah, I mean
So it's a tough one.
he's a super talent.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe like he's a little bit harder to. My
He's a
issue
little
is
bit
like
harder
harder
to
to
categorise.
define and
Yeah.
categorize and like what actually is he now. He's not like he's not a
Yeah.
top. He's not like a top 3 or 4 actual ruck at the moment. He's
Yeah.
he's a prospect that is really exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark.
Yeah,
I had Jordan Clark as an A grade.
I think
yeah.
he's a top 3
Yeah.
halfback flanker. In the
I think
comp.
with Clark, yeah, it's a tough one. He's probably only done it one season as an A grader. I suppose because it's like his breakout year, you
And he's all
you
straight.
keep him. Yeah.
I watched him pretty closely in the back end in some of like Freo's games,
Gross.
and I thought he was. I thought he was your most important player.
He'll be our BNF winner this year, Jordy Clark.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I thought he was
Sorry,
great.
Caleb Strong is a good kick. I just wanted to-
GWS.
He's a good kick.
Sam Taylor's probably one of the best players in his position.
Yeah.
Yes.
If not the best, he's second best. I'd say
Easy.
best, personally.
Toby Green.
Toby Green, yeah. Toby Green's an A grader. I don't think he's dropped off enough for us to say that.
I forgot to put Toby Green in.
Yeah, cool. We'll go Toby Green. Hogan, I think, is probably still an A grader considering he went Coleman medal into 46 goals from 16 games.
I'll put him in the Ben King basket.
Yeah, now I'm worried I'm going to come across because I feel like Hogan is an A grader too, but I'm like, am I going to come off inconsistent here now? Because he's 2025.
Yeah, well, I argued for both King and Hogan. So I think I'm being consistent. But then I think I relented on Ben King.
Did anyone have Tom Green and Finn Callahan?
I didn't have Tom Green, actually.
Did you have Callahan?
I did have Callahan, but more as a talking point because I don't know if he...
If you have Callahan, you got to have Hayden Young.
That's right. That's true.
Why is that?
The amount of exposure at AFL level playing that level. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's a fair comment.
But Callahan played a full season, didn't he?
Hayden Young played a full year last year.
He did.
Yeah.
And he was rated the best player in the competition for like 8 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm probably more prepared to include both of them, to be honest, than neither.
Interesting.
I think where we landed on that was I was like, body of work, no, but then I'm like, if somebody just asked me, is Hayden Young an A grader? I'd be like, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think he probably is, Hayden Young. But anyway, on Callahan.
I feel like we've had a gap with this because I've gone very heavily 2025.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which made me not even consider Hayden Young. But like I do agree that he is like full season behind him, he is an A grader.
I've just gone Taylor and Green for GWS.
Taylor,
Callahan and Toby Green and Sam Taylor, yeah.
I'll go Hogan. I think Callahan might actually be behind Young and Day.
Really?
But then again, maybe that's
he had
just
some games this year though.
Yeah. Oh,
I do agree. I feel like
That's
Young's 2024 and Callahan's 2025 are pretty comparable.
Young's 24 was better. Unbiasedly.
Yeah.
He was the best rated player in the competition for 2 months.
Also, Callahan would have been the top rated player this year at times.
The number one? Best?
I reckon. Do you know who the number one rated player in the comp was this year?
Sam Darcy?
No.
Bontempelli and then Ed Richards. Oh,
I
was
thought
Richards
was
in the end?
one.
Yeah,
they
I
had
don't-
1, 2, and
don't
3.
know.
It was them 3.
Yeah, those
top
three were
wasn't
top
it?
3. And Dale was 5.
Day was 5.
Yep. They had 4 of the top 5, which is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that's right.
Who's next?
Oh, Bailey Dale. I thought you said Will Dale. or something.
Collingwood.
Collingwood.
2 locks.
Tricky team.
Yeah, agreed. They're a bit like Hawthorn. Dacos and
locks.
Moore. 2 locks are my 2 locks. Dacos
Okay.
and Moore.
Okay.
I don't know if I can lock in any other player.
Yeah, no.
I-
Actually, Pendlebury for me is...
You can't have Pendles, can you?
But it's a tough
You
one
can.
because Pendlebury does shit that you just
can't.
like no other player can do
I
exactly
think
what you just did.
Pendlebury is one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, but I mean like diminishing over time, right?
Has he diminished over time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
But,
much?
Not that much, but enough to not be like one of the top echelon midfielders in the competition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like he gets my icon award
Yeah.
in the A-grader list.
There's no disagreement there.
I'm having Pendles in.
There's no disagreement there. But he's like on the other side of 400 games now. I don't know. He's still probably B plus.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm reserving one icon spot and Pendlebury's getting it.
Okay.
If you could drop in...
The All-Australian captain.
Here's a thing for you there, Druzy. If you could drop in a player to the Freo team to play your final against Gold Coast, are you taking, for a one-off game,
Yeah.
Will Day or Scott Pendlebury?
Oh, Scott Pendlebury. I had Will Day in mind. Who am I taking?
Or bad example then. Are you taking...
Prime Pendles. Yeah, I'd take Prime.
Oh, you
But I
can't
didn't say
reframe
that.
that.
I said 2025 Pendles.
Yeah, you can't.
The Hawks have won
Hawthorn win.
by 34 points. 34 points. The
Yeah.
Hawks are in.
Killed him.
From
Onside
8th position on the ladder.
Into a prelim. How many times has that happened? Oh, North did it twice, 14 and 15.
From 8th, was it?
I think, no, certainly one of them was. 15 was. I don't know if they did it in 14.
was.
Yeah.
I didn't think they both were, though.
Maybe.
Maybe. That's incredible.
I feel like it was both times, but I could be wrong.
This Hawthorn team is much better equipped to do something in this prelim than North ever were, though.
North were a little bit more of a, with respect, sort of drag you down a level and try and beat you with grit. That's the way I remember them. That was before my time of like taking this seriously.
Absolutely.
It's a content thing, but
I've just noticed the comments there. I had Jamie Elliott in mind too.
he definitely is this year. But what would we have considered him A grade at any point over the last 3 or 4?
That's a good question. I
I don't know about
He's in
A
that
grade.
premiership team in 2023.
He's more known for his like clutchness.
Yeah, moments.
Yeah.
Up until this year, where he has put in a truly elite season.
I tend to think in AFL we disrespect those guys a lot
Yeah.
that are like finishers.
Yeah.
That kind of, medium forward.
And in the bedroom.
But like, I don't
Edit
know,
that out.
the Cam Rayner type, that sort of. I mean, he's such a versatile player, Elliot, and he does have a body of work behind him. So he has like the timepiece,
Yeah.
and he's also got the recent form. I get what you're saying though. Like, maybe over like 3-4 year period,
Yeah.
he's had like 2 really good years.
Yeah.
In that time.
I don't know if I go top echelon.
I don't think.
So Rogie points out Houston. I actually would put Houston as a point of discussion here because he's also a player that was top echelon, has moved to a new club, hasn't quite fired at the same cylinder levels, and I think he is still A grade caliber. I think we all have a little bit of doubt when you move to a new club and don't function well in that system. We don't know what Houston's coming out like next year. But let's say he didn't move clubs and just had a down year, probably still pretty close to A grade.
He had 1 year at Port where it was like, fuck, this guy's elite.
Was it just one? I mean, I think he had one All-Australian
One
year.
like outstanding.
He's a dual All-Australian, I think.
Yeah, I feel like there was more than one. To be
Yeah.
honest.
Okay.
I didn't have him though.
No.
On mine, I only had Dacos and Pendles.
But I mean, there's other players here. Josh Dacos, at times has been A grade. I don't know if I conclude that he is right now. But then again, you look at like he was an All-Australian wingman. How many wingmen have been genuine A graders over the last 5 years?
It's a pretty disrespected position, isn't it?
Yeah, McCluggage, I'll give you, and Errol Gordon.
Yep.
But I mean, for the most part, Dacos is one of the best performed of his type.
You're right,
Josh
though,
Dacos.
because you said McCluggage there. McCluggage never made All-Australian as a winger.
That's
Really?
right. Yeah.
No,
Oh,
this
it was
was
his
his
first
first
year.
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hawthorn Geelong prelim.
But he was always high caliber.
Yes. Absolutely.
So Josh Dacos and Degoe at times, I don't think we can consider Degoe an A grader, like
Not right
considering
now.
like but on his day,
He would have been a few years ago, definitely.
in terms of pure talent and the fact that like he can produce when he's fit and firing.
If you'd have asked me
He's
with
got eight.
Degoe at the end of 2023, I'd be like,
yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah, true.
After that grand final.
Yeah,
and the
that's true.
finals.
Yeah.
I think he actually is their best finals player from a ratings point of view. So he
Okay.
has that, I remember Champion Data talking about it, and they said he's got the biggest gap between his home and away footy and his finals football,
Yeah, right.
statistically.
Yeah, big factor in grand finals, as I remember all too well. Brisbane Lions. Harris Andrews, Hugh McCluggage, locks.
Yep.
Dane Zorko.
Yep.
I also had him.
Yeah.
I think as well you got to take in with Dane Zorko the ability to change position, change role, and still be A grade.
Yeah.
When he came from like that kind of half
Yeah.
forward mid role, went behind the ball, and
Yeah.
became one of their most important players from there.
We won't exclude Lockie Neal, surely.
Yeah, I think if we did the dance on Patrick Cripps, I think Lockie Neal's probably still in the
Lachie
same
Neal has to
bucket.
be.
Yeah.
Didn't have Lachie
I
Neal
don't think he had an A grade season. But the thing is
No.
as well, you worry with
I'm
Lockie
considering
Neal.
a lot more legacy than you guys are, I think.
I'm clearly this is a scale.
He won a
sliding
premiership
scale.
less than 12 months ago and was probably best on ground.
Yeah, that's true. I can't argue with that.
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't make him an A grader. Will Ashcroft's not an A grader.
No, but he has
No.
been up until that point as well.
Sure.
And then he's got
but
injured.
that
Yeah,
I'm just saying that argument itself is...
No, I think when you include the
I have
legacy
Will
piece,
Ashcroft in mind as well, by the way. Sorry.
you had Will Ashcroft
No.
as an A grader.
Yeah, I have a soft spot for him. I think he's like
Yeah,
one of the
you're
highest.
obsessed with him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
he's a very highly skilled player.
That's a hard no. for
Yeah,
me.
that's not even close for
Yeah.
me.
I did put Neil in the end.
I'm disgusted.
So I went Andrews, McCluggage, Neil, and Zorko. Look, definitely not Charlie Cameron now, but over the course of his career, he has been. Zach Bailey's probably the one that's just sort of nudged into this conversation. He was a surprising All-Australian. Honestly, without knowing he was All-Australian this year, like before it was awarded, I wouldn't have said he was A grade for his position. But he's also like stunning on his day.
Yeah. I'd put Cam Rayner in that same.
I forgot about Cam Rayner. I didn't have Cam Rayner.
No, not yet.
I think it's the consistency piece, but then
Yeah.
again, as you say, big moment is also part of it, right?
Yeah. He's a tough one. I think the locks are McCluggage, Andrews, Zorko.
Huggins, Andrews. Yeah. See,
Yeah.
the difference between Lockie Neal and Patrick Cripps is 2 years of age. So we start to like discriminate a little bit on these 32-year-olds, which will be me soon. 2
I
months.
agree though, like with both Patrick Cripps and Lockie Neal, if you're including that legacy piece, then like they definitely are in.
I mean, legacy up until even just last year.
Yeah.
It's not like we're going
Yeah.
full Pendles and saying like
For
400
an
games.
extended period, they were the 2 best mids in the comp.
Widescreen TV says Josh Dunkley. I think he probably fits a little bit. He's not the same type of player, but for me, he's a bit similar to Brayshaw, where it's like he's a really, really high quality player that's very functional and fills a specific need.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'd have them as a.
But he doesn't have that offensive output that
No.
Brayshaw does.
No, he's a little bit different. He's like more of a
He's a full DM.
full blown, full DM. Yeah, I like that. Has some other skills though, right? Like attributes, like he's marking and can, he's played as like a marking forward for the Western Bulldogs.
That's nuts.
That is
Geelong. Also a
Geelong.
team with
Tricky.
less than you think, I reckon, considering the quality of that a team. So we got Jeremy Cameron.
Yeah.
I think Bailey Smith is A grade this year. In general as well.
I didn't have Bailey.
You don't think Bailey Smith is an A grade footballer?
What?
No.
I think he is. I think he is. I think that if it was just a
That's
purely
a stinker,
one-off
dude.
season,
You've had a stink of that.
if it was purely a one-off season, I would probably see that. But I think that we saw signs of this building for many years prior to his
100%.
ACL. So for me, it feels a bit more like a natural step for Bailey Smith as opposed to a jack-in-the-box season.
AFL.
Okay.
Was he the
Which is
MVP
one-
this year?
I don't think he's their best
Him and
mid.
Noah Anderson, I think. Is it
Well,
him?
who won the coaches? Was him and Noah Anderson were the coaches, and then who won the? Oh, Dacos won the.
Yeah,
MVP.
that's right. Exactly right.
No,
Yeah.
Bailey Smith is a.
Is he a better
absolute
player than
A-grader.
Max Holmes?
Yes.
I had Max
No,
Holmes
he's
too.
not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
He's not a better player than Max Holmes. I had the two. I just had Holmes and Cameron.
I had Smith.
Bailey
Holmes, Cameron.
Smith is one of the best players in the competition, Dylan.
Yeah,
One
I
of
think
the
so
best.
Too. Yeah, and proven history in finals performances too.
Clutch.
For the
the
Dogs.
Dogs.
Ridiculous physical
Yeah.
ability.
What?
Can't kick though.
Yes, he can.
No, he can't.
He kicks goals from outside 50.
Yeah, he kicks goals. It's different to field kicking.
Yeah,
though.
his field kicking is.
You don't need a
lackluster.
field kick when you run
That's a
from
fair point.
the
I
back
think-
pocket to the forward
I
pocket.
think that's a fair point with
using
the
ball
running
by hand.
power.
Yeah.
Maybe a stylistic thing for me overall. But I don't think he's a better player than Holmes.
Second favourite for the Brownlow. Smith is better than Holmes. Cameron Smith and
I
Holmes
would go
for
Smith
Tim
over
Stewart.
Holmes, but I
Would
think
you?
both are A grade midfielders.
Yeah,
To
okay.
be honest.
Yeah, Cameron Smith and Holmes for me. I actually had Danger in mind just because, like,
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
tough one.
first half of this year he was probably all Australian.
Yeah, he was.
And then
Yeah.
got injured.
Yeah.
He's incredible.
I'm prepared to give you danger as well. That's tough though. Because, again, it's probably about the consistency, but on his day, he's probably one of the more scariest players at Geelong.
He's still got that burst
He might be the
speed.
most scary player at Geelong, actually, Danger.
Oh, I'd say Jazza.
I know what you mean though.
I think in a big, close game, depends. Like
Yeah.
if you're West Coast, it's Jeremy Cameron. But if you're like the Brisbane Lions in a grand final, it's probably Danger.
Yeah.
That's probably the way I would describe it.
I think they're a team though, like you said, a little bit similar to Hawthorn, where they've got a lot of these players that are probably like B plus A minus level players, like Grind Myers and
Yeah.
like Sean Manners had an incredible season as well.
Dempsey and Stengel. Stengel probably just didn't have the performance over time to be A grade, in my opinion. But at his best, he was unreal.
Yep.
Who else did Tom Stewart as well. As far as the legacy goes, like one of their best players of a generation. But not right now. But it wasn't so long ago, was it? When did we start to see him fall off a little bit?
Who are we talking about here?
Tom Stewart.
Oh, Tom Stewart. Yeah.
So like,
it's been a bit of a slow decline, but
I
it's
think
also
how
body
is
related.
he? Yeah, exactly. He probably is A grade.
He
Because he's not that old. I think he's my age, which is very young.
extremely young.
Extremely young.
But
Mind you, so is Lockie Neal. He's my age too.
I
This
couldn't
gets
include
messy.
Stewart on the recency piece, but
Yeah. I think he's probably just fallen off A grade, but over the course of his career,
oh yeah, for
in
sure.
terms of longevity and consistency.
I also think too it comes into it for Stewart in that Geelong team how important it
True.
has been built around him
True.
to a large extent as
Are you
well.
not coming around to Bailey Smith at all? Yours.
Oh, like he's I didn't have him in. Like he's obviously in that conversation?
I think he's like, when I thought Geelong, I was like, yeah, Bailey Smith. Like, without even thinking, I was like, he's a lock for me.
Okay, let's go through midfielders here and tell me if you'd have them above him.
Yep.
Nick Dacos,
No.
Ed Richards.
He thinks Dacos is better than Smith. Just confirming that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flip of a coin for Richards and Smith for me.
Flip of a coin for Richards and
I've
Smith.
said this on stream before, but like Patrick Cripps and Bailey Smith are two of the best players I've seen play in person.
Okay, well, I'm just going to let me do this for a second.
Go on.
Noah Anderson.
Nah, I'd take Noah Anderson.
Isaac Heaney.
Heaney's give me something different than Heaney because I think of Heaney in a forwards.
Just answer the question.
I'd prefer Heaney because of forward
Caleb
capabilities.
Sarong.
Oh, nice.
That was hot, wasn't it?
No, it was Sarong.
Brayshaw.
Would you actually go Sarong over Bailey Smith?
Yeah, and then I'd probably take Smith over Brayshaw.
I'd go Smith over both of those. No bias.
Zach Butters.
Ah.
I suppose what I'm getting at,
This is hard.
here is like how far back is Bailey
Depth.
Smith in the list of midfielders?
Well, he's one of the best in the competition this year.
I would take him over. I hate to say it. I would take him over Sarong,
Yeah. Okay.
and I think highly of Sarong.
Yep.
Anyway,
If you have Stewart, you have to have Lawson.
Oh,
nah.
no, I don't think so.
I wouldn't say it's that simple. Tom Stewart
I-
over Vlostian, there's a big gap there.
I think there's
Over
a-
the course of their careers.
Yeah,
If we're
definitely.
saying legacy, like it's not the same.
And I
thing.
don't think that Richmond team was ever like Vlosten was a key component, but he was not. He had a role, he had a job. Like Tom Stewart was literally Geelong's game plan there
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah.
It's
Agreed.
different.
Adelaide.
Ooh.
Jordan Dawson.
Yes.
Riley Thilthorpe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isaac Rankin.
Correct.
Yep.
Any debate about anyone else?
No.
I don't think so.
Nah, Worrell would be like nudging it in a few years. Is
Yeah,
probably my
he's
argument
not there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really. You couldn't make a case for anyone else. I don't
Nah.
think.
Nah, I don't think so.
No.
Taylor Walker.
He was on Sam McClure's
for like
list.
1 year at
Yeah.
a time, like 3 years apart.
Yeah.
Walker.
Riley O'Brien.
Yeah,
Oh.
no. No. I mean, they've had some really strong seasons from guys like Keane.
Yeah.
Ben Keys as well is like your classic B grade player, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wrote him down just to mention because he's so unique, but I wouldn't have seriously argued he's an A grader for any position.
Yeah.
But he's also just so dynamic and entertaining.
Oh, I love him. But yeah, he's definitely not an A grader.
Yeah,
and
I
they've got
wouldn't
they've
put
had
him
a
in
lot
there.
of those guys step up this season, why they've been so good. Like
Yeah.
Neil Boolin's come in, Peatling, and
Yeah.
like good players, but you couldn't really have them in that conversation.
Yeah. It's interesting there's not that much of a correlation between the best teams in the comp and how many A graders we decided they have. Once
No.
you get into the top 8 or even the top 10, like Sydney had probably the strongest batch of players. I personally had St Kilda having a bunch or 3. The Bulldogs had the highest concentration. Fremantle had a bunch. GWS. And the exception is Brisbane, who genuinely have a few. But like we found it harder for Hawthorn, who's now in a prelim. We found it a little bit harder for Geelong, who's now in a prelim. And Adelaide, we stopped at 3, and they were minor premiers.
I think if you look at that too,
And Collingwood.
the teams that you've mentioned there that don't have a lot of A graders but are doing really well are probably considered teams that have a really good coach.
Yeah, and play team
True.
football.
Yeah,
and
they've
system football.
They've recruited for needs in position,
Yeah.
as opposed to just like I want that talent.
Exactly. Yeah.
On
Speaking of
Tinkle.
needs, oh no.
Ah.
Right, you go.
Is this a tinkle off?
Yeah. We
Tinkle
called a
off.
good old fashioned sword fight.
This is pretty crazy that the Hawks have won this game. Like I know it wasn't like we said, it wasn't the grandest upset of all time.
No, but disappointing to be so one sided.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I still enjoyed the game.
Yeah.
I'd have to say.
Yeah. Adelaide will be back.
I agree with you. I agree. I wouldn't be like too worried about them. Like there'll obviously be the fans will be hating the banter that gets thrown their way.
Oh, Port fans will be going off like West Coast were last week.
Yeah.
It's just the natural cycle of football. I've been on both sides of it.
It's good though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It needs to matter because if it's not there, then ultimately you don't care as much about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need to be held accountable.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. It was funny for us last week.
Yeah.
And yet, it's totally fair to say, like, wow, West Coast suck. This is the highlight of the season. Yeah, I'm not going to deny it. But it's still funny. And I'm not going to apologise.
Be honest. Is that, like, Freo losing last week to the Gold Coast in that fashion, was that better than anything you guys experienced yourselves?
Nah, I would say our one win for the year was a nice feeling. As someone who was, like, there in person and knew what it meant. But I'm not going to deny that it's diabolical. Yeah, it probably is a close second.
I'm not judging. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Probably our 3/4 time lead against Brisbane.
Yeah. I kind of, like, to be honest, as a North fan, I'm a little bit jealous that you actually, of clubs that have those rivalries.
Yeah, okay.
Because I don't know what the equivalent for North would be.
You guys kind of hate Essendon.
We hate Essendon.
Traditionally.
Yeah. That sort of comes from that 90s rivalry.
Yeah.
I guess because we are both pretty poor. Like, they haven't won a final for, like, over 20 years or around 20 years. So
some of these Victorian clubs share rivals, though. Because Hawthorn also hate Essendon. But Hawthorn also hate Geelong.
The problem with Victorian rivalries is, though, that they're not really geographical. Most of them. Like, Hawthorn versus Geelong, right? It's just a competitive rivalry.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I suppose Collingwood and Carlton, though. That's probably
historic. Yeah. So that's an exception. Like, those older rivalries. But there's a lot of new ones, right, that are just sort of bobbing up.
Well, North Melbourne and Essendon are geographically close. But you'll say...
I don't think that's why it was a rivalry, though. I don't think it was a geographical rivalry. I think it was from the 90s because we were both good.
Yeah, fair.
And there were some things that happened, like Kevin Sheedy... did Kevin Sheedy call us marshmallows or something?
Brutal.
And then the crowd threw marshmallows at him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like
right.
something.
Sheedy was embroiled in a lot of these rivalry things. Yeah,
he loved that media
the jacket or scarf or jacket waving thing with us.
Yeah, that was actually
that still gets a run if you go to an Eagles Essendon game. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually cool.
Yeah.
Widescreen TV says Carlton and North Melbourne. Do we have a rivalry? I don't think we have a rivalry. Is that a thing?
Well, if you're asking if your own team has a rivalry, you probably don't.
Well, we were talking about, like, at least you guys, like Freo and West Coast and like Adelaide and Port. It's an actual geographical sort of a rivalry where a lot of these Melbourne-based ones are just competitive. Yeah,
that's fair. Feel like I wouldn't be cool. We've got the rivalry as it is, but it's geographical because it's the same town.
Because it's the same town, yeah.
There's not like actual like any like north south or you know what I mean.
No, it's not like you step over this bridge.
Yeah, and
you're in their territory. Yeah.
What a result from Hawthorn. They made that look easy peasy.
They did. Didn't they?
What was Adelaide's downfall there? Do you reckon? Ability to move the ball from their back half. Ruckman kicking it off his shin.
You know what? I think their loss to Collingwood last week was way more identifiable. That they just, they crumbled under pressure in a way.
Yeah.
Like they were so not poised on the ball when they had it, and they kicked it to Darcy Moore. I feel like in this game they actually just got bullied a bit.
Yeah, they did.
Around the stoppages, Newcombe, Warple, Ward, they got beat up around the ball.
Got first hands to the ball all night. Hawthorn,
yeah, look at this. Like Newcombe coming out of the front of the stoppage, and then they hit. Hawthorn do kick the ball really well. So if you give them that, if they win, you allow them to win the ball and control it like that, you're just going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
They had to get their hands on it more. I think overall they were found out a little bit physically in this final series overall. Like there's not a lot of positives to take away from that, other than like Jesse was saying, you played it, you kind of have the experience of maybe being able to deal with the week and stuff like that. But if they you imagine if they qualify in the top four, that's not guaranteed anyway, just to finish in the top four.
Yeah.
And then if they do, they've kind of got that like nervous weight about, when teams get knocked out like that, they've got the nervous weight all season long that nothing really matters until they make finals.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. Can they follow it up, the Crows, make a top four finish? Because I reckon Gold Coast will be a top four side next year. I think Hawthorn will probably be there or thereabouts, especially if they can get some key acquisitions in.
It feels like that a bit at the moment, doesn't it? Where you've got, every team feels like they're coming.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse. Outside of probably, in fairness, like West Coast, Richmond, who are right at the bottom of that rebuild.
Yeah, Carlton don't feel like they're coming.
No. Essendon, but everyone probably expects Sydney are going to have a bit of a bounce.
St Kilda
with the signings that they've made. Port, no. But
I wouldn't say they're coming now.
A lot of teams, but you've also got the teams that are actually in the eight, like yourselves, like Freo, Gold Coast. They're all young.
Yeah.
They're getting better and better. Even Brisbane, like you don't see Brisbane dropping off with the young talent that they have as well.
I feel like Freo will finish around the same mark, if not lower next year.
Why?
That finals put a bit of doubt in my mind, to be honest.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Our game plan needs to evolve. I think if we play the same way as we did this year, next year, we'll get left behind.
Yeah. You could make an argument that's the same for any team, any year, though, but
we've been criticised for that slow ball movement for a while now. Our midfield hasn't... So if our midfield can go to another level, we'll be there again. But if we... I feel like we've declined over the last few years. I know we had a stinky year in 23, but thought we were much better in 22. And even last year, I thought our midfield functioned a lot better. This year, our forward line is the best it's been in a long time.
yeah.
But the midfield needs to get back on top. And I think, a big part of that's figuring out the ruck dynamic.
There's good upside, though, for Fremantle.
Plenty of upside. And
Like, Tracy and Young are probably the two that come to mind.
Yes.
But, I don't know. There is holes, like the wing position. It's just confusing for us. Like, Erasmus plays wing and inside mid. So does Jager. Like, Wagner plays there sometimes.
Yeah, you don't have
Erasmus.
like a prototypical
O'Driscoll.
winger, do you?
O'Driscoll's just been a bit disappointing this year. We need better ball users out of defence. Like, need to give more license to guys like Heath Chapman to...
Yeah, that's fair. You probably are like a running defender short.
Yeah, well, we're hoping to get Judd McVie. We'll see.
That would be a big one.
I don't know. It's put a bit of doubt in mid-deal, that loss. And I know it was only 1 point, but we weren't really that convincing this year. Like, I don't know. We'd come back and win, but we didn't pump any teams. We were never really cutthroat.
I think I said it a few weeks ago, and I wasn't actually trying to throw shit at Freo, but it was like there wasn't necessarily like an identifiable style. It was a bit, and I called it vibes, which is a bit antagonistic. But it's like there wasn't like you're obviously good enough to be in games and in situations where you can like you had those runs and momentum swings where like you can win the game, but you're not like. I get what you're saying, like where you come back next year and like, is that you're just gonna take off where you left?
Just gonna carry on the vibes.
Yeah, carry on the vibes.
Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Trade rumour time.
This is the thing we do on this show. We talk about trades. Okay. I'm just going to rattle off some confirmed stories. We've talked a little bit about Zach Merritt in particular already in this stream. And if you're watching this in a clip on YouTube, it will be its own video as part of an Essendon video. So let's just go through some of the news. All right. There's not a lot of big names, but there's a lot of little names. Charlie Spargo to North Melbourne. The man we affectionately refer to as Bubble. Has joined North Melbourne. You were very excited about this last time we raised it to you. What are your thoughts on North Melbourne signing Charlie Spargo?
I'm keen to hear your thoughts here, Dylan.
Why is Bubble? Is that because Spargo?
Spargo, Bubble. That's what the Spars make.
The sound of the Spar.
Yeah. If his name was Charlie Cargo, okay. If his name was Charlie Cargo, we'd call him Brum Brum.
Brum.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Freaks.
Leave a like video on
Freaks
subscribe.
is right. Yeah.
I'm not overly enthused by this signing. I think did this get brought up last week, Jesse?
Yes, but it has now been confirmed.
It's now been. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Or at least he's signalled an intention. It's more official than it was.
Yes. No, like not keen at all. Like honestly, what is Charlie Spargo going to do for our team?
Where does he fit?
50 connector.
Where does he fit into this team?
Well, I assume he'll play like a high forward.
Yeah,
pretty
they
solid.
obviously see him as best 22. I don't think you sign a free agent like this with no intention of...
My issue, though, is like they made 3 signings last year. Jack Darling, Caleb Daniel and Luke Parker. I'd probably argue only one of those was really good enough to be best 22 in Luke Parker. I think the other 2 were just really sort of pointless additions of age.
Who will he be competing for game time with?
I'm just going through that in my head right now. So we brought in the mid-season draft Zach Banch, who's looked okay as a sort of small forward. You've obviously got players like Paul Curtis. Zerha's probably more of that like medium to tall guy.
Curtis and Zerha would be locks for your best 22, I would have thought.
So
like I wouldn't
three.
There's a chance of being displaced.
I think be a bit more glass half full because in my favourite Melbourne team, right, he was a great connector for them.
No, he was.
So-
But the game's changed a bit too. So
You still need to be able to kick the ball inside 50.
I don't think he kicks the
Cleanliness.
ball that well
That
inside.
was his greatest asset at Melbourne.
I think he was a hard worker, and he was one that sort of he came in that like evolution of that high forward that kind of got up to stoppage, and he doesn't have that sort of surgical ball use. I wouldn't say. Like he plays like Melbourne. Melbourne never had surgical ball use. Like they
never did, but I think he was one of their better ones.
decision. I think he's a good decision maker.
I think he's good as. I think he's good for you.
Really?
Yeah, I think he'll be a good player for you.
I reckon to me, I feel he's sort of a VFL player that we're getting from Melbourne.
You want a flag?
Yeah, I know, but that's not a. Like, what does that even mean?
Well, it's an upgrade on what you've got.
Sorry.
It's an upgrade on what you've got.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to go through the team now and actually look at those high forwards. I mean, the start of last year, Colby McKercher was actually going to be playing in that high forward role. Like he was when he gave us that little bit of extra pace and he has that ball use. He sort of changed his role and went more behind the ball at the end of the year. So I guess there are spots there. But I don't know, like how many positions on our field now are we filling with guys that have just they weren't good enough to get into their own teams, and now we're just sort of like bringing them in and filling our teams. Like Daniel, Spargo, Jack Darling, Luke Parker's definitely good enough, but I don't know how. Like these guys should have really been in our team already, like organically. We shouldn't necessarily be taking these guys from other teams.
They're all cheap though.
Cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheap for a reason.
Cheap for a reason.
Yeah, but you can't. Like you always got to factor in costs when assessing the quality of an edition. And what's hard to quantify for us is how good these guys are as far as culture. So I don't really have much of an opinion on Spargo in that sense. Darling, I don't think Darling presents as like a big like leader, but maybe he's a good locker room guy. I don't know. I've never really gotten that impression from him. Luke Parker, I think, speaks for himself.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And Caleb Daniel again. So these are little things that are just a bit hard to quantify on the outside.
Yeah.
But that is looking pretty glass half full.
I think I suppose what I mean, a lot of these guys, you can say like, will they be best 22? And the answer to that is yes. But it sort of speaks, like my issue is more around like an entire recruiting process where you've got guys like Zane Dersma not getting in the team.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
And maybe Charlie Spargo actually is more of a need, like that type of player than a Zane Dersma. But then how have we got here?
Yeah.
You'd want Zane Dersma to be knocking down the door, though.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of on him to some extent. And maybe that's healthy to some extent.
Yeah.
Charlie Spargo to go to North.
I mean, if Spargo comes in and keeps Dersma out of the side, you've probably got bigger problems.
Yeah.
With
Absolutely.
all due respect. Another piece of news was Draper has nominated Brisbane. There was some doubt he might go to Adelaide. I suppose the only other update is that we're unsure whether it's band 1 or 2, so that will either be pick 6 or 7 for Essendon, or it's pick mid-20s. So that is actually a big decision that's Essendon will be holding out for, and that, of course, impacts whether or not they're more or less willing to deal with Zach Merritt and Hawthorn. It wouldn't be the sole consideration, but it's a factor. Will Brodie and Liam Reedy, huge exits for the Fremantle Footy Club. Can you speak to this? Will Brodie has nominated a trade request to Port Adelaide.
Yeah.
And Liam Reedy to Carlton. What can those sets of fans expect from these guys?
2022 Will Brodie was our best in and under contested ball winner. We called him the human shovel because he just put his head over the ball every time and just get dirty. And he was a great player for us during that year. Outside ball use, pretty average. Running ability, pretty average. I think that's why he never sort of
Can't
came
get
back
out of the
into
square.
side. Yeah. Weird to see him nominate Port because they've got a pretty strong midfield and he's gone for more AFL minutes. Like Rosie, Butters, Drew, Horn Francis. You'd have run through there first.
So to argue against that, or to maybe just look at the other side of it, Butters there's a huge cloud on.
True.
Rosie's moved behind the footy. Horn Francis is probably a bit more hybrid at this stage.
Yeah, boat goes out, I suppose.
And it's a good money ball selection. I don't disagree. Like, there's teams out there, particularly Victorian clubs, that probably could have used a midfielder more.
Yeah.
Like Essendon might have been an example. But maybe that's part of Port's thinking here. They also love recycling players.
I have absolutely no idea what Port Adelaide's recruiting strategy is. It's so bizarre.
They
Players
do
that
love
want to
it.
go to Port Adelaide, come in.
Yeah, pretty
Jack
much.
coaches, come in.
I mean, I think you've got another one listed a little bit later on, which makes more sense because of the age bracket, I would say. But like this, what you said about the midfielders being there, I think that's how does Will Brodie get into the team for starters?
I don't think he's a walk-up best 22 player.
No.
way. I mean, he is, like, you described him pretty well there. He's a head in the trough guy.
Yeah.
How many of those exist at AFL clubs just in general anyway? Unless they've got some sort of like weapon, like massive amount of size, which he doesn't have. He's not really a big-bodied trough midfielder.
Not in terms of height. He's a bit thick, but yeah. I don't know. We were really not happy to see him play because he's dominated at Waffle ever since. So, I don't know. I think it's a good pickup, and if he plays, he has his opportunity to shine. Liam Reedy to Carlton. All we've really heard about Liam Reedy is that he's got our bench press record, and that's about it. So
nice.
There's always one of those at a club, isn't there?
Yeah. Apparently, him and Paddy Voss just go rep for rep, and they just try to outbench each other. But
that's sick.
When we lost Lloyd Meek. It felt like, we're losing a developing ruckman. With Liam Reedy, it feels like you sort of know what you're going to get with him. He's just a ruck dog.
You guys have been a production line of talent for rucks, in particular.
So true.
Like not Trent, Max Noble was also a guy that I think had a bit of promise. He went to Gold Coast, of all clubs.
Yeah.
And he was the least talked about ruck prospect that's left Fremantle for a while, I reckon.
Yeah. Liam Reedy, just his main strength is his strength. He's just a genuine tap ruckman.
Yeah.
Doesn't offer much around the ground. Can't play him forward at all.
Is he Victorian or West Australian?
I think he's Victorian.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
So
there was a period, right, where Darcy was out of the team, where Longmuir went for Reedy and Jackson, right? Like as a combo.
Yeah, so round 1 against Geelong, and we know how that went. He got...
Was it only one game? I thought
that
Reedy
was
played
this
more.
year. I think he might have played more games last year.
Okay.
I don't think he played more than 10 games for us. But Sam De Koning dominated him in the ruck, and Sam De Koning isn't even a ruck. So
Yeah, true.
It's really not a good sign, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Campbell Chesser, a guy that we've been hotly debating recently, has left your club. How do you feel?
Well, we covered it last week. I said I was flat. I think to capture that, I was flat with this off-season in general from West Coast, where it all sounds like people are leaving and no one's coming in. That's changed a little bit this week. But the update there is just simply that Campbell Chester has requested a trade to Carlton, which I had kind of already heard through the grapevine. It was already going to happen.
Have you got anyone coming in?
We'll get to that. I want to discuss Jacob Ware. Was this the play you talked about? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think this one for Port Adelaide overall.
I think it's a delisted free agent, so I think this is basically locked in now.
Yeah.
Because he's been previously delisted and re-rookied.
Sure.
Through that loophole he's joining Port. I was surprised to learn he's mid to late 20s. I thought he was younger than that.
Yeah, he's been around for a while, and I think he was a rookie.
Okay.
When he actually came into the system.
Yeah.
Probably where I was going more with that with Port Adelaide is just some over a few years period, like Atkins coming in.
Yeah.
Last year.
Yeah, that was
Apparently
inexplicable.
Atkins was something to do with the salary of
Lukosius.
Yes.
They were like, we're going to take all that salary off you type thing. That's what I heard.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I did. Did someone say that in the comments?
I think it must have been.
Yeah, I think I read that as well. I didn't know that at the time.
No, I didn't know that either, but still.
But
it's still a list spot, isn't it? A list spot is a list spot.
But it's not isolated. Like, they had this long period of going after these types.
Finlayson.
Well,
he was a
Finlayson
pretty
worked
solid
out.
player,
they just delisted him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If you go back
work
far
out.
enough, through the Hinkley era, there was Jack Trenkoven and Jimmy Tumpus, Jack Watts, Stephen Mollop. Again, probably not a bad one.
Yeah.
Quinton
Generally just...
Narkle.
Yeah, Quinton Narkle's a good one.
Yeah, that's a great
There's
one,
just
actually.
a number of these recycled players. There's a clear strategy at Port Adelaide.
Yeah.
And I'm not actually really knocking it, but it's amazing how they keep going back to the well without much return.
No.
There's been an example of it working.
I was going to say, has any of them... And I even would take that to the rookie draft and the mid-season draft. There were a lot of sort of younger talents that they were linked to. And they went for a Manny Liddy, who was an older SANFL player, the guy with the leg sleeve.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Decent player, but I don't know. He doesn't really look AFL quality to me. Just I don't know. Again, he was an example of them bringing in, rather than bringing in a prospect, bringing in someone that can kind of play straight away and just fill a gap. Isolated, you wouldn't say anything about it, but they just do seem to do this quite a bit. Weird one. Jacob Ware, maybe that's a decent signing, but he could never consistently get into that Giant side.
Yeah, no, he's South Australian, so
Yeah,
there's
he
some
wants,
sort of connection
wants to go there.
Yeah. Hawks duo want out. I actually think someone's opinion, or one of these players' opinion, might have changed following tonight's game. So Essendon are monitoring Henry Huswaite. We talked about this in the Zach Merritt part of this show, but desperate to get out of Hawthorn. Apparently, yeah, we know that he was, I want to say, second round pick 3 years ago. I forget exactly. Can't crack a game. They call him the pencil. 194 centimetres, enormously tall midfielder.
What are they calling the pencil?
Because he's just tall and narrow.
Oh, it doesn't have shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Which I think is harsh, but he is tall and narrow. Big-bodied midfielder for Essendon, although not that kind of contested style big-bodied midfielder. He's more of a bit of a glidey first receive almost midfielder who gets out of traffic.
I think that's like the thing for Huswaite. Like he has to be a first possession because he's not quick enough.
Yeah.
To be a receive.
Yeah.
You can't just be like a big-bodied, like float around, get touches and accumulate.
Yeah. That's true.
What was the question again?
Oh, there wasn't really a question. It more just the news that Essendon are monitoring him, and that kind of like is obviously related to their need for a big-bodied midfielder, albeit I don't know if this is... Like, he's distinctly different from an Ollie Greaves, who is that big-bodied midfielder we've picked for them in the draft we've done last week. Yeah, that's just a little bit of news. We'll see what happens there. Obviously, Hawthorn and Essendon might be doing a deal this off-season.
Yeah, I think that has potential to be a decent pickup for Essendon because, like you said, they do need that bigger bodied player. But yeah, I do think... I assume that's what he's been working on at VFL level, to be that more contested in an under player.
Yeah, you'd hope so, yeah. Sam Butler, 23 games in 4 seasons, has been a real core focus for the West Coast Eagles. I actually really like this. Injury issues has been a big part of his story. Yeah. But as far as style goes, that hard-working small forward who kicks goals, I think this suits West Coast perfectly.
I think Butler's more of a midfielder, like wing.
He was at centre bounces tonight.
That's true, yeah.
He was really good.
Well, this is what I'm saying. All these notes and these articles came out, and Butler's just played in 2 finals, and I feel like he'd be pretty happy. He's currently in the team at Hawthorn.
I don't think he'll be leaving Hawthorn. I think he'd be getting bigger offers from elsewhere, though, which is probably where a lot of it's coming from. There'll be a lot of interest for him.
Yeah.
What's his draft history?
I reckon he was a second rounder in 2021.
And just body problems.
Yeah, 2021, 23 games. But I think if he just played in 2 finals, they've got a good chance of retaining him if they want him. But West Coast would clearly give him all the game time he wants. And that's the biggest connection I've seen to Sam Butler. And we do have a proud history of Sam Butlers. We generally turn them into premiership players. So.
Sam Clur is silent.
Crows are into Zach Bailey now. We talked about him as a possible target for the Essendon Footy Club last week. And now the Crows have thrown their hat in the ring. This is an interesting one. It's not really a position of need, but he is potentially A grade, depending on your viewpoint of Zach Bailey. Yeah. And now they're set to be one of the most aggressive suitors for the 25-year-old. He does have a connection to South Australia. I'm not sure what it is. Drafted out of NT, but I think prior to that there was some South Australian-ness about Zach Bailey.
It's interesting you say that. This is totally anecdotal, but there's been some players from the NT that go and play their under 18 footy in South Australia, and they go on board there and stuff. Not sure if that's
Willie Rioli might have been one of those.
Yeah, I think
he's drafted out of SA. Yeah.
Taj Murray this season.
If you're Zach Bailey, you're going to the Crows or staying at Brizzy. I don't think anyone's joining Essendon, especially a player of his quality.
The money would have to be outrageous.
The money is pretty strong at Essendon. It was 1.3 per year for 6 years. But I suppose Adelaide probably have a bit more to deal with in terms of who's coming out of contract or all these players coming up at once. But there is an increased salary cap, so he might still get a good deal there.
Most likely to stay, surely.
So this, I think, would be more next year.
Okay.
Because he's a free agent next year.
Can I just say with the positional need thing with Zach Bailey, as much as I agree with you on that, he might unlock somebody else to come into the midfield, which is maybe an area where they lack depth.
Well, he's been playing a bit of midfield.
Well, that's the
over
thing.
The last couple of weeks.
He has that flexibility as well, but maybe it gives you the flexibility to play like a Josh Rochelle on ball a little bit in the future. Whether we think he's good enough, maybe.
His own aspirations come into it as well. Does he want to be a midfielder? Because it's going to be a while before he does that at Brisbane, you'd think.
Yeah.
With Ashcroft, Annabelle, the other Ashcroft, and the other midfielders they have at the Brisbane Lions.
100%. Yeah, there's so much going on there.
Yeah.
And obviously the money piece as well. Like maybe Adelaide could offer him a little bit more.
Yeah. Certainly than Brisbane, you'd think.
Yeah.
Speaking of Brisbane Lions midfielders, Lachie Neale to West Coast. I floated this a couple months back as something I'd heard through the grapevine. I think this has been talked about a lot lately, that West Coast have been trying to get Lachie Neale. And it came out through, I think, SEN, but a lot of like Twitter, Big Footy talk, everyone claiming to know someone who knows Lachie Neale, that he wants to finish his career in Perth. His wife's from Perth, etc. And West Coast are all over him, and Fremantle were, for whatever reason, in a lesser position to try and get Lachie Neale. Having said all that, I saw Ryan Daniels today say he doesn't think it's going to happen. So this might be a non-story. But, I don't know if everyone saw that. So people watching this who have undoubtedly heard about the Lachie Neale thing, I don't think it's going to happen. When Ryan Daniels says it's not going to happen,
It keeps coming up though, doesn't it?
He was very close to rejoining Freo a few years back.
That's
2022, right. I think it was, or end of 2021.
Yeah.
Very close to coming back. There was talk in the press conference with our GM if we'd be interested, and they pretty much shut it down straight away. They said the amount of like midfielders at Freo that have asked for more midfield minutes, like guys like Neil Erasmus or O'Driscoll or Murphy Reid. So I don't think we're going to show much interest in him.
It doesn't really make sense other than a romantic notion for Fremantle.
Yeah.
To go
No,
that would be it.
I think it doesn't make sense just from a like we have young players that are going to continue to evolve in there. I think it would stunt the growth of other players. But I think our
plus
midfield,
you already have the leadership there.
yeah, but I think we could benefit from it in the short term, but long term maybe not, because I think it would piss off like a Neil Erasmus. And
He is 33. And you could say, well, you had Fife, but Fife didn't play a big role.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not
Yeah.
like you wouldn't recruit Lachie Neale to be a Fife replacement.
my rates are all on the outside as well as the inside. I know he's a very good on-ball player, but anyway, we'll move on.
Interesting.
I'll let that hang.
My only thing to add to that with the West Coast point, like, do you feel Lachie Neale just? I know we don't know him, but he feels like he wants to, win premierships and be in good teams. It would be a pretty big sacrifice.
He would be sacrificing any chance at a flag, obviously, if he left. And
Really?
and some to go to West. Fuck. I thought
How
you
did
were,
that get you?
No, I thought he meant like, well, Fremantle can win a flag.
Oh, okay.
And then I saw his stupid little face. Damn, I have a stupid little face. There is no doubt. Some was like reading into the fact that he was gutted to, when he did his injury, there was a real emotional reaction, and they were like, oh, he's played that was his last chance at a flag, but it could have just been disappointment to, be out for the year when Brisbane are in the thick of it. So it was nice while it lasted. This sort of rumour is all West Coast fans have to cling to, and it was really nice for 4 days where I liked Lachie Neale.
I think if Lachie Neale went to West Coast, that would be the turning point for me to say like they can kind of like begin this rebuild, and I'd actually have some confidence that they were going to
Begin this rebuild.
like begin it in the sense that like
Begin
I
the
have
re-
some
move
trust.
forward.
Begin the rebound, maybe.
Yeah,
Because we've been rebuilding undoubtedly, but the rebound.
it would give me confidence that you could bring in new draftees
Yeah.
and they're going to get better
Yeah.
around a player like that.
But that's
It
not
would
going to
be
happen. So we can move on. North Melbourne, who else do they want?
They want Myercheck. They're still going for him, offering him 3 years, I think was the latest rumour. Still unsigned, as is Jamie Elliott, but will stay on Myercheck.
This is a good decision.
Yes.
This is a very good decision.
Yeah,
So
improves
this
you in the short term.
improves us in the short term, gives us a bit of a focal point down there, opens up Larky a little bit. I think this is an upgrade on like kind of what we did with Darling last year. He's a better player. I really like Myercheck.
He's
the
one
way
of my
that he
favourite
plays.
forwards.
He's
I
a
love
Yeah.
gun. He's a gun.
Yeah, it'd be just the body piece that would be the concern, that he comes in and then like doesn't play that many games.
Yeah. Probably worth a punt, though.
Yeah,
think.
definitely.
Well, 3 years, though, I suppose there is always a bit of a doubt.
I don't think
Or risk,
North would
rather.
be too concerned about that side of it.
No. The Pies are offering 1 year. He will decide after the final series, which could be next week for Collingwood. Who knows? They're also into Elijah Sartis. Tell me about your interest level in Essendon's Elijah Sartis. Bearing in mind, I think I read this before the Merritt thing happened. You'd think that if Merritt leaves, Sartis is less likely to leave. But also probably not a position of need for North Melbourne. it would just be a bit of a throw at the stumps for a top 5 pick who hasn't hit his straps. There's also interest from the SA teams, Pies and Richmond, I read.
If I didn't think it already, if we recruited Elijah Sardis, it'd just confirm that we have no idea what we're doing. Like, I don't know. Like, what would be the point in that? I have zero interest.
Yeah. Fair. And speak to that a little bit more. Is it because you have a glut of midfielders? My voice is breaking like a little bitch.
Yeah. Like, well, I think we kind of touched on it before with Dersma. It's not that Sardis and Dersma are exactly the same player, but Dersma can play as like that third tall as well. But we basically already have high draft pick midfielders that can't get into our team. Like Will Phillips is still on our list.
Yeah. That's it. And Tom Powell is sort of, well, he's pretty established in the 22 right now.
Yeah.
But again, like where does Sardis fit into that? You'd really be hoping that he recaptures that top end form that he showed. But I feel like his kicking ability has stopped him from being able to play at the highest level.
Yeah, because he goes into the VFL and he gets like big numbers consistently. Yeah. He's always like 10 plus clearances, 30 disposals. So he can find the football. He's athletic enough. He's got all of that. But we've got plenty of those guys. Like we've got George Wardlaw. He's an upgrade on Elijah Sardis. You know what I mean? We've got Sheasel as a bit more of a ball user. Colby McKerch could get into that midfield as well. I just don't.
It almost feels like a better fit for Richmond, which I'm just having a look. Yeah,
for sure.
Richmond were one of the connected clubs, actually, now I think about it. But I think it makes more sense for Richmond, who obviously a little bit further back. Last year didn't go particularly midfield heavy. So Sardis would be a better fit.
Like I'll just make this little thread that because we went after Windhager, it kind of makes me think that they're trying to find a ready-made sort of defensive midfielder. Maybe they think they can turn Sardis into that because he can't kick.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. To summarise, though, we've also heard a little bit about Jordan Butts. He hasn't been able to get into the Crows side after that punctured lung, and it was an emergency last week against Collingwood. That was when I wrote the notes. The club's linked to him, and he's a restricted free agent next year, are North and the Bulldogs, and I'd imagine, West Coast are another team who desperately need a key back. They'd probably ask the question, what are your thoughts on Jordan Butts being a target for North Melbourne? So to summarise at North, we've got Spargo, Tyler Young and Jordan Butts would be the key backs, and then Elijah Sardis.
I think actually Jordan Butts would be a great pickup to come into the team and actually impact. Like Tyler, I like the Tyler Young one as well, I think as a prospect, but I don't know if he's actually going to come in and sort of make a difference. Whereas I know like Jordan Butts, he's not a high quality, he's not like he's not going to be Jacob Wiedering, is he? Or somebody like that. No. He is a ready to go key defender that's, been at least better than serviceable at AFL level over some time.
Yes.
He would allow us, I think, to... How tall is Jordan Butts, actually?
I don't know. It's interesting to consider what a young Butts combo would be for North Melbourne.
A young Butts combo?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got to feel that.
He's tall, 198. Yeah.
198, yeah. He's sort of a big dog. So he'd sort of be that, like, Mackay replacement in a way.
Yeah.
I feel. He'd be able to, like, take... And I do think he is, like, a bit more of a defender, which is something that North don't have a lot of.
Yeah, locked down.
Yeah. If he could get Griffin Logue out of the team, that'd be so good.
No, Griffin Logue's good, man. Good character.
You can have him back.
Good locker room guy. Great locker room guy.
I love that. Like, it's what people say when they don't think the guy's any good. Right? Yeah. I'm like, yeah, he's good in the locker room.
How was he at the sport though? Some other stories, Jesse. Hit me with them.
Okay, so Port chasing Jesse Motlop. Did you write Cal Toomey said this?
I did. He tweeted yesterday that
thank you.
Port have ended their pursuit of Jesse Motlop.
Okay,
it's crazy considering all the guys we just mentioned.
And they don't want Jesse Motlop.
And Jesse Motlop had a great year at Carlton this year. He was.
I don't know. Did he?
Every time I watched Carlton, Jesse Motlop was like one of the shining
I don't know
lights.
If he did.
I wouldn't call it a great year.
Definitely a career best year.
I think he was played out of position a little bit.
He played midfield at times.
He did.
I was impressed by Jesse Motlop this year.
There's something going on here with Jesse Motlop because he's been out of contract and hasn't signed, and we're pretty late into the season. Or Carlton have been out of the finals race for a while now. I don't know what's going on here. I haven't seen any link to West Coast. I did suggest last week. I was like, that would kind of make sense. WA guy out of contract, like they're probably having a sniff, but something's going on there. Excuse me. But we can ignore that because Port Adelaide are not chasing him.
So 23 games at career high disposals.
Of 10.
Yeah, of 10. That's not really great, is it?
No. I don't think he had a great year.
I don't think that, but I don't think with Jesse Motlop, like how old is he now?
He's the same age as Naz, like 4 years
21.
in.
Yeah.
He's a random player.
So like I don't know if you necessarily care right now about the volume, but I think he did actually have some pretty good moments. Like he did things this season where you're like, okay, I can see a player there.
Yeah.
Now just do that more often in a game, and I think there's something there. But I don't know. He's one of those guys that gets a lot of shit from Carlton fans.
Yeah, I've
They
noticed that.
really don't like him.
Yeah.
So does
noticed
every Carlton player other than Patrick Cripps.
That's true.
That
That
is
is
true. Yeah.
Carlton's also a pressure cooker club to play
Yeah.
for. You're
Yeah.
under the spotlight a lot.
Get him to Geelong.
Yeah.
Speaking of Port Adelaide going for these types of players, Braden Fiorini, we talked about him last week.
He's not linked to Port Adelaide too.
Port Adelaide and Essendon.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Like honestly,
The Essendon one kind of makes sense, but Port Adelaide is a questionable one, I think.
I mean,
I suppose Boak's retired, so maybe they're looking to add one more midfield piece.
I don't know. Like,
Use your words. What's your issue with Port Adelaide going for Fiorini?
well, it's just another kind of. I'd like to say this better, but like a nothing player.
C grade.
Yeah,
Right,
it's like
yeah.
someone that doesn't have any electricity, like doesn't have any speed.
Yeah.
He's like
Very
the
Amish player.
He's the definition of that old school midfielder like Tom Rockcliffe and those guys, you know, that really easily get 35 touches, but they don't really have any defined role. Like they don't necessarily go in and win clearance. They sort of bob up, take uncontested marks, get handball receives, win a little bit of contested footy, but they don't hurt you by foot. So you can probably carry a couple of them. I feel like Port Adelaide have 6 or 7 of them now.
You know what this speaks to me? I think if you go for, in fairness to Fiorini, he has kept a spot in a Gold Coast team that's in finals. I don't disagree with anything you said in terms of his assessment. But Port Adelaide going after these depth players screams we're looking for depth because we think we're playing finals and potentially better next year.
Yeah,
that's what it screams to me.
Yeah. Which I don't think their list says that.
Yes. You've been harsher on them than me. I have rated at least what their top end is capable of, but my faith is, in terms of structural balance, it's harder to see it a little bit now with Port. But maybe that's just the
I suppose
lens of this year.
If you're looking at them from a this year perspective, like what goes right for them next year so that this doesn't happen again? Like what's actually moving them up the ladder?
Well, I think they had a bad run of injuries this year, which they will point to.
Who was like out for?
Butters missed the early part, and then Horn Francis missed the last part, and I think Rosie missed a little patch in the middle. We had no Lukosius, who admittedly wasn't there the year before.
Yeah.
And I want to say just like Tolls in general.
Pal Pepper missed a lot of footy.
Yeah, ACL, I think.
Yeah, he did another race, so he's probably not in next year either.
No. I think they have structural issues with their Tolls, but if Ollie Lord takes a step and Georgiadis backs it up, it's probably more their back half.
I'm more worried about their defence.
Yeah.
They're not going to be a top 8 side next year, are they?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like it, but evidently they feel like they're not that far off because I don't think you're doing this when you're refreshing the list.
Jamie Elliott, he's had a good year. Lots to talk about him.
That won't go away. So with Collingwood, I think it's hard to know what's like clickbait because they're Collingwood and it's Jamie Elliott.
Yeah.
But there seems to be hotter news that my vibe is it's more likely Elliott gets to the Gold Coast than it is Myercheck leaves Collingwood. And I can't imagine a world where Collingwood let both go because that would devastate their forward line.
I was going to say that's their two highest goal kicking. I think Elliott was their highest this year, but Myercheck also doesn't play enough games to get there.
So with Elliott, all I'm saying is that the vibe of the articles and the way they're written, if you ignore the clickbait, it just won't go away, and there seems to be a chance he will leave. If I'm honest, I predict that both re-sign with Collingwood, but the temptation of joining Gold Coast wouldn't be insignificant, and they do need a small forward. Their forward line doesn't have that kind of. Well, I wouldn't say Elliott's a purely ground level player, to be honest, but they don't have that kind of player.
I actually think there's a perfect spot for him as well because Bailey Humphrey is sort of playing as a forward now. I don't think that's his long-term game. I think he'll go into the midfield and be a bit more 50-50.
Yeah.
They got Long. I'm trying to think who else. Buderick's played there a bit, hasn't
Buderick,
he?
yeah, he was there last week. And Farrow?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's a
Farah.
clear... Farrow would be the one, really,
Yeah.
because Elliott can play tall.
Yeah, that'd be a good move for Jamie Elliott.
Yeah,
And he'll get paid up there as well. So
it's a great move.
Yeah, big
I
loss
know
for them
that.
if he goes. Collingwood will need to find goals.
does it feel like a bit of a I know this isn't the topic of the video, but a bit of a last dance for Collingwood this year? Like, they're pretty old. There's players
Yeah.
getting, like...
How often do we
how's-
say this about Geelong, though?
Yeah, but I don't know. Collingwood missed finals last year, and it this year has felt like a last dance. Like 2015,
Yeah.
Freo was a side that were very good, and then just fell off like the next year.
Yeah, I actually don't disagree with you at all.
When you got Dacos, so it's a bit different.
Yeah, what I predict for Collingwood is maybe it is a last dance and they refresh and come back
Yeah.
in 2 years because that's what Geelong do.
Yeah,
Geelong were like middle of the top 8 for a long time, but then they have these periods where they're the best team.
yeah,
And I feel like Collingwood's in that arc.
It's hard too because they can always attract players. Like we're talking about the players
Yeah.
that could leave, but they'll probably bring in
Yeah.
2 or 3 guys as well.
Yeah.
And then that can kind of move the needle for them as well.
They do love their cheap talls. After
Oh.
bringing in Membry last year, they also linked to Caminiti and Jack Buller from the Sydney Swans, who had a pretty promising last 3 games. I think he kicked 6 goals in his last 3 games. He showed a bit.
I think Caminiti's kind of good.
Yeah, I reckon
He's more a
Caminiti.
defender, I think, these days, isn't he, Caminiti?
Yeah, but he does have a bit of versatility
Yeah,
to him.
yeah.
But looks more comfortable as a
Yeah,
back.
bit of a Moneyball selection, that one. I watched a bit
Yeah.
of Moneyball last night. Not
movie.
relevant at all, but it is a good film.
It's a great movie.
Windhager has backflipped to the St Kilda after 48 hours where we thought he was going to the Melbourne
that's
Footy
the
Club.
weirdest. Is that just bad journalism to say like he's gone, it's done, he's gone? Like, was everyone on the he's joining Melbourne train? Because this has gone back and forth that many times.
Yeah, that's a good
I stopped
question.
caring. When a
Yeah.
story like ups and downs like this.
I always wonder with the bad journalism part of it, is it more that like someone's trying to get a message out, so they're giving information to journalists who are
okay.
reporting it? So I don't know what the situation was exactly, but was Windhager's team maybe?
Saying, oh yeah, we're going to go to Melbourne, and the Saints were like, no, we'll give you what
Yeah,
you want.
because when those articles were coming out, St Kilda fans were getting worried. Like there were people, they were like writing to people at St Kilda, like, what's going on with Windhager? Like, we don't want to sign all these other guys and lose him.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe that puts pressure on to some extent. And then obviously, St Kilda up their offer, right?
To 4 years, yeah.
Yeah.
But then,
Oh,
but
that's
since
solid.
that story broke, then we heard he was going to Melbourne.
Yeah.
Is my memory of it. But it looks like he's staying in Singapore.
Just a side
Until
note.
the next video we do, and he's
Apparently, someone called the Essendon reception asking why Zach Merritt is getting traded as like abuse receptionist. Saw that in a group chat.
Oh, God.
Any other trades to round out the video, Jesse?
I think that will do. But we can potentially move on to pick splits. Should we go through this before we wrap up?
Sure.
Yeah,
Pick
comfortable with this?
Bitch.
All right. The 2025 draft is 2 months away. That's kind of exciting. 10 weeks. Oh my God, I'm 32
Wow.
into 10 weeks.
Dylan's Christmas is coming.
Yeah, and West Coast, this is where we make our money back, baby. In this video, I wanted to discuss which clubs could we see facilitating pick splits. Now, there's probably going to be heaps, but we'll look at the top end, and we'll also look at clubs who could trade in and out of that first round. We'll keep it first round relevant.
Gotcha.
Should we just start at the top? West Coast likely to have picks 1 and 2. I wanted to discuss the merits, the Zacks, of potentially West Coast trading one or both, or perhaps neither, of these selections. And what do you think they should do in this draft? Dylan, you're the draft man. How do you assess the top end and the pros and cons, I guess, of trading into the middle part of the top 10?
Yeah, without going over old ground, I think there's like a clear top 2 in this draft. So
Yeah.
if West Coast did hold those 2 picks with the compensation, the 2 clear talents are obviously Willem Dersma and Cooper Duff Tyler. But like we've sort of said, and like even talking about Lockie Neal and having that kind of contested first possession ball winner, we've discussed this a lot, that they should probably go for somebody like a Dyson Sharp. The thing is with a Dyson Sharp, he potentially could be available a little bit later
Yeah.
as well. And I think that's a player that they definitely should be targeting, at least he or an Oliver Greaves type, which means do they have to be, and this is probably a question back to you as a West Coast fan, do you think they need to be going for someone like a Cooper Duff Tyler, who is a bit more of a ruck forward? You maybe have some of those key position players that play similar role, even though he might be a little bit more talented. Would you like to see them go for someone like that who has the maybe higher upside?
Positionally, it's not a massive need. I think I said last week, like West Coast are pretty keen on archery if it's a forward ruck thing.
Yep.
We don't have a number one ruck. So there's always the question, if CDT is a number one ruck, then he becomes immediately more attractive. But my estimation is that that's not necessarily the way he projects. He's probably more that dynamic player. Now, if we were talking about Luke Jackson in 2019, this is a different conversation. I suppose, I don't know if you were following the draft back then. How do you think he compares as a prospect in terms of upside to a Luke Jackson?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's got similar traits. If you look at like numbers of Luke Jackson and Cooper Duff-Tytler at the same age, Cooper Duff-Tytler's finding more of the football. Like he's more of a transitional prospect than even Luke Jackson was at the time. Now I think Luke, it doesn't always work like that, right? That Cooper Duff-Tytler is playing better, kind of looks better at the same time, so then therefore will be better. Because I feel like Jackson, as he's entered the AFL, like he's become so dynamic and so powerful. And like kids when they're this age at like 17, they don't necessarily have that at this age, and they can sort of develop it a little bit later. So I think there's definitely still time for him to be able to do that. But as far as like a kind of all action ruck forward, the way that he can kick the football, like he can pick up the ball at defense and kick it like a midfielder. I've actually seen him take stoppages as a mid, similar to what Luke Jackson does. And his ground level stuff's great. He's really clean with the ball. It is just like, I don't know, that position, it feels risky, right?
Yeah.
And like we talked about with Jackson, it's like, yeah, he's an A grader, but he doesn't have that defined role. And when you're in a rebuild situation like the West Coast Eagles are right now, is that just like too much of a luxury player?
Yeah, I mean, there's always the argument for going for the top upside talent when you have picks this early. But I do think that West Coast is in a not unique position, but in a slightly different position to say if it was Essendon at pick one, right? We are that far behind that next group of competitive AFL teams that I think these things you consider when you're drafting a Victorian or interstate talent, but particularly Victorian. And particularly for the Vic Metro, is how can we keep this guy interested for the first 3 years of his career? I know that GWS is an example of a team that they'll have their own draft board because of based around guys who think they would actually like commit to the GWS project because of their retention issues over time. I think West Coast is now sort of in that boat. And I not that I'm saying I know anything about CDT or Willem Dersma, but I'm just saying these are factors here. West Coast need to do their due diligence around these sorts of players. And if there's a sniff that these guys would head back to Victoria, Dersma's probably the more obvious red flag with his brothers, particularly if Zane ends up at Essendon. Where if these guys are sort of giving out red flags, then I think the argument gets stronger for trading down. And that's when you also consider, I think West Coast greater needs are midfielders. I know every team says that, and we talked about this last week, but I don't know if a team has ever needed midfielders like West Coast need midfielders and ground level players. So I think there's a really strong argument for West Coast trading at least one, if not both of these picks down.
You wouldn't trade pick one, surely. What would be the difference in value between pick 1 and 2? Like, what could you get if you did trade those away?
From a points perspective or just from a
or
player?
Like value, what would you get back?
Well, like I said, I think like the top 2 picks, there's a gap. So they're kind of like Duff-Tytler and Dersma are sort of considered these like top talents. But then, like we said, at the same time, they're not really perfect for West Coast necessarily. Yeah. And like that engagement factor of them like going over there, not really being able to impact. Whereas like you look at that sort of more contested midfielder, they're going to be able to come in and play straight away. And they're going to get like perhaps get that kind of nourishment, right?
You're most likely to get more picks out of trading that though, right? Like, would any player come for a high draft pick?
No, I think we'd trade it for picks if that's your question.
So how many do you think you could get for pick 1 or 2?
Probably a couple in the top 10. Well, again, this is hard because last year we speculated about what trading down would look like. West Coast 3 was valued at 12 and 14 last year, which maybe that sounds like West Coast had a brain fart. But then you look at North Melbourne, who live traded a future first to get back into 27. And while I don't think these were good moves, I think that does kind of indicate what the consensus value was of picks in the first round last year. The difference between 3 and later picks was not that high. West Coast could leverage the situation this year Whereas if there is a perception that 1 and 2 are the 2 picks you want to have, we could leverage that into a variety of picks. And that actually might work out.
Yeah.
All this to say, I think there's a good chance West Coast trade one of these picks. And it's more likely to be 2 than 1.
The next question there is, who do they trade it? Like, who does it work for? Because we've seen over the last few years, you kind of touched on it there, but like we've seen clubs be hesitant to do this, to give away multiple picks for 1 pick, even if the talent is high. And that's where I feel like a Duff Tytler, like a Willem Dersma, like, I don't know, it's like they're sort of specific players at the same time as well. So that's an interesting fact. I mean, I think the club that jumps out here, right, is like an Essendon.
Yeah. Well, they have a ruck need. And they have a taste for Dersmas.
They have a fetish for Dersmas.
And they also probably want to look at top-end talent, and they have the ammunition of potentially 3 top 10 picks. We don't know yet.
Yep.
But also some picks in the 20s that can make this work.
True.
So they're probably the only club that I can think of. There was talk of Gold Coast trading up to 2. That, to me, as time goes on, feels like overkill. If you trade it up to 2 to avoid the bid on Euland and Patterson, what do they get? Like Dersma or CDT, Euland, Patterson? That seems like a lot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that would make it harder to match in points. So
Absolutely.
it's probably just Essendon.
I think so, because also like the one thing that would like the biggest red flag about that Gold Coast getting up to pick 1, 2 is a lot of the point stuff has changed. So the Gold Coast don't just have an arsenal of picks that they can match these guys as well. So using one of them to actually using a lot of their earlier picks to get up to that 1 or 2 or whatever it is actually kind of hurts them to be able to match on Patterson and Euland as well.
100%.
So it does. Like whether they were just sniffing around and having a bit of a look, who knows? But most signs point to Essendon, right?
Agreed. The other curveball here that we cannot really foresee here is, as I've said, I think West Coast pick 2 could come into live play like if a Kerno moves.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I feel like that is the collateral piece that could get to Carlton via 6 different teams to ensure that Carlton, I think they want established players, but let's say like there might be an interest in the draft. If they can get pick 2 for it, might unlock the door a little bit. It could also apply to Essendon with Merritt, potentially. I don't know how that all looks, but West Coast trade down, get some later picks, and pick 2 ends up at a Carlton or an Essendon. That's probably the other way it happens.
Throw a scenario at me, like a specific scenario where you put up pick 2. What comes back?
I would want one of Essendon or 2 of Essendon's like 5 and 6.
You won't get that.
I agreed.
They're like 7.
But we also have Hawthorn's first rounder.
Yes.
So 2.
throw that back
mind
the
you,
other way.
Hawthorn's just 1 tonight and thrown. That's pushing it back and back.
Pushing it back.
But let's say it's pick 15. It's probably more like pick 17 now. 2 and 17 for 5 and 6.
I reckon it's worse than 17 though.
What is, sorry?
Euland, Patterson.
Oh,
You're talking about how far it gets pushed back.
Yeah, maybe.
But
that's hard to speculate on now.
It is. I'll take your point.
But it also depends on Essendon's desire to get one of those top 2 players.
Yeah, it's how
and if
much.
they're not that interested, they're not that interested.
And I think that's like just to take that a step back again. Like it's so hard because for West Coast, a player like Cooper Duff Tytler, you might look back on him in 5 years and go like, why did we not pick him up at this point when he's like he was young? We can get that development time into him, and if he does stay at the club, you've got him there ready. And then he's like 26, and then you're drafting these midfielders. And it's kind of all coming together. Whereas like you draft the midfielders now and then you're chasing that Cooper Duff Tytler player forever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can't find him.
That's true. But I think I have closure over the fact we didn't pick Murphy Reid because I just don't think that plays out the same way.
No, I know.
You know what I mean?
No.
So it's the same thing with CDT here. It's like, I think the risk is so high that if he went to an Essendon and became a star, maybe I would think about it a little bit. But I think I think the arguments against taking a risk on these types of players with a longer development arc from Victoria with Eastern interest.
Eastern
I think that, I don't know. I think there's pros and cons to it.
No, 100% because there's just more variables. Whereas you bring in a Dyson Sharp, he starts pretty much playing from day dot.
Yeah.
Plays well, improves the team quickly. So you get all that morale as well, right?
Yep. So we've looked at it from a West Coast point of view. Should Essendon trade up, in your opinion? Let's go with that. Maybe 6 and 7 for 2 and 17. in your opinion, is let's call it, it'll probably be CDT.
6 and 7
Yeah.
for 2 and 17.
Yeah. Would you move back to 17 to get Dersma over, say, Ollie Greaves? When you can probably actually have Ollie Greaves anyway. Maybe that's not the best example.
Do you know what the problem here? I feel like I would only make this. I've just seen my face on the stream. Just pull that. Essendon are a little, like, in a way, with everything that's happening in there, with Merritt and stuff, they're kind of a bit similar to you guys. They're becoming that team. Like, they're kind of ripping the heart a little bit out of the club with those established players. So are they not? When I look at them and their needs, I'm like, yeah, they do need an Oliver Greaves more so than they need a Willem Dersma with the composition of their team as well. So I don't think, if I was in Essendon's situation, I'd probably be wanting to get those like mid-tier players as well, like Xavier Taylor as a key position player. I'd be like, okay, I'll take Taylor instead of, Duff Tytler as a bit of a key, different players. But and
sorry, continue.
No. I was just going to say, and then like Sam Greal, maybe a Sam Cumming, and Greaves, Taylor, those types.
The counter argument is, I think any team building a premiership list needs to look at who are the A+ players. I think that is a core nucleus of every premiership team, is those players that are transcendent.
Yep.
And Essendon have not really managed to hit any of those top end picks that give you that A+ player. West Coast at least have Harley Reid, who may or may not be that, obviously, but there's at least a projection there.
Yeah.
That would be the temptation to go for a Dersma who has the or a CDT who have the highest upside.
Yep. But I would throw that back and say same for you guys.
Yeah.
Like, in as far as like from a long-term perspective.
I'd argue we have more of those high upside types than those bread and butter types, though.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like Essendon probably have more of a history of nailing those decent players routinely.
Yeah.
Maybe not routinely, but you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's different, but
I know what you're talking about.
they don't have a Harley.
They absolutely don't have a Harley. I mean, even if you look at the breakdown
or
of
Francis
their...
or
No, totally.
Yeah.
Like, and even like Merritt's their best player.
Yeah.
He's kind of not a... He doesn't come with some like really interesting player type or anything like that, does he, Merritt? Like, he's a very just stock standard short mid.
Yeah.
It's just really skilled, goes hard, consistent, like all of those things.
Exactly. Yeah. That's just something to consider. Let us know in the comments what you think.
Widescreen TV says Jesse desperate for Essendon to trade up by the sounds of it.
Yeah, fucking oath.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let us know in the comments what you think.
I didn't want to kill the buzz there for that, obviously, but yeah, I think there's a chance they do it, given the talent factor of like, I sort of think with Essendon as well, like they're just as likely to pick a CDT.
Yeah.
As they are Willem Dersma as well.
Yeah.
Here's a question: would you do pick 1 and 2 for say like 4 picks?
Yeah,
so
I would.
You would.
But wait. What 4 picks are they? I agree too quickly.
Like
45, 46,
say Essendon
52.
end up with 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, maybe
What, to swap
I
picks
think-
with Essendon? Just like... 'cause
Just-
they have 4 in the first
Yeah, I would do
25,
that.
don't they?
So they have a better hand.
I would.
then.
Because if West Coast
Yeah.
have 1 and 2, they're probably taking Dyson Sharp anyway, maybe.
Essendon.
West Coast. So
Oh,
if
sorry,
West Coast
so
take
yeah.
Dyson, why wouldn't you trade down, take Dyson Sharp, 4 goal on Dersma, but you get your Jacob Farrow, get your Sam Cumming,
Yeah.
or Josh Lindsay, like whoever that is.
I think there's 0% chance that the Tigers take Dyson Sharp
Yeah.
because they
agreed.
sort of just drafted him
Yeah.
last year with Josh Smiley. So
Yeah, I don't think they would either. Yeah. Anyway.
it's interesting.
Yes.
So interesting.
I noticed an interesting point about Port. So when we did our mock draft last week, we discussed the fact that Port Adelaide might trade back in to get some SA talent. I've read the exact opposite today, which is fascinating. Port Adelaide is considering different options to lessen its 2025 draft hand as one of several clubs looking to prioritise something other than what's widely seen as a compromised draft. They're looking at a scenario where they use multiple rookie upgrades and having few to no draft picks this year.
Okay.
The logic being, obviously they took, well, as it mentions their picks last year, it's not really relevant, but over the next 2 years, they have ties to Dougie Cochran, which obviously that is up for debate, or TBC.
Yep.
Louis Salopek, father-son.
Yep.
Tavita Rhoda and Zemes Pilot. I've seen Zemes Pilot, his highlights. That's 2027.
Yep.
The point being,
Yeah.
they don't rate this draft. trading out future assets.
And they want to make sure that if they can't like match on those picks of those guys, they want to be able to be there to draft them.
Yeah.
So they're going to try and trade out.
Yeah. So we can rule them out, perhaps, if that's true. I just thought that was interesting. I've never seen a team like completely do that.
Evacuate a draft.
Particularly when it's the SA dominant draft.
Yeah.
It's a bit like 2018 in reverse.
So there's two things that I think about there. Either that is their word and like that's a decent, that's a fair enough play. They have also lobbied really hard to not lose access to those players too, which is still up for debate, right? So it's not they might not even need to do that.
It would seem brave.
Which is one point. I don't know.
But they already don't hold a first rounder, so we're not talking like trading pick 5.
Yeah. Are they trying to are they wanting to do deals though, and they're trying to put out a bit of a narrative that they don't rate this draft, just to kind of tell everyone like when the picks come around, like we're not that bothered.
I like your thinking.
You know what I'm saying?
I like your thinking. Yeah, maybe.
But
maybe because there's some good SA talent here.
Well, it just seems strange to me
Cumming.
that you got Schubert, Cumming, Marsh.
Yeah, those three. Sharp.
And Sharp.
Yeah.
There's like kind of 4 top 10, top 15s there.
Barker. Like
Philippou.
Yeah. Do ya?
That's a lot.
Anyway, yeah.
Philippou.
I'm sorry.
Every time, man. Every time.
I am relentless.
Every time. You won't stop.
I can't. I can't.
I feel it coming.
All right, the picks we isolated to wrap up this video. Sydney will trade their first rounder, you'd think.
Oh, yeah.
Carlton will get a compo pick for TDK, which will be around top 10.
And have to be traded.
That would be traded, you'd think.
For Harry Dean.
Harry
I'm not
Dean,
say
yes.
Charlie
or Oliver Dean. Yeah. Or James. And who else am I missing there? Gold Coast pick 8. Which may not be pick 8 anymore. It might be pick 10 because they won.
Yep. And you would suspect, I mean, we flagged Port Adelaide as a team that could try and get back in. Not according to that.
Yeah, we can avoid that.
The D's, maybe.
Maybe. There's so much now at play with academies and father-sons. We don't really know what's in the pipeline for these clubs. But North Melbourne would be a chance, you'd think. They were linked to... what would you trade for pick 8 this year for Gold Coast? It would cost you a future first, surely.
Yeah. I
would
think...
you do that?
Yeah, I would because of what you've already done. So you get back in this... Because it just means you just quicken your rebuild up a little bit.
Yeah.
Like that article that you just read about Port Adelaide, what I find sort of bullshit around that.
Ouch.
But they say like, oh, it's too compromised. Like it is compromised, but you just factor that into your trading. So it doesn't actually change anything of how compromised it is. You know what I mean?
I think so. Was that convincing?
No, but like they say, oh, we don't want to be involved in this draft because it's compromised. But the guys like Patterson and Newell, they just push it back.
And their picks are less valuable anyway.
Yeah. So you just factor that into your trading. So you go like, okay, we're getting pick 10, but it's really like pick 15.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Yeah. That probably wraps us up, I reckon.
Wrap it up?
Yeah.
Wrap it up. What a game.
We just hit the ton for the first time all night, and then we're just going to call it.
Oh.
Raise the bat.
Yeah.
Raise the bat.
Somewhat disappointing semi-final.
Fun fact of the evening, Alex Neil-Bullen has lost 6 finals in a row, all in straight sets.
Wow.
Just got that
That is a fun fact.
That is a great fact.
Except for Alex Neil-Bullen.
Yeah. Easy as A
Did win a
and
premiership
B.
though, right?
Yeah.
Before that,
Yeah.
Hawthorn and Geelong at the G next week.
Yep.
Keen as.
That'll
be our stream.
Yeah, we'll be streaming that.
Yep.
Let's do it.
Q Clash tomorrow night. I'll take Brisbane in that one personally.
Yeah, I suppose we should do tips for that. I'm going to take the Gold Coast. I'm going out. I'm going double here.
I'm going Brisbane. I reckon they'll put in a performance that will make us all feel silly for doubting them.
Well, I didn't doubt them, so I won't feel silly.
Yeah, well, kudos.
I'll be watching your career with great interest.
Any concerns about that forward line, though?
Yes, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Terrified.
Gold Coast.
Now that you mention it, yes.
Gold Coast back 6 is so strong. Their midfield last week was just slicing and dicing us.
I mean, that's been Brisbane's forward line all year, no?
Yeah,
other than Hipwood.
They've just dropped Sam Day.
So who's come in for Brizzy?
Oscar McInerney. So they're playing Fort and McInerney.
Okay.
who
Yeah.
are
I don't
presumably.
hate that. McInerney can operate as a forward.
But you're talking now like they're key forwards. If you McInerney, can operate, but Morris and Gallup,
Yeah, Rayner's sort of playing bear in the square a bit, but you don't want him there, ideally.
not really. And also Neil's out, so then does that? You kind of want maybe Bailey or Rayner to play a little bit more mid as well.
Yeah, the injuries have really made this contest a bit more spicy.
I feel it has, yeah.
Starting to rethink my tip.
Yeah,
Nah,
what a
I'm
game.
doubling down. Brisbane Lions. Collingwood v Brisbane next week.
Gold Coast.
I would love
join
it.
me, Druzy.
I would love it. I'll support Gold Coast.
Oh, I sort of want him to get pumped.
Doesn't that make you look worse though?
I don't care what it makes us look like. I just want them to feel pain.
Yeah, if they go through to the grand final, then it's like we got knocked out by
The Dogs
Yeah.
torched us in the first elim, and we felt terrible about it. And then they won the flag. We were like, it's fine.
We're second.
Yeah. We're second. Yes.
All right, let's wrap this up, guys.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Big stream. Thanks everyone for joining us.
Vicar as always
Yes,
on the buttons.
thank you.
Shout out to Ollie for the beers. We didn't shout out Ollie for the beers.
these beers were brought to you by Oliver Botus Brewery.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's watched this whole thing, waiting for that. Yeah.
Waiting for that shout out.
I think we got a new
My
subscriber.
sparkling water was brought to you by the fridge.
No.
And
Yeah.
let's go.
A couple of
Let's
Georgian pale ales.
Bring on round one.
Peace
Yeah.
out, guys. See you in the next one.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Every time I hear that, it reminds me of Inglourious Bastards.